loud. Okay, great. We are recording. Fantastic. Okay, I think good morning if you're in the States, and good afternoon within South Africa and surrounding areas. I'm Adam Levine. I'm a postdoc research fellow at the African Center for the Study of the United States. I'm just going to put myself in speaker view here. Although now I'm seeing Ansel in speaker view. Okay. So just to give you what I'm just going to do quickly, welcome to all of you just for joining, and thank you so much for joining us. It's to me a very exciting and stimulating conference, and thank you for being here. I'm just going to go through the ground rules and how they're going to work. Just in terms of, you probably see quite a few people on your screen right now. So the best way to do it is to only see one person, is to go to speaker view, which is on the right side of your screen. Okay, I can see Ansel on that screen. I'm not sure else, but what I'll do is that I will take off some panelists just so we can see necessary people. And so, yeah, so just you can adjust it to full view there. Then you can just see one panelist at a time rather than everyone on the screen. And as I said, I will send the rest to attendees. And when it's time for your panel, I will bring you up. Just in terms of the way it's going to work for attendees, the way it's going to work is that you'll see at the bottom, there is a section called Q&A. Okay. Usually you'll have your chat, you'll have your Q&A. I have polls on my screen, but the Q&A will be what you'll use to ask questions. So if you put up the Q&A, you put the question in, and then the speaker, whoever's moderating the paper, will then read the question to the speaker, who will then respond. There's another great feature to this Q&A. There's a comment box underneath. So if, for instance, you as a attendee want to ask a question that leads on from another attendee's question, you can put that in the comment box underneath. And then put them together and speak to that when we moderate. Just in terms of presenters, if you're a keynote, you have 30 minutes to speak, and then you have you have your 30 minutes to speak, will be moderated. What we'll do, 5 minutes towards the end, we will send you a chat message, which will be 5 minutes, and then a second message via chat will just say 2. If by 2 minutes you haven't started wrapping up, we'll just verbally, you have 2 minutes. And the main program presenters, you have 20 minutes, and then we have 10 minutes for questions from there. And the moderator will go to the Q&A, they will read the questions, you'll have 2 to 3 questions, and then we shall then move on to our next panelist. Okay. So just without further ado, I'm now going to start the proceedings because we have a great, long, amazing program. I'm just going to start by giving it over to the head of our center, Gilbert Kadiagala, who is just going to give you a bit more background about the center, what we do, and also speak to our partners. And also thank you to our partners for being here and for being so active in your participation. Thank you. Gilbert?
Thank you very much, Adam, and morning, colleagues in North America. Good afternoon, our colleagues in South Africa and Africa. And if we have any audience from Asia, we should actually say good evening. I want to thank everybody for making this important day to be with us in our first virtual conference on the old and new diasporas. It is very exciting for the center to be hosting this event because since last year, we've been planning to have most of you in wintry Johannesburg to celebrate this very important day for us, where we are hosting a conference that focuses on the question around what is happening to the old and the new diaspora, and where is the knowledge on the diaspora, on these two diasporas, and how do we broaden our understanding of these diasporas. It has been important to do this because we were marking the second anniversary of the Africa Center for the Study of the United States, which was created in 2018, basically to enhance understanding of the US in Africa. The center has also been working very frantically to build itself as a center of excellence for US-Africa relations on this part of the continent. So we are very excited that the theme of the old and new diasporas fits very nicely within the broader objective of the center, which is, as I said, to enhance understanding of US-Africa relations. Before COVID-19, the objective was to host this meeting here and to bring scholars from all over the world to help us understand this topic, which is in fact a topic that is going to be simply the beginning of our understanding of this. So we are going to do a couple of other events after this conference today. So I'm very happy that we could host it virtually, given the circumstances. I'm also very glad that there have been very many people who've been, in fact, involved in setting up this conference. And so I want to thank everybody for showing up, and I want to thank the contributors and the organizers. But I also want to use my 10 minutes really to appreciate the kinds of partnerships we've had as a center to build partnerships with other actors, not only around this conference on the old and new diasporas, but also around the wide array of activities that the center has been doing over the last 2 years. So first of all, I want to acknowledge the support from the US Embassy here in South Africa, the support of the Ford Foundation office in Johannesburg, and the support of the Hewlett Foundation, which is based in California. These three organizations have given us funding to set up a center for the study of the US because of the acknowledgement that, in fact, it is important to have a consistent and systematic engagement around the United States on African soil. So they did, in fact, fund our initial projects and our initial activities because US-Africa relations are important and they are an ongoing relationship. So the Diaspora Conference is an appreciation of the significance of that essence of the US as an important player in Africa, and Africa as an important player in the United States. So we need really to appreciate the significance of that support, and they have been very, very flexible. Even as we wrestle with the pandemic, they have been very flexible in allowing us to host our events online. So we are going to have this event today, but we're also going to have subsequent events that are going to be online. Secondly, I think I want to thank specifically the African Center team that has worked from day one to make sure that we are meeting today. The team has been led by Bob Wekesa, who is the partnership manager for the center. But Adam also, who everybody by now should know, has been very involved in this project. Felix Mutunga, our other postdoctoral fellow, has also been key to the organization of the event. And Hunter Graff, who is our intern, is in Washington now. He's supposed to be here, but he had to go back home because of COVID-19. I also want to say thank you to the Africa Center for Migration and Society under the leadership of Joe Very. And Joe brought a huge team onto the team and we are going to listen to some of them presenting today. So we are very happy that the Africa Center for Migration and Society could come on board very quickly and help us organize this conference. Thirdly, I also want to be to say that we are very privileged to have or had on the planning team a very strong group from Michigan State University. First, we have Jamie Monson, who is the Director of African Studies. And Jamie, we had a meeting last year at Michigan State when Bob and I were visiting there. And we brought up this idea of the conference, and they were very excited about it. Jamie has been central to the planning. Equally important has been Jose Jackson Malete of the Alliance of African Partnerships, also at Michigan State. Jose has been very critical to the planning and the organization of this diaspora event. And I have to say also here that the Alliance for Partnership has a big program on diaspora. Michigan State as a whole, as I should say, has a big program on the African diaspora. So they were very natural partners in this program. Finally, at Michigan State, we've been working with digital humanities, a program that has been central in helping us navigate the technologies that we are now using today. So I'm very glad that Michigan was on board from the very first day. I also want to thank the African Renaissance and Diaspora Network, which is represented here today by Dr. Gilbert Roshon, and later we'll hear from the director of ARDN, Jibril Diallo. We signed an MOU last year with the ARDN to work around issues on diaspora, but also how to engage the larger African American on issues around African development, sustainable development goals, and so on. So we are happy that ARDN has been on board from day one. I also want to appreciate the involvement in the planning of this meeting of the African Institute of the American Jewish Council of New York. Under the leadership of Eliseo Newman, we've been working with the African Institute, not just around the old and the new diaspora, but also how to broaden understanding of the US, of Africa in the US. So these are just some of the people that I thought I should appreciate in our introduction, because they are going to be part of an ongoing engagement around how do we build knowledge around the old and the new diaspora. So the conference today focused on a few key themes is going to jumpstart us into webinars that we are going to have from next week around some of the sub-themes that are going to come out of the conference today. So I'm excited that you all could participate, because you are helping us launch a larger project around the old and new diaspora. After the webinars next week, we are also going to have some publications from the proceedings today. We are inviting, or we have invited most of the authors to in fact submit their presentations. We are working with an institution here that is actually going to bring them out very, very quickly. So generating a wider knowledge base on a very important subject. Throughout the year, therefore, the topic of old and new diasporas is going to feature very prominently. If you look at our website, you'll see that we have a series of events and a series of vehicles for publishing some of the things that are going to come out of our conference today. So I just want to briefly say that I'm happy that you are part of the beginning of a big conversation on what is the state of the old and the new diaspora, particularly in the context of the very dangerous world in which we are living today. So I'm happy to be here, and I want to stop here to give Gilbert Roshan from Arden the opportunity to make his introductory remarks so that we don't run out of time. And I'm looking forward to the conversations today. Thank you very much.
Just before we go, thanks so much, Gilbert. Just before we go to Gilbert Roshan, we first have Jamie Monson, one of our partners. And Jamie is the director of the African Studies Center at Michigan State University. So we're just going to hear from her first, and then we shall hear from Gilbert. So Jamie's just got some opening remarks. Jamie, you are on mute.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Hold on. There we go.
Great. Thank you so much for the introduction and for the welcoming remarks, Gilbert. It's really an honor for the African Studies Center at Michigan State University and also our Alliance for African Partnership to be here with you today. It's really exciting, the theme of old and new, and I thought I would make just a few remarks from the perspective of African studies about this theme of old and new. First of all, it's new and innovative to have a virtual conference, and I'm really excited about the potential of having so many diverse participants in the audience, and I just want to commend Adam and Bob and Gilbert and your team for putting together this, this innovative approach to having a conference despite the difficult context that we're in. But it's also new to have a center such as the Pan-African Center for the Study of the United States at the University of Witwatersrand in South Africa, because historically and unfortunately continuing until today, African studies has been dominated by US and Western-based universities following an area studies paradigm that really continues to perceive the world as something that is studied by the United States, but the rest of the world is not imagined as studying us. And this new center at WITS is really leading the way for truly trans-regional studies, for Pan-African approaches to knowledge production and global studies. And it's really a critical milestone in charting a new path for all of us in a new kind of partnership, and we're really honored to be part of this. But I also want to say that being Pan-African and global in the study of Africa is definitely not new. In fact, the whole history of African studies originated in Pan-African scholarship and diaspora scholarship. And we're so fortunate in this conference today that Krista Johnson is here from Howard University, really one of the founding institutions for this field. So even as we're charting a new path, we have an opportunity today to recognize the intellectual roots. And in fact, Professor Paul Zaleza, who will be giving a closing keynote today, was one of those important advocates as past president of the African Studies Association, and now in his really tireless work for diaspora studies, that called for the recognition of multiple Africas, addressing not just the global dimensions, but the Pan-African roots of the field. A couple of other things that I think are exciting and new in diaspora studies and trans-regional studies are some new geographies. Diaspora studies have really moved beyond and are including, but going beyond the Atlantic world. Indian Ocean studies is now quite a robust field. The Black Pacific has some very exciting innovations, but other new geographies, for example, diasporas of faith, such as a recent book by Monique Bedas on Rastafarian migrations from Jamaica to Tanzania. So, so some of these new geographies are really exciting. And I also think that the focus on old and new today is looking at temporalities in a new way. For example, some of our work with China-Africa history shows the very early mobility of African peoples to Asia, to China, in fact, going back to the 11th century and even earlier. And also today we're going to hear about Afrofuturism. So looking at different temporalities in the past and also the future. Paul Schauert will be talking today about Afrofuturism and music in Detroit. And lastly, I just want to touch on some of the new frontiers of knowledge that we see African studies as a vibrant area, not just because of its content, but also because of critical methodologies that are all the more needed now in our world of mobilities, but also of deep roots of diaspora communities. Some of this scholarship is looking at themes of identity. And I'm so happy Vivian Wu is here. She's talking in her work about being Igbo in Bangkok. What does it mean when you have a Biafran identity in Thailand, for example? We're looking at connections differently, looking at Black internationalisms and South-South connections as a growing field. Gendered understandings of diaspora are also important. And diasporic philosophy. One of the themes for this conference that will be coming up is related to the philosophy of Ubuntu. And Upenyu Maji will be leading one of the sessions on that topic. So there's lots that's new and innovative. And we also are, I'm so glad that we're recognizing the roots of diaspora studies here, and having Gilbert Rochon here as a former president of Tuskegee University brings some other critical roots for connection between Africa and the United States. So congratulations to all of you, Bob and Gilbert, Adam, your whole team, to Wits and the other partners who've made this happen. And I'm very excited about what we're going to be hearing today. Thank you.
Okay, great. I was muted now. So now we'll be hearing from Gilbert Rochon, the other Gilbert. And Gilbert Rochon is the co-chair of the African Renaissance and Diaspora Network, Higher Education Initiative, and chair of African and Diaspora University's Research, Instruction, and Engagement Task Force. He's also the former president of Tuskegee University. And let me just make sure that you are there. Just hold on, you're there, Gilbert. And just the title of his presentation, his opening remarks, is Pan-African Disaster Resilience, Pre- and Post-COVID-19. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Levin. And I thank also Dr. Bob Mukesa and Dr. Gilbert Kaliagala for the kind introduction and invitation to this event. And appreciate the informative presentation by Dr. Monson. I'm here today representing the African Renaissance and Diaspora Network and its president, Dr. Jibril Diallo, and also Tulane University School of Public Health and Tropical Medicine and Xavier University's Department of Public Health Sciences. We are in the midst of the United Nations General Assembly's designated International Decade for People of African Descent, 2015 to 2024, which has an array of objectives that hopefully you can also see on the PowerPoint slides related to promoting, protecting, and fulfillment of human rights, fundamental freedoms, greater knowledge of and respect for the diverse heritage, culture, and contribution of people of African descent, and adopted, strengthened national, regional, and international legal frameworks. According to the United Nations, the continent of Africa's population of 1.3 billion is expected to double by 2050. During Africa's most horrific anthropogenic disaster, the transatlantic slave trade, over 12.5 million Africans were taken forcibly from Africa and shipped to the Americas. There were as many as 2 million casualties during the Middle Passage. Currently, over 200 million people of African descent are in North, Central, and South America and the Caribbean, and approximately 7 million people of African descent reside in Europe. These combined populations in Africa and the diaspora have been and continue to be at risk for man-made anthropogenic disasters. With the approximately 47.4 million African Americans, the Emancipation Proclamation signed by President Abraham Lincoln on January 1st, 1863, did not end our vulnerability to anthropogenic disasters. For example, 3,446 African Americans were lynched between 1882 and 1968. 6 million African Americans were part of the Great Migration from 1916 to 1970 to the urban Northeast, Midwest, and West to escape racial segregation, discrimination, unemployment, and poverty in the southern states. The African continent's well-documented anthropogenic disasters included colonialism, neo-colonialism, economic exploitation, environmental degradation, apartheid, transfer pricing, and natural resource plundering. Biogenic disasters have included storms, fires, which sometimes were also anthropogenic, drought, the infestation of desert locusts, Schistocerca gregaria, famine, malnutrition, and in extreme forms, kwashiorkor and marasmus. A wide variety of endemics and epidemics, including malaria, onchocerciasis, schistosomiasis, poliomyelitis, leishmaniasis, lymphatic filariasis, Ebola, SARS, and HIV/AIDS. A wide variety of disaster life cycle management and resilience initiatives were initiated prior to COVID-19. These included the Disaster Resilience Scientific Solutions Institute in Zimbabwe, the Great Green Wall for the Sahara and Sahel Initiative, the Intergovernmental Authority on Development, as well as the Global Framework for Climate Services. The Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction from 2015 through 2030, the African, Caribbean, and Pacific Building Disaster Resilience in Sub-Saharan African Regions, and in 2014, the National Disaster Resilience Competition announced by President Barack Obama, which subsequently resulted between 2011 and 2013 federal government expenditures of $136 billion on disaster relief. The Africa Working Group on Disaster Risk Reduction, established in 2016 in Zambia. The African Regional Platform and 6th high-level meeting on disaster relief in Mauritius, the Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction in Mexico, and the Resilient Africa Network, RAN, under the leadership of Makerere University in Kampala, Uganda, and which also included University of Pretoria School of Health Systems and Public Health. And finally, Tulane University's Disaster Resilience Leadership Academy based in New Orleans. Currently, there are no proven treatments for COVID-19. Despite the frequent advertisements by the President of the United States for hydroxychloroquine and by the promotion of COVID Organic, CVO, by the President of Madagascar. The World Health Organization, WHO, says there is no proof of a cure for COVID-19 after Madagascar's president launched a herbal coronavirus quote-unquote cure. The US Food and Drug Administration cautions against the use of hydroxychloroquine or chloroquine for COVID-19 outside of hospital settings or of a clinical trial due to the risk of heart rhythm problems. quote, indiscriminate promotion and widespread use of chloroquine and hydroxychloroquine have led to extensive shortages, self-treatment, and fatal overdoses. As of yesterday, May 20th, 2020, the African Center for Disease Control, the Africa CDC dashboard, reported 92,348 COVID-19 cases in Africa, 2,912 deaths, and 36,117 recoveries. Meanwhile, the United States Center for Disease Control and Prevention, also CDC, reports current data suggests a disproportionate burden of illness and death among racial and ethnic minority groups. Among COVID-19 deaths for which race and ethnicity data were available, for example, New York City identified death rates among Black and African Americans at 92.3 deaths per 100,000 population. Hispanic Latino persons, 74.3 deaths per 100,000. That was significantly, substantially higher than that of whites, 45.2, and Asians, 34.5 persons. Among the factors contributing to such health disparity are residual segregation in densely populated areas, food deserts, inadequate access to health care and health insurance, associated underlying health conditions, overrepresentation in jails, prisons, and detention centers, disproportionate number of workers in essential industries with a lack of sick leave. Recommendations with respect to post-COVID-19 disaster resilience in Africa and the diaspora include further strengthening, advancing, and empowering the African Union, Pan-African Parliament, and the Africa Centers for Disease Control to facilitate continent-wide resilience. Substantial increase in funding and support from the United Nations, the G7, other bilateral and multilateral entities, philanthropic foundations, corporations, and NGO donors. Building capacity for state-of-the-science, multi-disaster life cycle management, including preparedness, early warning, emergency prevention, search and rescue, evacuation shelters, adequate treatment and facilities and infrastructure, rapid data dissemination and transparency, and damage assessment and post-disaster societal recovery and environmental reclamation. The African and Universities Alliance, ARUA, represents a potential adjuvant resilience resource that requires further financing, strengthening, and expertise deployment. Further collaboration of African universities with academic counterparts within the African diaspora, i.e. the HBCUs and predominantly Black institutions, research-intensive universities, and members of the National Association for Equal Opportunity in Higher Education, the Association of Universities of Latin America and the Caribbean, UDUAL, strongly advocated by Ardent's Higher Education Initiative, and also in support of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Another key contributor to this effort, if its capacity were to be further extended, would be the Center for High Performance Computing, CHPC, in Cape Town, the Agromet Regional Center, the UN Spider Knowledge Portal in Niamey, Niger, the African Association for Remote Sensing of Environment, ARSE, intensified promotion of the UN Sustainability Goals, which is a major mission of Arden. NATO Science for Peace funded Mediterranean Dialogue Earth Observatory in Ifrane and Tangier, Morocco, for utilizing real-time Earth observing remote sensing data for early warning of disasters, including vector-borne epidemics. Although the United Nations Charter, space, and major disasters generously provides both moderate and high-resolution data on a pro bono basis from multiple sources during declared disasters, there remains a demonstrable need to further build capacity for training localized expertise, power sustainability, as well as dissemination, interpretation of data, especially in advance of impending disasters, as well as during and subsequent to such disasters. Thank you all for your kind attention, and please stay safe and healthy. Thank you.
Sorry about that. I froze temporarily, now I'm back. So thank you so much. So now it is my privilege to introduce our first keynote speaker, who is Ansel Brown. Just give me 2 seconds. I just want to see something. I can see all of you. Yes. Okay, great. Okay. I'm just going to give you a bit of a rundown on Ansel. So Ansel is actually a very good friend of the center, having presented with us last year. I think it was around early 2019. So Ansel Kebede Brown, I hope I'm saying it right, your second name, yeah? Is visiting assistant professor at North Carolina Central University School of Law. He became a faculty member in the law school in the fall of 2019. Presently teaches legal letters, international law, legal research and analysis, legal research and persuasion, and critical thinking. His research focuses international law and Pan-Africanism. And previously, Brown served as previously served as an NCCU pre-law advisor and director of the University Honors Program. Prior to entering academia, he served as a policy counsel at both the North Carolina Institute of Minority Economic Development and the Center for Responsible Lending. We advocated for consumer protection laws aimed at reducing predatory subprime lending and rising student debt. And he earned his bachelor's degree from NCCU and his Juris Doctor from Harvard Law School. While law student, he received the Dean of Students Community Leadership Award, and served on both the International Law Journal and the Black Letter Law Journal. And he's a member of the North Carolina State Bar. Now, the title of his keynote is Diaspora, Solidarity, and Pan-Africanism, Prospects for the Future. Thank you so much for being here, Ansel. I'm really excited to have you. We're all really excited to have you. Thank you.
Good.
The floor is yours.
Okay, all right. So thank you so much, African Center for the Study of the United States. Good afternoon to our dear friends in Africa, and good morning from North Carolina. I was certainly looking forward to being with everyone today in the physical in our beloved motherland, but as it turns out, the ongoing global pandemic has made that a practical impossibility for us. Nonetheless, I do believe that this very important diaspora conference is itself a tremendous example of what is possible for us in utilizing communication technology to mobilize African solidarity and collaboration around the world, transcending borders, nationalities, localized narratives, and varying resources. Now, my own narrative and story as an African-American growing up here in North Carolina is really going to inspire and inform much of what I'll be sharing with you today. For those who are familiar with the geography of America, you're aware that North Carolina as a southern state has been at ground zero of our struggle for freedom and equality in the United States. My parents and grandparents endured the socially and economically suffocating stranglehold of Southern segregation. Like many rural African Americans, my mother's father, my grandfather, was a sharecropper. He worked tirelessly on land owned by white farmers to support his family, chronically deprived of just compensation for his labor. And my grandfather eventually left sharecropping and moved his family of 14 to another town to work in a textile factory where my mother met my father. Now, my father was the son of a preacher and a star athlete in the area. He was also, by the way, the first Black student in his school to integrate the school when segregation was coming to an end in the South. He eventually went on to play football at the University of South Carolina, which again, if you know anything about the geography of the United States, you know that we're talking really about the epicenter of our struggle against discrimination and institutionalized racism. So there at the University of South Carolina, he was actually the first Black athlete to play a sport there, a varsity sport there. And then he later received an offer to play professional football from the Washington Redskins, which he turned down, to follow in his father's footsteps as a preacher. My father's preaching began in a cultural context very similar to most African Americans in the Black church tradition, but this soon changed. He again blazed a trail of racial integration by becoming the only Black pastor in a white church, and this was at a time when this was really a rarity in the American worship expression. We also moved to an all-white community where I attended an all-white school, and this deeply impacted my life. I found myself increasingly isolated from my culture and community. I frequently encountered unfettered racism in this isolated environment. And this cultural isolation produced in me a deep, deep desire and passion to connect with my African identity, culture, and history. I had a mother who, like so many Black mothers around the world, instilled in me a deep rootedness that Black is beautiful and that my heritage is a rich blessing to be embraced. I can remember being as young as 7 years old, I even brought this value set with me to school where I would color pictures that I noticed were always white characters and our coloring sheets with brown and brown skin and curly hair. And this is indeed was my way of exhibiting my own young expression of solidarity with my Blackness and the need to see it represented in our classroom materials. When I entered high school, I would intentionally turn off my mental engagement when we studied Europe, not because Europe was not something worth my attention and study, but because I noticed in classes where the focus was supposed to be world civilization, world literature, and world geography, 90% of our learning was hyper-focused on a Eurocentric worldview with perhaps only a few pages devoted to anything concerning to Africa. And then typically this was only Egypt with a focus on the Greek influence therein. So I'd ask myself, how can I take seriously the notion that Europe is 90% of world history, civilization, or world geography? I was in fact very much aware of the gross deficit of attention placed on Africa, or for that matter, the abundance of history in the diverse regions of Asia or Native American civilization. On the other hand, in my own time, I would spend hours and hours sifting through anything I could find pertaining to the motherland, studying African cultures and mighty civilizations such as Mali, Ghana, Songhai, Benin, Ethiopia, the Congo Kingdom, the Zulu Nation, and others. I discovered the richness of culture, history, grandeur, ingenuity, and civilization that was my own as a son of the African diaspora. Then I recalled I can recall as an adolescent reading Alex Haley's novel Roots. And I can remember just being heartbroken to encounter in such a vivid way how my ancestors were stripped of everything that was African and debased to an identity of superimposed cultural subservience. According to Ghanaian scholar Dr. John Alambela Azuma, approximately 80 million Africans were actually taken first in the Arab slave trade, with minimal trace today due to the castration of many of the men and taking of the women as sex slaves. And then, as was noted earlier, 12.5 million Africans were taken in the European slave trade, according to renowned Harvard scholar Dr. Henry Louis Gates Jr. Of these 12.5 million taken in the European transatlantic slave trade, 388,000 of us, again, according to Dr. Gates, were brought here to North America. And when we were brought to the Americas, we were forbidden to speak our African tongues of Twi, Mandingo, Wolof, Yoruba, Igbo, and so many others. We were robbed of our beautiful African names and told that everything African was savage and backwards. We were made to believe that subjugation was somehow a favor extended to us by European overlords who somehow rescued us from a primitive Black continent, or dark continent, I should say. And in this stripping of our African identity and raping of the African soul within us, a deep void was carved out of the African consciousness that I believe is a source of many of the ills that today plague our families and communities, from broken homes and disrespect of our women to gangs and prison recidivism. In fact, these social crises continue to be institutionalized through intentional policies that instigate and perpetuate criminal injustice, such as mass incarceration and police brutality, economic disparity, government dependence, fatherlessness, academic underachievement, health disparities, and we could go on and on. Institutionalized racism indeed remains deeply rooted in American society, both blatant and latent. As a product of this malignancy, many of the woes in our community, I believe, are a manifestation of the Black soul longing, searching, crying out to be reconnected with the stabilizing foundation and roots of our African identity. And by the way, all is not lost in our African roots. Indeed, our strong African souls could not be crushed. All one has to do is listen to African-American music or visit an African-American church to hear the deep, powerful rhythms and melodies of Mother Africa bellowing up from ancient to present, remixed with the ingenious flavor of the Black creativity that has preserved and lifted us above the most unbearable horrors we've encountered in the diaspora. Because our voices, we find, are indeed powerful. For when we sing, the world sways and rocks. When we speak, the world stops. When we stand up or kneel down, the world holds its breath to watch. And now we have genetic science and technology through companies such as African Ancestry. Note that. You can go to their site, africanancestry.com, which is unlocking the doors that were closed on our African identities and cultures. We're discovering that locked away in the cellular DNA of our sons and daughters of Africa is the story of our peoples from whom we were estranged. I discovered several years ago through African Ancestry that my fathers are of the Akan from Ghana, and my mothers go back to the Tikar of northwestern Cameroon. I've since learned that my genetic profile consists heavily also of people from Nigeria and Sierra Leone as well. But in spite of all of this, as I emerged into motherhood, or manhood as a young man in America, I began to observe that everywhere I looked, my people, African people, were suffering and relegated to far beneath our God-given potential, talents, collective capacity, and blessings the world over. I was grieved by the disaster and devastation that also befell our brothers and sisters in the homeland, ravaged by the blight of colonialism and neocolonialism. I studied Diop and others, becoming increasingly educated on how our societies, cultures, civilizations were torn apart, manipulated, and reconstructed to serve no interest but Western interest. And I began to dream of a new Pan-African reality that would overcome these debilitating vices to see my people rise again with resilience and vigor. This sense of African solidarity and Pan-Africanism, of course, is not unique to me. As I indicated, Africans in the diaspora have brilliantly preserved the foundations of our African culture and values. And we really saw a significant boom in this beginning in the 1960s as Black Americans began to learn more about our history and fight for our rights. A move of Afrocentrism emerged in the community with afros and dashikis, clenched black fists, African medallions, and the red, green, and yellow attire of the 1980s. And even the creation of holidays such as Kwanzaa with concepts rooted in the Swahili language. Even prior to this, there were prevalent Back to Africa and Pan-African movements led by the likes of Marcus Garvey and before him, W.E.B. Du Bois and Edward Blyden, who themselves were inspired by other diasporic movements such as the Jewish movement to reestablish its heritage in its historic homeland of Israel. For me personally, as the son and grandson of preachers, I was familiar with enduring Jewish heritage in the land of Israel dating back to the prophets, and I was familiar with the fact that they also were enslaved, alienated from their homeland by the Romans, demonized, scapegoated, and marginalized in Europe. So I drew inspiration from their successful preservation of their cultural roots and reconnection to their homeland, despite efforts by Europeans to also alienate them from their heritage. And while we have to acknowledge that some of these deep ties of common diasporic experiences have been drowned out in the polarizing politics of our modern times, I want to share with you an interesting quote by the founder of modern Zionism, Theodore Herzl. I'm going somewhere with this, if you'll bear with me, that I believe paints a powerful picture of the parallel of the common travails and aspirations of our two diasporas. And this is the quote from Theodore Herzl. "There is still one problem of racial misfortune unresolved. The depths of that problem and all their horror only a Jew can fathom. I mean the African problem. Think of the hair-raising horrors of the slave trade. Human beings, because their skins are black, are stolen, carried off, and sold. Now that I've lived to see the restoration of the Jews, I should like to pave the way for the restoration of the African." This is a passage from Herzl's book, Altnerland. And now, as an aside, I believe it's important that we note that this point does not suggest that African and Jewish are mutually exclusive, as there are hundreds of thousands who are of African Jewish heritage around the world. But I share this to stress that while there are real challenges to Pan-Africanism, which we must acknowledge, there are also examples that demonstrate it is a vision that we can indeed realize, albeit distinct and unique to us as Africans. The challenges of African unity did not deter African Americans historically who stood in solidarity with Africans on the continent to overcome colonialism and apartheid. It didn't deter the fathers of Pan-Africanism, such as Kwame Nkrumah and others who were educated at historically Black colleges in the United States and went on to fight for the dream of a free and united Africa. So I then asked the question from our perch today, what is the major impetus for this need to move forward with African diaspora, solidarity, and Pan-Africanism? Well, I believe the answer is rooted in a fundamental understanding of the international system, particularly from a legal, but also a political and cultural standpoint. The primary lesson we have learned from our history plagued with injustice in the international system is that domestic and international legal regimes require full participation by those who are under their jurisdiction, both in formulation and in administration, in order to fully self-actualize. And here are some examples that I want to share with you. African Americans particularly, we had no representation in matters that affected us, and there was no sovereign foreign power willing to assert or protect our rights at the founding of our nation in 1787 here in the United States. We had an elite group of wealthy white male landowners gathered in Philadelphia to draft the Constitution of the United States. And when the slave issue was addressed, it only was agreed that African slaves would be treated as 3/5 of a person in order to maintain the political balance of power between the North and the South in the House of Representatives of our Congress. And so we see that the controversy of the legality of slavery was in essence circumvented, right? But by implication, it was affirmed. And finally, after slavery was finally abolished in America by the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, Congress passed the 14th Amendment, which requires states to provide all persons with equal protection under the law. Nonetheless, in the notorious 1896 Supreme Court decision Plessy versus Ferguson, the court, consisting of all white male jurists, determined that segregated rail cars in Louisiana satisfied the equal protection requirements so long as they were equal in quality. So this decision essentially entrenched Jim Crow segregation laws in the South for nearly a century. Consequently, African Americans were denied representation in government, voting, juries, and other important positions, setting the stage for unjust convictions and extrajudicial killings with no legal recourse. Unfortunately, we have not escaped this appalling reality to this day. Now, historically speaking, these horrors materialized in the absence of any African American connection to a sovereign African continent to defend its progeny in the diaspora. Now, fast forward, and interestingly, civil rights for African Americans finally came about when newly sovereign African and Asian nations held levers of pressure and influence in the West's struggle against Soviet expansionism. This experience of the African diaspora, in fact, corresponded to what is happening globally, or what was happening globally in the African struggle for freedom and independence. In the same period, in 1884, European powers convened in Germany in the infamous Berlin Conference to plot how they would partition and rule the African continent. And the absence of African sovereign representation, although we wouldn't necessarily would have wanted to be there, but the absence of our sovereign representation in Berlin and other subsequent international conferences, such as the Bretton Woods Conference in 1944, produced an international system that pillaged the continent of Africa, crushing it in Western indebtedness and neo-colonial policies. I like to use the analogy of someone coming into a family's home and stealing most of their possessions. And when the family is later in need of those things, such as, say, a refrigerator, furniture, a television, or a laptop, the thief who has become enriched from the items stolen then offers to loan the victimized family money at exorbitant rates to buy the items back from the thief. Well, Western powers who convened at Bretton Woods to set up institutions such as the World Bank and the IMF now consider the forgiving of this debt an act of philanthropy for Africans. So what should appropriately be a negotiation around reparations has been spun as a discussion of Western aid, charity, and debt forgiveness. As Africans, I really believe if we work together in solidarity, we can reshape the terms and outcomes of this negotiation for the benefit of our people. Another example, in 1945, when states gathered to create the United Nations, few African countries were sovereign at that time to be represented and ensure that an African country had permanent presence and veto power on the Security Council. And we've seen the ramifications of this within the past decade with the Security Council against the wishes of sovereign African countries, sanctioning the invasion by NATO of a sovereign African nation and the assassination of an African head of state who happened to be a continental leader of Pan-Africanism, whether we agree or disagree with other policies under that regime. Similarly, Africans have limited representation on other agencies of international law, such as the International Criminal Court. Consequently, there's been a disproportionate and inequitable focus by the ICC on African countries, a pattern that eerily resembles mass prosecutions of Blacks in the American criminal justice system. So we see these chronic and systematic injustices against Africans can only be countered when we strengthen our own institutions and our own systems that promote our collective and individual interests while leveraging these collective efforts to assert a more advantageous position in the larger international system. Our potential as Africans to fully self-actualize and optimally contribute to the progress of our world will be through greater solidarity and unity. This, I would assert, is the premise of modern Pan-Africanism. Now, while I believe Pan-Africanism holds great promise for Africans worldwide and for the world at large, I soberly recognize that there are real challenges to this vision. And I will share these challenges, and then I will explore some corresponding solutions or proposals. The first challenge is that institutionalized racism, neocolonialism, and racial disparity are a reality that still undermine the progress of Africans around the world at so many levels. Secondly, the legacy of colonialism has breeded xenophobia and neo-colonial cleavages such as Anglophone versus Francophone and other divisions that are not organic to African identity. Next, colonial borders, instability, and corruption continue to stifle the potential progress and development of the continent. Fourthly, regional economic communities such as SADC, the East African Community, IGAD, ECOWAS, and other regional communities are inefficiently organized and overlapping in a way that impedes the effective integration of the continent. Fifthly, the African Union, in my view, has not gained legitimacy and effectiveness truly on the ground, often subject to political regimes that instead serve personal and/or neo-colonial interest. And these are real and sometimes daunting challenges that I believe But I do believe, by the way, there are some possible solutions that can help to remedy these challenges as Africans move forward. And these are the solutions and possible proposals that I want to float with you, and then we can have some discussion. In a reversal of history, I believe we need a new transatlantic enterprise and collaboration that converges the strategic position of the African diaspora with partners in Africa. According to a 2018 Nielsen report, the African American purchasing power alone is at least $1.2 trillion. To put that in context, that's over 20% of the GDP purchasing power parity of the entire continent of Africa, and greater than Africa's strongest economy of Nigeria, which is 5 times more populous than the African American population. Now, although the African American community is positioned as such in the world's strongest economy, we lack sovereign infrastructure, resources, and socio-political foundation of our African family on the continent. So the potential here of our partnership in business, culture, and policy cannot be overstated. It is immense. Second, we need educational initiatives and cultural exchanges that encourage the African identity and a shared Pan-African language such as Swahili. We even have African script and letters in the Ethiopic languages. A good example of the power of language in forging solidarity is the ability of people from all over the world to come and build a United States here around the common language of English. This is also seen in Israel with Hebrew, which is also a rallying feature and cultural cohesion within the broader diaspora in this community. In contrast, the European project is struggling with 24 official languages and the lack of a cohesive European identity. Now, that being said, the rich complexity and plurality of all of Africa's languages and cultures should be encouraged and celebrated, while we also promote a common African language of communication in lieu of perpetuating colonial identities and divisions. Asian nations, as an example, have gained leverage in the global space by bringing their own strength and heritage to the table, not by assimilating into Western identity and language. We also need an active and empowered Pan-African judiciary to protect the rights of citizens and businesses engaging in the continental space, most notably that created by the newly established African Continental Free Trade Area. The African Integration Project will, in my view, be ineffective without the corresponding legal framework and institutions to secure stability and the rule of law continentally. We also need the effective harmonization and efficient organization of regional bodies. This is especially true in light of the recent coronavirus pandemic and previous outbursts of xenophobia that have challenged the concept of continental free movement of people and goods. These problems are better abated at the regional level than trying to manage them in the continental space where culture and the capacity for governance is much more divergent. The reality is that regional economic communities still stand as the core building blocks of the Pan-African project, but a coordinated effort is needed to create an efficient geopolitical arrangement of the communities. There are presently 7 primary regional entities, and countries should choose one, whether that be SADC, the East African Community, IGAD, the Economic Community of Central African States, ECOWAS, the Sahel-Saharan states, or the Arab Maghreb Union. And finally, we need a Pan-African entity, perhaps a revamped African Union Council, Assembly, or Parliament that is elected by the people and also representing regional communities which transcend colonial divisions of the continent. I believe, in conclusion, this will help to build the local and regional legitimacy of the African Union, which is still the primary vehicle, and I believe into the foreseeable future, the primary vehicle of the Pan-African vision. So with that, I will conclude and I'll open up for any questions or comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ansel. I see we have 2 Q&A, 2 questions, and I'm also going to open up to the panelists on the side here if they want to say anything. But I'll just read them to you. The first one is from Martin Russell. Okay, I actually see there's 2 parts. Okay, actually there's one for Jamie as well. Let's just go to Martin's. Powerful presentation, Ansel, thank you. So he's got 2 questions. Actually one for Ansel, one for Jamie. Okay, and we can bring Jamie out as well. So for Ansel, African diaspora engagement, at least from a political lens from the continent, has predominantly focused on the finances of engagement. So for example, remittances and investment. But culture is open and muted in these endeavors. How do we curate and shape more meaningfully cultural bonds? You mentioned Jewish community culture is what we have put front and center of our diaspora story in Ireland. Do we need to build this more for African diaspora rather than talk of tapping or harnessing them? Very insincere vocabulary at work when we speak this way.
Well, thank you so much for that question and comment. I think is a very important comment. I believe there are programs that we can and should institute here within the diaspora. For example, we've talked about the African diaspora, old and new. Well, we can have camps and programs, summer programs for our youth here in the United States or the Caribbean or Latin American communities where we have the old African diaspora coming together with the new African diaspora, exchanging culture, learning about our rich African heritage, history, language, etc. I believe programs like this. I also believe that partnerships between historically Black colleges and universities and institutions in the continent can be critical in facilitating these cultural ties and bonds between our communities. I believe that business partnerships also can be a mechanism or a conduit for greater cultural connectivity beyond just the money, the financial aspect that you noted. I believe that in those business relationships, there's also a cultural exchange. But I believe that the concept or idea of academic educational programs in the summer around culture could be powerful in creating some of those bonds that I believe have immense potential for the African diaspora as well as the continent of Africa.
Okay. We have a second one that's come up in the chat here. And then Jamie's got some questions as well, so I'm going to put them to her. So it's from Numpulelo Shongwe. And the question is, powerful presentation and very insightful. Xenophobia threatens Pan-Africanism. What can be done to move towards Pan-Africanism in Africa?
It's a good question again. And as I noted, I believe that Pan-Africanism within the continent, as I understand it, has been promoted primarily at the upper echelons in the political realm. And I believe we need grassroots efforts. The Pan-African identity has to take hold on the ground. We need, again, educational initiatives in African primary and secondary schools where we're teaching, and I know that this happens largely already, but we need more of it, where the African concept is being taught in schools, where children are learning about other regions of the continent, where the idea of being African is being groomed in the minds of our next generation. And again, as I noted, maybe alongside teaching some of the other languages, I know there's this real craze to learn English, but why not teach Swahili? I think South Africa has taken an important step recently in adopting Swahili as a language of education in primary and secondary education. I believe this has to happen at the ground in the education system within the continent of Africa. Perhaps the African Union can take the lead in supporting initiatives that academic programs can incorporate continentally. I believe this will go a long ways in addressing the issue of xenophobia and helping to create a Pan-African identity. In addition, I do believe that the regional focus is something we need to get back to, and we need to do so in a more efficient way than what we've seen with the overlapping and somehow messy sort of conglomerate of entities that we now have in the continent.
Okay, thank you. Now we have one more. Okay, so this is from Ronnie Meeks. Ansel, thanks for the presentation. Can you speak to how the lack of leadership, can we have another one? Sorry, this is just covering it up. And from Martin Russell. Okay, so, sorry, I just want to go over here. Okay, can you speak to how the lack of leadership and corruption hinders solidarity?
There's certainly a leadership challenge. I do believe, though, that while this is one of the major challenges within our communities, is probably the challenge that we can most readily address, because I believe we all have the capacity for leadership. And that's something that we just really need to be intentional in grooming young leaders who have the vision for African solidarity and moving our continent forward. We need to get our minds off of materialism and more on the effectual progress of our community. And that's something that we have to build in our young people. And that's something that we have to encourage at both the institutional level, but in an interpersonal context as well. Leadership is certainly a need, but I would just challenge, by the way, those who are participating in this conference to take the mantle of leadership. Again, leadership is not something that we look to in some government building or across the sea. Leadership is something in each and every one of us. So if we step up to the plate and accept the mantle of leadership, then I believe we can turn the page of the African future.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your brilliant presentation. But there are voices that believe in many Africas inside Africa. And I think the question is, how would that work?
Can you repeat the question one more time?
Yeah, sure. So there are voices that believe in many Africa. There are many, I think what they mean is many versions of Africa within Africa. So how would that work?
Yes, I do believe in unity with plurality. And I think that's just something we have to stress, is that just look at African attire, the beauty of the different colors and threads. It creates a beautiful tapestry. And that is the beauty of unity and plurality. And I think we just have to celebrate that. We have to celebrate that Africa is a culturally rich and diverse continent of many nations and languages and groups and cultures and histories that we celebrate, but then we also collectively present and stand in solidarity in those rich cultures that we have. I believe it's just something we have to recognize. It's not mutually exclusive. We can be both diverse and united. And that is the beauty of our continent and our people, both in the continent and beyond.
Thank you. Then we have one more question, which I think is quite a significant one. So how do you suggest African Americans in Africa do business? Any practical frameworks? We have 2 minutes.
It's a great question. I believe that forums such as this are important to connect business enterprises. You have African businesses and African diaspora businesses that are engaged in enterprise that could be potentially partnered in a very powerful way, but they simply have not been connected. So I believe that institutions need to create forums and vehicles for transcontinental enterprise. There are chambers of commerce that transcend both continents, one of which I am a part of. And there are other entities, but we need more forums and organizations that will facilitate the connections between African business enterprises and African diaspora business enterprises. But I believe it's not something that I think that needs to be over calculated or forced. I believe that when we build those natural relationships, then the business enterprise will emerge from the relationships. But we need to simply create the forms and mechanisms and conduits for businesses to traverse the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean, so that we can see the emergence of these partnerships?
Actually, a number, we only have essentially 1 minute. There's a number of questions in the chat. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one more of those questions.
Okay.
Let's see which one we can take specifically. And then we can, thank you for your brilliant presentation. Sorry, I'm still in the questions. All right, so just, sorry, I keep going back to the chat, to the question, to the Q&A.
Okay.
Okay, for some reason the chat is not opening now. Okay, but there were quite a few. Oh, here we go. Okay, here we go. So, completely agree. How can we possibly decolonize Africa's systems through allowing and creating new indigenous prone solutions to our problems? Can the West support such initiative? Is it possible?
To decolonize?
To decolonize Africa, I think. Let me just, hold on, let me just close the questions again.
Okay, sure.
So every time I press Q&A, questions, it comes up as Q&A as opposed to the chat. Oh, wait, it's because I'm pressing chat. Okay, so how can we possibly decolonize African systems through allowing and creating new indigenous prone solutions to our problems? Can the West support such initiative?
Okay, well, let me take the latter part of that question.
Yeah.
And I think that it historically has been somewhat of a contradiction for Western interest to be the driving sort of force behind indigenous African emergence. I don't believe that that the continent should wait for the West, or that's sort of the basis of my discussion, or rely upon the West. I believe that the embracing of indigenous African projects and the affirmation of African culture, I believe it has to happen within the continent. And I believe when we embrace who we are and promote who we are with solidarity and strength, then the West has, or the rest of the world has, to come to the table. So I believe we just simply have to take that initiative within the continent as well as in the diaspora. Our destiny is in our hands. It doesn't turn on Western approval or Western support. And once we get a hold of that, then I believe that's when our true potential will be unlocked as Africans, that our destiny is in our hands. And we have to take the initiative. And then the rest of the world will respect and come around to what we bring to the table.
Thank you so much, Ansel. Can I just ask everyone put their questions in the Q&A, then we can see them a lot more easily. But thank you so much. As you see, a lot of fanfare here, some great questions. And thank you so much for joining us. Again,
thank you so much, Adam. It's a delight.
Thank you. We're going to go now for what is become a 7-minute break. And then we will begin with our first session. So go get a cup of coffee, go get whatever it is, your drink of choice, and we will be back shortly. We'll be back at around, the next session would start at 2:25. Thanks so much. Just going to pause the recording here. Okay, great. We're actually quite well on schedule, which is good. We're just like 1 slight minute behind. Okay, guys, thanks so much. Welcome back. I just want to check that one of our participants, I just want to see if Once More is, because Once More is going to be our, he's going to be our moderator. So I just want to make sure. Oh, yes. Okay, promote panelist. So just give us 2 seconds, because Once More is going to be our first moderator for our first session. It's just, okay, Once More is back. Let me just make sure. Yes. Okay, great. So this is our first session. So our two first panelists. The person who is going to be moderating the session is once more Mbeve, who is a research fellow for the African Center for Migration and Society. And once more, the floor is yours. And just to let you know that the focus of this session is African diaspora and global connections, which is a broader heading.
Thanks, Adam. Thanks for introducing me too as well. So our next speakers are going to be Vivian Shelu and Beiji Schumann. So Vivian is a cultural anthropologist whose work focuses on capitalism and diasporic mobilizations amongst the global south. A Facebook project focuses on the politics of profit amongst the extensive migratory circulations of Nigerian traders across contemporary commercial sites of Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. Lou is currently an African Studies postdoctoral associate at Yale University and incoming associate professor of anthropology at Fordham University. Recent publications include Agitating the State, Biafran Money, Memes, and Mobility for the Nigerian magazine, The Republic, and articles for Africa is a country, such as Biafra, Nostalgia, and Critic. So Vivian, you have 20 minutes to share with us your presentation, and you can start now.
Okay, thank you so much for having me. Just a clarification, I'm incoming assistant professor, not associate. But thank you so much for everyone once more for the introduction, and for the organizers. I really would like to go to WITS, so I'm excited to have this opportunity to participate virtually. And I hope this format will increase transnational conversations and intellectual exchange during COVID-19, but also hopefully afterwards as well. So I'll just dive in. I'm going to share my screen, which should have my PowerPoint presentation. Sorry. Let's see. Okay.
Great.
Does that work? Okay.
Yeah.
So in the last few weeks, you may have seen vivid recent scenes in the international media of Black Africans, many of them Nigerians, sleeping in the streets of Guangzhou, having been ejected or refused service from hotels and housing due to COVID-19 rumors. McDonald's corporate headquarters, for example, even issued an apology over a sign that explicitly singled out Black people for COVID-19 health concerns and refusing entry. So there have been a lot of different responses to these images and reports. Most immediately, many African and African diasporic voices have expressed outrage and concern on social media. The story was also quickly and widely snapped up by international Western media on major platforms, circulating headlines about Chinese racism and prompting countries like the United States to issue warnings to its own Black citizens in China. In response, you've also seen a variety of critics suggesting the account is being sensationalized and that these incidents stemmed from misunderstandings. Others have pointed to the hypocrisies of international news media, and particularly Western outrage, where the United States law enforcement, for example, regularly not only terrorizes Black people, but routinely kills them. Indeed, the Chinese government has a webpage that keeps track of deaths of Black people at the hands of US law enforcement, much more comprehensively than dominant Western media sources. Yet again, in these situations, Black suffering becomes a spectacle wielded for different geopolitical powers to size up each other morally and condemn the other, all the while sidelining the very real transnational connections of anti-Blackness and racism. So for the purposes of this paper, I want to quickly highlight two important lines of analyses that came out of various Nigerian and African critiques of the incidents. The first was criticizing the treatment of Black people in Guangzhou, while immediately contrasting the incident directly to the vastly different treatment of Chinese nationals residing across the African continent. Many have pointed out that Chinese nationals are rarely treated the way that Africans have been treated in China, and some have called for the symbolic retaliation of Chinese nationals living in Africa. So this point highlights the geopolitical landscape of China as a global actor, and also how bodies of Africans and Chinese nationals symbolically become sites where geopolitical critique of the Chinese state or African geopolitics can be expressed. Secondly, the other line of analysis I want to highlight is that the incident in Guangzhou is not a singular one. Indeed, the incident provoked much outrage across the broader African diaspora because precisely it falls within a broader pattern, both across time and geographic context, of the vulnerability and volatility of Black African migrant and diasporic life across the Middle East and Asia, along with the West. This analysis enables us to both historicize the event within a longer history of anti-Black violence, as well as the ways in which crises like COVID-19 illuminate the contemporary transnational geographies of race and nationalism. So this paper today, I'll consider how incidents like what we see happening under COVID-19 fall within this longer pattern and are part of ongoing processes of racialization. And I'll draw from ethnographic fieldwork amongst Nigerian diaspora in the Global South that I conducted in 2014 and 15 during the ongoing Ebola crisis in West Africa. Indeed, many of my interlocutors reported similar scenes of hotel rejections that we see today under COVID-19, and that endured during and well after the Ebola crisis in 2014. Furthermore, the paper explores how diasporic Nigerians understand moments like COVID-19 and Ebola discrimination in relation to a wider range of important events of racialized and xenophobic anti-Nigerian violence. So for those of you who don't know, hold on. Oh, there you go. Oh, sorry. So these were some headlines from April 2020 about COVID-19. So you see different, mostly from, these ones are from Western African media. And then, so for the 2014 global Ebola scare, while the constantly shifting waves of Nigerian movement across the global South are difficult to map precisely, some contours of this migration came into sharp relief during the 2014 Ebola epidemic. Tens of thousands of Nigerians regularly traveled to destinations across Africa, the Middle East, and Asia for educational and entrepreneurial purposes, as well as more temporary journeys for tourism and medical care. Nigeria, which is highlighted there in green, is a major site of origin of many commercial actors and trade sites across Asia and the Middle East, and they make up a significant percentage of African migrants living in those sites. So although the Ebola epidemic raged across West Africa in countries like Guinea, Liberia, and Sierra Leone, beginning in 2013, global panic didn't fully take hold until the first cases hit Nigeria, 7 months later in the summer of 2014. Suddenly, a subsequent series of Ebola scares struck places like Saudi Arabia, Brazil, Singapore, China, Vietnam, the United Arab Emirates, Turkey, India, Hong Kong, Sudan, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, and South Africa, in a very strange way, highlighting a highly dispersed landscape of mobility between Nigeria and the global South. Nigerian and other African diaspora actors across these sites were subjected to extremely publicized, racialized, and nationalized experiences of suspicion, scrutiny, and pathologization. Some Nigerians were forcefully quarantined, and some were put in terrible conditions without proper access to food, water, toilets, or communication before being deported without notice or explanation. As global locks fell into place, Nigerian President Goodluck Jonathan made public statements condemning the stigmatizations of Nigerians across the world. So here's some headlines from that time. And US presidential hopeful at the time, Donald Trump, tweeted about Ebola around 100 times, calling for flight and travel bans from West Africa, which is a logic we see, of course, extending to today. So in actuality, Nigeria's total number of Ebola cases did not surpass 20 people and resulted in only 8 deaths in its population of over 170 million people. At the time, you did see some more kind of liberal Western responses, including the voices of journalists and anthropologists that condemned news media for stereotypical Africa coverage. And they often cited other numbers to counter these racialized stereotypes, saying, for example, you're much likely to, more likely to die from the common flu than from an African with Ebola. This same liberal impulse has emerged in New York City during COVID-19, where researchers have shown that the major COVID-19 vectors into New York City were from Europe rather than from China. So this kind of typical liberal response uses the research and science to suggest that anti-Chinese, anti-Asian, where anti-African violence is unwarranted. And while these facts help us understand how the facts on the ground are often divorced from the readily available social explanations, they fail to address another important possibility. If COVID-19 had been brought to New York City by Chinese people, or if Ebola in 2014 had spread much more globally, would that then justify the harsh national racial profiling? If it's scientifically evident that Black people in Guangzhou are not a significant vector of COVID-19, nor Chinese people in New York City, then why did hotels continue to refuse service to Nigerian and Black African clients? Why did institutions cancel exchanges and events with African institutions, even in non-affected countries? Why did school children continue to mock Black classmates with shouts of Ebola? Why did landlords continue to evict Black tenants and commuters avoid Black passengers? So it's clear that such crises are less exceptional moments, but ones where ongoing racialized processes continue to rear their heads through crises and beyond them. So science can help demonstrate some of the fallacies of racism, but only if properly historicized. And it's clear that facts alone are not enough. So I wanted to use quickly anthropologist Nancy Munn's conception of events as a way to think about the spectacle of Black eviction during COVID-19 in China and the 2014 Ebola scare. So thinking about these moments as less unusual ones, but rather very stark ones or clarifying ones that exemplify ongoing processes of racialization. As news stories punctuate social media and daily conversations, globalized media scapes proliferate and enable the linking of dispersed incidents, or what Nancy Munn has called events. So just very quickly, events are moments where people articulate moments that are part of a larger world. They're formative moments that are infused with the, quote, ambience of potentialities or futurity as well as past. So these kinds of events and moments are key sites of the formation of translocal consciousness. And so rather than thinking about social worlds or identity as tethered to cohesive shared cultural essences, racial identities, or historical narratives, Munn argues that translocal consciousness emerges through everyday practices and these moments that quote, infuse the experience of a given event with past or possible pasts and futures. Thus, by considering Ebola as an event in Nigerian diasporic life across the global South, we can think about diaspora not as kind of a simply ready-made formation, but one that is constantly being remade through different political moments. So in Nigeria, and you can see this in Nigeria particularly, where in Nigeria, many identify as a variety of ethno-linguistic affiliations, regional affiliations, etc. And as they move out of Nigeria, strongly identify as being Nigerian. So as many of you might know, Nigerian migrants across Africa and other parts of the global South have garnered particularly notorious reputations in both popular and academic accounts. So you have movies like the 2009 global blockbuster District 9, South African films like Gangster's Paradise, Jerusalem, that famously cast Nigerian residents in South Africa as antagonists like drug gang lords. Academic accounts have often also succumbed to these descriptions of Nigerians. One, for example, saying kind of how, describing Nigerian men as, quote, displaying impunity, pointing to this insufficiency of South Africans to not only deal with them, but also their own deficit of public action, end quote. Scholarly accounts, and they often characterize Nigerian men, and in particular Igbo and Southern Nigerian men across the global South, as particularly ostentatious, aggressive, and loud, compared to other African nationals from other countries. Strikingly, such descriptions are also common in both academic and popular accounts of Nigerian gatherings in places in like southern China. So as we can see, in addition to racial stereotypes, there's also national specific ones that very quickly turn into ammunition against Nigerian migrants during politically tense moments. So in addition to these stories of discrimination during events like Ebola or COVID-19, there's also a wider circulation of social media, decrying the discrimination against Nigerians across the world. So here's an example, there's one of many, but this was circulating amongst Nigerians living in Dubai and Asia in 2013 during xenophobic tensions in South Africa, for example. So you can see, Dear South Africa, once we cried for the pain caused on you. So the meme is recalling how both Nigerian state and civilians supported Black South Africans in the 1980s and 90s. And the rest of the text of the meme saying, "But now we cry for you because of the pain you caused," calls attention to the loss of such recognition of solidarity. In 2013, anti-Nigerian tensions had been sparked by a drug-related death of South African, and then South African residents chased Nigerian residents, many of whom claimed to be unrelated to the drug trade at the time from their homes. So similar kinds of events have erupted across the world, including places like India, where one event will spark riots and violence and retaliatory violence against Nigerians and Black African residents. So for Nigerian diaspora, race and national stereotype are co-constitutive. Oftentimes, anthropology and social science compels us to pay attention to the intricacies of the local, right? What are local ideas of difference, race in relation to local ideas of ethnicity, colorism, caste, class, localized histories of colonialism. But in this paper, I want to show how these analyses must be unified with transnational economies of migration, geopolitical formations, national stereotype, and global media circulations. So I'm just going to conclude this paper with a story from my fieldwork. During fieldwork in 2015, one evening, I joined some Nigerian interlocutors in a suburb of Guangzhou in southern China. One Nigerian man, nicknamed Biggie, held what he called office hours every evening on the sidewalk outside of a grocery store, where Nigerian men from the neighborhood would gather, relax, drink, and browse the internet on Biggie's VPN hotspots and discuss. That evening, I visited Biggie's office hours, ended in a loud conversation about the hypocrisies of global media coverage on the deadly outbreak of the Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, or MERS, at the time, in 2015. One young man who had been browsing the internet quietly on his smartphone read aloud parts of a news article about MERS deaths in South Korea. Another man quickly exclaimed, quote, "You know, if this sickness was in Africa now, the way they'll mention it, the way they'll talk about it, you know, it's not the way they're talking about MERS. Like when the Ebola was there in Nigeria, the way they're talking about it, someone might even die before Ebola comes." End quote. Biggie then turned to me and said, quote, "If you're living in the word of the journalist, in the world of their words, and people believe that of their world, my dear, that person will die before their time." Someone interjected quickly, "Because of fear." And then Biggie continued, "But if you live with the word of God and try to know what God is saying concerning you, you'll know that all these things they're talking about, it's not for you." End quote. So like Biggie, many Nigerians living across the global South regularly recognized how the word of the journalist or stereotypes about them were not simply false representations, but enacted realities for migrant Nigerians navigating across the global South of racial profiling and national discrimination. In their work on the idea of racecraft, Barbara and Karen Fields have noted that, quote, "Race transforms one person's actions into another person's being. And even though targets may imagine their race as an identity, it's in fact an identification. That is, rather than conceptualizing racial identity as simply something that individuals identify with, or broadly at a societal structure, what Fields highlight is thus the structural and state dimensions of contemporary racecraft, so race as enacted. They use the example of the shooting of Amadou Diallo, an African immigrant who was shot by the police in the United States. While Diallo may have identified with a variety of nuanced ways as an African, as an immigrant, what ultimately determined his death was the fact that the police officers identified him as Black and dangerous. Focusing more on the processes of identification illustrates how race is enacted. That is, rather than attributing Amadou Diallo's death to his Black identity, focusing on the police officers' identification of him highlights race as an ongoing enacted process. Racecraft is thus at once unescapable, mundane, consequential, and ties together imagination and enactment simultaneously, similar to how Biggie describes the dangers of succumbing to the, quote, words of the journalist, or how Nigerians are stereotyped as they migrate and live across the world. So in conclusion, in this paper, I wanted to think about, what is new in these moments, but also what is not new, as some of our keynote speakers and introducers have already mentioned. So why do the same logics of layman exclusion reemerge in times of crises? So interconnected events across the world of experiences of anti-Black racial profiling show the workings of racecraft, or race as a process of identification in the context of global racialized communities. And so one, it's important to think about the West as an important actor, but also decentering the West as the only site of racial formation. And for this paper, I think it's important to consider not only national histories of race, but transnationally connected racial moments, rather. And so one of the things I wanted to point out in this paper was bringing in new sites like social media, memes, but also different stories that circulate amongst African diaspora, where people are very much in real time making connections of anti-Black violence, not just in the United States and the West, but also to Asia, the Middle East, and Africa, and how that's informing their understanding of contemporary geopolitics. So thank you very much. I will end there, and I look forward to your questions. Oh, sorry. I think, are you on mute?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm good now. Yeah. There's something happening with the, okay, is it fine now? All right. So you have only one question so far. I hope that more questions will come through. But the question is interesting presentation, and that's from Felix Mutunga. Interesting presentation, Vivian. Could you comment more on these experiences of Black pain and pathologization in the context of political contexts? I think you can deal with that question. Did you hear me, Vivian?
Yes, I did. So the question is about...
do you want me to reread it?
Yeah, sorry, read it one more time. Oh.
So, interesting presentation. Could you comment more on these experiences of Black pain and pathologization in the context of geopolitical contexts? All right. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. I think that might be referring to some of my introduction, but correct me if I'm wrong on the chat. But yeah, I think one of the issues that gets lost through a lot of the media frenzy around right now COVID-19, as well as during the 2013 to 15, let's say, Ebola scares was, how, the media scares were often very quick at pointing out racism. National medias were very quick at pointing out racism happening in other countries. And I think one of the things that was missing, with that, in constantly pointing out racism that's happening in other countries, what was often missing, I think, from that conversation is the fact that those reactions were actually transnationally connected. So in the case of the 2014 Ebola scares, for example, there was reporting in the United States of racism happening in different places across, let's say, Asia and the Middle East, and then very little analysis when then talking about the United States, right? Or I was also located sometimes in China, and you would see news reports, for example, in national media about Black Lives Matter in the United States, which of course is a very important issue, and then essentially very little on what was going on domestically. And so I think one of the things I wanted to pull out in this paper and thinking about these experiences of pain and pathologization is that, geopolitically they are seen as happening, often portrayed as happening elsewhere, but rather they are connected, and countries are taking note of how different countries are reacting to these so quote unquote crises.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. You have arisen a very sensitive issue. Okay, yeah. It seems that was the only question that we have. I don't know if there is more other questions from the.
Once more, just check Q&A. One question Q&A.
Oh yeah, there is one question. Right. Would you expand a bit more on the concept of racecraft, particularly as it relates to imagination? Do you think that that conception of race could be useful in building solidarity across racial boundaries? If so, how? That's from Jesse?
That's a great question. So the way that I initially had encountered the term racecraft through the Barbara and Karen Field's work was a way for them to really try and not just do, how do I say, like a bottom-up I quote what's seen as kind of identity politics of race simply being, as, let's say me as an Asian American person identifying racially as Asian, or at simply a structural level that's predetermined, overdetermined understanding of race where, these are the boxes, this is how society works, and that's it. The concept of racecraft, as you're pointing out, is much pointing out the imaginative dimensions and imagination, not just something that's kind of abstract and happening in people's mind, but that then completely informs everyday practice, the people that make up institutions, right? And it gives us a different sense that's less structurally overdetermining, but also not completely romanticized, like we can just change everything all at once. But by combining imagination and enactment of race, right? So race is practice as well as all of these other things that scholars have talked about. We can name and identify these moments where race emerges, and by identifying it, hopefully shifting conversations. So precisely as Jesse mentioned, I think that the conception of racecraft could help us think about different solidarities that happen across racial boundaries. So certainly when you see Nigerians connecting their experiences in South Africa, in India, in China to the Black Lives Matter movement in the United States, you certainly see that kind of solidarity, imaginative solidarity emerging, and a politics of solidarity emerging. And then it's also important to note there's also, of course, where these fall short. And so, it's not an over-romanticized understanding of that. There's still, if you're thinking about race in relation also to nationality, there's still ways that people can be discriminated in other ways, as Nigerians experienced in different places across the global South. So it's both, I think, productive, but also not to over-romanticize, and also know the limitations of any kind of solidarity building. I think I see some of yeah, it's okay. I think I see some of them in the Q&A.
Yeah. Let's take 2 more questions and then we can proceed to the next speaker. Yeah. I think we'll take one from JJ Liu. How does Nigerian identification within China extend to other Africans in China, e.g. Malians, Kenyans, Ghanaians, etc.? What is the effect of non-Nigerian Africans' attempt to distance themselves from these stereotypes and discrimination? How do these effects contribute or detract from a sense of Pan-African solidarity in diasporic populations in China and elsewhere?
Great. So that's a great question. I think certainly if you see amongst my own fieldwork, there were plenty of people, in southern China. I worked, if I spoke with people from Cameroon, Burkina Faso, Tanzania, etc., many of them would point to kind of Nigerians as a particularly visible, publicly visible community in China for a variety of reasons. And I think there are attempts to distance themselves, one through differentiation in terms of creating their own different national communities. But I think what is important to highlight is that, at the same time, many of them recognize the ways in which their struggles were interconnected. So when you see deaths of, for example, some Nigerian men who were trying to escape immigration raids in southern China, around those deaths, these different protests materialize, not just of Nigerians protesting, but also other Black African communities. And so, there is a process of wanting to differentiate, but also a recognition, and this kind of gets back to the field's formulation of racecraft, in thinking about race not as something that you not something that emanates from your own identification from it, but also includes the perspective of state actors, of law enforcement, etc. And so you have this kind of push and pull definitely going on.
Okay.
I see one more question, I think.
Oh yes, yeah, I think let's do one last question and then we carry on. Has Bollywood had an impact on presenting a positive image of Nigerians globally?
Oh, and I see one more too. I'm actually not sure about the Bollywood question.
All right.
Yeah,
okay.
I would love to hear what the person asking that where they're
okay.
coming from that. Mm-hmm.
Then I respond to the last one and then we continue. So thank you, Vivian. This has been excellent. Can you explore that idea of an event being understood as including possible futures and relate this to the racism experienced by Nigerians in China with COVID-19?
Yeah, thank you so much for that question. So absolutely, I think that one of the responses, one of the ways that this is an event is one of the responses by not just Nigerian, but other African governments you're seeing right now is a concerted effort to actually officially address the discrimination that's going on. So different African governments have been putting together responses that are actually calling the Chinese government to account for these experiences of Black Africans in China. And so I think that's an example where, this kind of possible future that's coming out is one where not just the citizens that are living, Black African citizens that are living in China can respond, but also their governments being a strong advocate for them as well. And so you see, I think, maybe an emerging politics that is much more about, I don't want to say reciprocity necessarily or retaliation, those aren't quite the right words, but where if their citizens, being in a position where if their citizens are being discriminated against abroad, they're being very real kind of political power and protection for those citizens in those sites. So even being able to garner up that kind of political support, I think suggests a new kind of moment or shift in how Black African migrants might be experiencing living in China, for example.
Thanks, Vivian. That was a great presentation. And so our next speaker is Peji Shumen, and he is a broadcaster, activist, and independent scholar from Johannesburg, South Africa. He holds a BCom in marketing and an MSc in geography, both from the University of the Witwatersrand, for more than a decade. Most of his work has involved fostering better relations between the South African Jewish community and the broader South African and African diaspora communities. This includes work in areas such as policy formulation, organizing campaigns against racism, xenophobia, and anti-Semitism, and hosting interfaith, intercultural, youth, entrepreneurship, and environmental events. He has published essays on the history of Jewish and African relations in the Jewish Affairs Journal and in commentary websites in Israel and the United States. In addition to this, he hosts a weekly current affairs show on 101.9 FM. So welcome, Peji, and you also have 20 minutes for a presentation and 10 minutes allocated for response to the questions that the participants would ask. And the floor is yours.
I think you all hear me. Okay, so we're just going to do this quick share screen thing so that everything comes up. Everyone can see that?
Yes, I can see from my side.
Great. Okay, so if there are any questions or whatever, you can put them in the chat, and we'll go from there. So yeah, thank you so much for that introduction. I really appreciate it. It's really great to be here, and thanks to everyone who helped put the conference together. It's really great to be here with people from all around the world on Skype. I know it's a lot of work, so well done, everyone. So yeah, my discussion is going to be about, it's actually going to follow on from some of what Ansel was talking about, earlier and actually expand on it. I didn't know he was going to talk about this, so it's a quite nice coincidence. And when we're talking about contribution and cooperation, Jewish and African diasporas and the National Liberation Project before independence. So just to give a quick context of what I'm talking about here in terms of the notion of diaspora in this particular instance, because obviously it's a flexible notion and comes across in different ways. In this particular instance, we're talking about diaspora as relates to people living in states and places around the world. So here we just have some maps. We've got different kingdoms and political polities that existed in Africa, as well as in ancient Israel. And those places existed until, depending on the context, different empires arrived and actually sort of helped get people, move them basically to different areas. So, for example, one of the first times that you see the use of the word diaspora is in the Greek translation of the Bible, and it refers to the movement of Jews out of Israel to Babylon, and then later by the Romans. And of course, diaspora, a similar kind of process when you talk about the transatlantic slave trade out of Africa, where you have a population moved out, and then people who maintain still that identity as they kind of are in the new place that they've been displaced to, still maintaining that identity. So that's just what we're going to be talking about is how those diasporas affect the state relations and also how they affect one another's relations. And the particular period that I'm going to be focusing on today is actually the 1950s and the 1960s, because this is a period where for a long time you don't have a Jewish state. That was the last time that happened was in the was nearly 2,000 years ago, and also most of Africa is currently under colonial rule in this period. And what happens is that Israel is voted into being in 48, and it's established as an independent country. And going into the 50s, you have this rolling ball of African states that start to become independent, throwing off colonialism. And there's this enormous increase in diplomatic activity in a very, very short space of time. So within a couple of decades, Israel establishes relations with 32 countries and actually becomes the biggest presence in Africa of embassies, except for the previous European colonies. And also the other way, you have African states establishing embassies in Israel, about a dozen or so. Interestingly, I just added this fact in because we have American guests, but a lot of them were in Jerusalem, most of them in fact, which is kind of interesting given the current American political scene. By 1965, most African leaders, major ones anyway, had actually visited Israel, and you have this plethora of friends for Israel in Africa, including some like Emperor Haile Selassie, Senghor of Senegal, Jomo Kenyatta in Kenya, Liberia, William Tubman, who actually plays an important role in getting Israel voted into existence in the first place. You also have some informal ties. So, for example, this picture here that I have up on the right is a picture of Nelson Mandela and his mentor, Walter Sisulu. And in 1953, Walter Sisulu decides that he's going to fly to the World Festival of Youth and Students, and he does a whole world tour, but he can't get out the country because the apartheid government has denied him a passport, and none of the airplane companies would take someone without a passport. So he gets on a plane with the state-owned Israeli plane company LL. So you can see some of those sorts of informal ties. Now, what's also interesting is that these ties are not really just on paper. It's not just about opening embassies and signing agreements and the kind of things that we normally think about in terms of diplomacy. So here's an interesting quote by President Julius Nyerere talking about one of the key elements of this engagement, and that's really around the issue of development, which was very important for African states as they're coming out of the colonial period. So just to give you some ideas about what we're talking about here. It really it was quite cross-continental. You're talking construction, agriculture, healthcare, youth movements became a big deal, engineering. Some interesting examples include the building of the Sierra Leone Parliament, which is a joint project with Israel, the creation of the Black Star Line in Ghana. There's a specialist eye clinic that's also built in Sierra Leone, and social work training as well in Kenya. So you can see kind of the cross-continental notions of development that happen. There's an organization in Israel that's actually created specifically for this purpose, not only in Africa, but almost exclusively in the early years. That's where they operated, a group called Mashav. There's a lot of scholar exchange, so a lot of African graduates end up at Hebrew University and Mount Carmel Center for Women in the Developing World. And also in places like safety and security, there's a lot of initial cooperation, which we're actually going to touch on a little bit later. But if you're looking in the military and the police, the first pilots in Kenya and Tanzania are trained in Israel, and also the first naval academy of Ghana. Now, the theoretical question around this is why? Why does this period actually create this intense diplomatic activity? And the stock standard view, which is a very relevant view in this field of study, is what we could call the geopolitical view, which is basically this: is that when Israel becomes an independent state in 48, it doesn't have a lot of friends. It's not very well regarded in Europe. It has virtually no relationship with the United States or Russia, for that matter. This is the Cold War. So these are all important factors if you're a small state that's starting to come about. And so African nations are an important potential diplomatic partner. As far as the African states are concerned, they have serious developmental challenges and they want to address them for their people, but they're also concerned about the issues of neocolonialism, because you don't want to have just thrown out the British, for example, and then ask them to come back in to help build the country again. So Israel is an attractive partner because it's a small, poor country, but it does have the developmental expertise to help build the society that you want to build. So this is a useful view, and it works very well and helps explain things in an easy to understand way. But it also has some limits. So one of those is that it's basically ahistorical. The assumption is that ties sort of arrive just as the states start being created, in effect, from a standing start. And also, it's not particularly useful today, right? State-driven diplomacy is not as involved as it used to be. The geopolitics of both the Middle East and Africa are not particularly the same as they were, so it's not helpful. And so we start thinking about what are other forces and other factors that we can think about as driving relations, both back then and which might have relevance today as well. So religion is one of them, the impact of socialist leadership, but obviously for this conference, we're going to be looking at the notion of diaspora and how it might be able to help us explain these engagements in the 50s and 60s in a different way. So in order to understand that, we're going to go back a little bit to sort of the early 19th century, thereabouts. You have these significant African and Jewish diasporas all around the world, and both groups are facing quite serious challenges: anti-Semitism, racism, colonialism. And one idea which becomes very popular is that these groups should have national self-determination. So the notion that people should have their own independent countries, their own independent states, and this will then support the populations that live there. You have your own military, you have your own diplomacy, you can build your own institutions, and this will reduce some of the prejudices that are affecting your group. And what's interesting is both the African and Jewish diasporas basically come to this conclusion around about the same time. So the first Zionist Congress for the creation of a Jewish state, Zionism is just the word that they use for Jewish self-determination, that happens in 1897. It's followed 1 month later by calls for an African association in Britain, which is the precursor to the first conferences around Pan-Africanism. So you can see very much that people are thinking along the same lines at the same time. Crucially, both kind of realizations actually happen in the diaspora. And the other interesting thing and crucial thing, I think, for the discussion today is that early on, each sees the potential for collaboration. We've already actually seen this quote today, thanks to Ansel. So we won't spend too much time on it, but you can see here, this is the founder of the Zionist movement, Theodor Herzl. This is the book that he writes, Alter Neuland, which is basically one of the canonical texts in Zionism, you know, up there with the top 5 of important ideas. And I think it was written in 1902. And you can see already that this guy is basically a journalist from Vienna, is already thinking in terms of the importance that these diasporas could play in helping one another achieve this national self-determination that they are after. You see it mirrored as well in Pan-Africanist thinkers at the time. So here's W.E.B. Du Bois talking about the similarities between the Africa movement, as he calls it, and the Zionist movement, and also talking about what he thinks Zionism is all about in terms of, as I said before, building up institutions, creating a country and a kind of set of structures that can help break through these issues that are afflicting people. If you carry on, you'll find that it actually continues right through the works of many prominent Pan-Africanists. Here's a quote by Marcus Garvey. There were many of them that I could have chosen, but this one is also quite nice because, again, it talks about this upliftment of Africa, comparing it to a Jewish upliftment. Marcus Garvey's followers were often referred to as Black Zionists. He was a very enthusiastic supporter of the movement and had many enthusiastic supporters in return. Edward Wilmot Blyden wrote an entire book on what he called the Jewish question, and engaged with it quite seriously as he tried to figure out his role in this. And if you look in other writings, Robert Delaney, the works of cultural workers such as Paul Robertson, you find this again and again. So it was a big deal in terms of Pan-Africanism as well, this engagement with the Zionist project and kind of thinking through what they can learn from one another. Now, what are the effects of this intellectual engagement? Well, I added this in just, again, for our American audiences. It's not strictly about a state, but it does, one of the things it does is pave the way for a lot of Jewish and African-American engagement in the civil rights movement. And a lot of civil rights leaders connected with a lot of members of the American Jewish community. And so there was a lot of crossover there, and you can see there a quote by Martin Luther King. But more importantly for the discussion that we're having is that it starts to frame the ideas about what African liberation looks like in comparison or not when dealing with Israel and the Jewish diaspora. So here's a quote by Jomo Kenyatta where he talks about sort of unifying Kenya using a kind of diasporic model that the Jews have used coming into Israel, and then the president of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, talking about the idea, this kind of shared history of Jews and Africans, and the fact that this kind of national project is now available to help solve some of those problems. And so you can see the sort of 50-year engagement intellectually starts to have effects in the post independence era. It's not just an intellectual engagement, which I think is important to look at, but you can actually see some more practical effects. So George Padmore was from the West Indies initially, and he ended up in Ghana. He was an important advisor to Kwame Nkrumah, and he had this idea that the African American diaspora could be an important source of funding for African development, basically by pooling funds and bringing them over. And again he spoke about it as similar to a campaign which actually still exists today called the United Israel Appeal, which is a Zionist campaign that allows diaspora Jews to donate money to Israel. And he saw that those sorts of institutions could be built up. As a result, he introduces Israeli Cabinet Minister Golda Meir and later Prime Minister to 60 delegates of the All Africa People's Conference in Ghana in 1958. And this gathering is kind of a who's who of revolutionaries and African nationalists and people who are just dealing with issues on the continent. And it's credited as being an important moment in the development of ties between Israel and Africa, because for the first time, Golda Meir is actually able to address a whole range of people who are about to have countries and independent states. And so she can actually talk to them and work through a bunch of issues. And she herself is from the diaspora, and George Padmore is, and you can see this engagement, how it starts to frame some of the concerns that that people have going forward. So yeah, so that's one element. Another one in the safety and security realm, which I thought I would mention, we did talk about it a little bit earlier in the discussion. So this is a quote from Russ McConan. He's from Guyana, and he was one of the organizers of the 5th Pan-Africanist Congress in Manchester in 1945, which was important in Pan-African development because it was just before the formal decolonization process. And he has a long quote here talking about, again, this African and Jewish experience. And he talks here about the handful of Jews and the Haganah movement, which you can see here in independence militarily. So what is Haganah? So the Haganah was an early unit in what we now call the Israeli Defense Force. And for African states, this notion that you had to have a secure state, particularly militarily, was very, very important because they may have been fighting in revolutionary wars, or you don't, again, want to have outsiders come in and affect the state of that you just built. So it was a very important part of their infrastructure. And so I just thought I would use one example because it's a South African conference, but there were a few. But this is a couple of tracts relating to the creation of the African National Congress's armed wing. So in the 60s, the ANC decides that they're going to take up a guerrilla campaign against the apartheid government, and they form something called Mkhonto weSizwe. And what you see here is two quotes, or three quotes rather, two from Nelson Mandela's Rivonia trial speech. So that's his famous speech that he gives at the dock at the Rivonia trial, and then one from his autobiography, Long Walk to Freedom. And he talks about someone called Arthur Goldreich, who had actually fought in the Israeli independence war in sort of the elite unit of the Haganah, which I had mentioned, called the Palmach, and how he spent a lot of time talking to Arthur Goldreich about military matters and structure and just understanding. And then the second quote is how he actually takes the structure of a different organization called the Irgun, which was sort of similar to the Haganah, but had its own politics, and how he structured Mkhonto weSizwe when he was creating it on the basis of the same structure as the Irgun. And he says a part of the literature that he reads, because he reads a whole bunch from China and Cuba and all over the place, Ethiopia. He also reads The Revolt by Menachem Begin, who was a leader of the Irgun and eventually a prime minister. And so this is how he starts to think about military matters. And you can see how this sort of engagement in a lot of other African countries leads Israel to be an important builder of the security cluster when independence comes. So again, like the diaspora thinking and contacts and engagements help to foster these kind of relations. So in conclusions, there is this important interaction in the 50s and the 60s. And while the geopolitical understanding is absolutely crucial in understanding how this period came about, you can actually extend it by having a look at the notion of diaspora, and you can actually see a 50-year at least engagement before the post-independence period, which actually helps us to frame and understand these relations. And I would sort of go so far as to say also helps to give us some sense of relations today, as some of those relations have started to kick off a little bit. I've got my email address there. If anyone ever wants to send me something, I'm very happy to do it. I have some articles on this that I've written for this and for others, and I'm very happy to share that and take engagements. But thank you very much for listening, and yeah, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Beji. You do have a few questions, and we'll go into them. The first question is from Rom, and it says, thanks for your presentation. It is indeed true that African diasporians can learn from the Jewish community. Please forgive me if this is a departure from your main objective. Ansel mentioned the buying power of the African-American community. The Jewish community has done a great job of having its money circulating within its community. And it is said that the money spent within the Jewish community remains in that community for up to a month, and in Black communities, less than 1 day. Can you speak to this and what African or African-American communities can learn from our Jewish brothers and sisters around the benefits of money circulation as a means of African or African-American liberation? Also, any resources you can show for my learning.
So Rome, thank you very much for that comment. I appreciate it. So I have had this discussion with a few people before, and I think there's actually already some very nice indigenous institutions that actually exist in South Africa. We have something called a stokvel, which I think a lot of people will be familiar with, which is a kind of a saving scheme where people put in every month, and then after a certain time you get to buy something out of the stokvel if it's your turn to buy. And what's been really gratifying for me to see has been that stokvels are now going from being consumptive institutions to being productive ones, where people are buying land, they're buying shares, they're buying other productive assets. And I think that that's a really good sign that we're starting to see, as you say, money being sort of usefully used at a grassroots level. I mean, an analogous thing that we have in the Jewish community is what we call a chamach, which is basically a free loan society. So if there's someone in the community who has, for whatever reason, they want to start a business or they're just struggling with school fees or whatever, people can get a free loan, which is actually a concept which is a religious concept. If a Jewish community gets set up, they actually have to set up a free loan society as part of their religious obligation. And it just helps, I think, if people find themselves on hard times to get them back up. And I think that these kind of systems can be very effective in helping to in helping communities get over difficult times like Corona that we have at the moment. I can say in our community now, Gamachs have been very active in trying to get people through this difficult period, and I don't see why we can't have them in other communities as well. As for other resources, my email is there. Feel free to send me an email. I've got some stuff I could send you. Be very happy to do that.
Great. And then there is another question. Can you speak to the movement to push a bi-nationalist solution in Palestine by people such as Judah Magnus and Ralph Bunge? What are or were seen as the limitations of the nation-state model as bring about rights and security to diasporans?
So yeah, thank you, Krista. There's quite a lot in there. In terms of the binationalist solution, so early on in the Zionist movement, there were binationalists, but for a variety of reasons, which I won't go into, which are political, and I'm happy to give you some. If you email me, there's some quite good writings on binationalism in this particular issue, and I can give you. But basically, politically, it was felt like it wasn't a solution that could work. There are some interesting ideas around confederation at the moment. If you look at some of the contemporary debates around this, joining in with the Jordanians and stuff, although I think we're probably quite far from that just right at the moment. In terms of limitations, look, I think the problem with state-based solutions is that it's only as good as your state, and where we've seen state-based failure, particularly in Africa, the state becomes actually an agent of not securing rights and security. And so your statecraft around how you build things and how you get things done, I think becomes very crucially important. And I think that's a big limitation about about where we think about these things. And then, of course, the importance of protecting minorities. States, especially if they take on a majoritarian character, can be very problematic for minorities. And so you need to have protections, I think, to make sure that that is taken care of.
Okay, let's do, I think, 3 more questions. We have time. Okay, I'm going to pick some of the questions that I think, so from Malipo. So thank you so much for your presentation. We can see the division among the African leaders. What can we do to unite again the African leaders like our icons?
Thanks for that. I did see Namata just asking about Israeli attendees at Bandung. So
yeah.
Namata is very interesting question. It's part of that isolation. Basically, Israel was excluded from Bandung because at the time it was at war with a number of Arab states, and they were part of that third world group, and so they weren't able to go there either. So that also was an drive for the African diplomacy. Malipo, so I think that in terms of this, it's not so much about necessarily African leadership, which is obviously important in terms of uniting, but I think that there's a more important grassroots thing that needs to happen amongst Africans in general. I speak as a South African, and we sometimes are not so good at seeing ourselves as being part of the rest of the continent, or even, quite frankly, as part of the rest of the region. And I think that initiatives that we're starting to see now that are promoting trade and promoting engagement and that kind of thing is actually probably in the long term going to be more important than any kind of unity between different African leadership. We need to get people, I think, trading with one another, engaging with one another, building institutions with one another, and I think that will help with the unification project on the continent.
Question. So this is from Wilmot Allen. Thanks, Paige, for the informative presentation. I think in all of our conversations, it is important to be open, the tensions in order to build authentic collaborations now and in the future. For example, cultural ignorance and sometimes disrespect must be addressed between African Americans and Africans on the continent. Any views on the historical tensions regarding Israel's ambivalent relationship with apartheid South Africa?
So thank you, Dr. Wilmot. Dr. Allen, I really appreciate that question. And I do think that cultural considerations can play an important role. And even if you look, actually, I mean, I wasn't able to cover it in this particular presentation, but I can send you my paper that I wrote on this. Israeli culture is quite different from African culture, and even then, when they were doing these development projects, there was quite an issue, culturally. So you do have to be quite careful when you think even diaspora and even within your own diasporas, thinking about that. On that question of apartheid South Africa, so I think that's a really relevant question, and one that tends to come up in the discourse around South Africa quite a lot when you talk about Israel, and I think it's quite an interesting point, right? I only did this particular period up to 1967 because of the nature of this conference and what I was being asked to present on, but there's a whole nother history about this where all of this diplomacy with the African states eventually fails because of war and because of Arab oil boycotts and because of all sorts of things, which basically cuts off Israel from its African relationships much later on. And what you see in the beginning of this relationship that I've been talking about up to now is quite an aggressive relationship with South Africa and apartheid at that stage. So, for example, during this period that I'm covering now, Israel has the most votes against South Africa in the UN. And in fact, it gets so bad that at one point the apartheid government starts threatening the local Jewish community here over Israel's actions abroad. Subtly, but it's an important moment in the Jewish history of South Africa. And it's only after the break with Africa that you find the relations with apartheid South Africa becoming more intense. And look, I don't think that anyone defends those relationships anymore. In Israel, it's seen as a failure of diplomacy. But from about the early 90s onwards, that they're able to repair that relationship somewhat. But I think we live with the memory of that particular relationship from the 70s and the 80s, which was when Israel and South Africa were much closer, and we tend to forget the relationship from in the 50s and 60s where it was much worse. So it sort of goes up and down.
Thanks. That was the last question. There's many other questions, but the time doesn't allow us much. But can I take the chances and ask you one last question? So from your own perspective, you know that South Africa, similar to the United States and other countries, in any political discussions, race becomes a key thing in these discussions, or we think about decolonization and stuff like that. So how do we go forward in that sense? How do we go forward? Do we go forward as different races, or do we go forward as one race? And how do we work that around if we speak decolonization, for example?
I think race is a huge topic, right, all by itself. And obviously, in South Africa, you can't have a good discussion without that coming up. I mean, my own personal opinion, which I probably don't think it would be very popular, but whatever, is that I think that race itself is not a real thing. We know genetically it's not a real thing. We know that it doesn't have any impact on people as people. What we do know is that it has socioeconomic effects because people organize around it. And so I think what we need to be doing is ameliorating the effects of racial policies that are a big part of the legacy of our country in particular and our continent, without incorporating racial policy into how we govern ourselves now, because it's just fundamentally bad policy. And so I think we need to think of ourselves as more than just racial, because obviously that's a big part of how our society is structured. But people have religious elements to how they are, and gendered elements to how they are, and national characteristics and cultural characteristics. And I think we need to take that into account when we deal with public policy. And I think what South Africa is a giant, awesome testament to the failure of the organization of society along racial lines. And I think there's much better policy options that we have out there that we should be using if we're going to get the continent growing and driving in the right perspective and right way.
Thank you so much for that. That was quite a fantastic presentation and engagement. Now we are going for a break. I'll give it back to Adam.
Yeah. So I think we have time for a 10-minute break. Just to plug what Hunter was plugging earlier, just before we went into, just during the break while we weren't recording. We are going to be having a webinar series based on, and just by the way, thanks Benji and Vivian for those presentations as well. I think we've gone to a very swimming start, and I think the day is going to become more, even more stimulating as we go on. But just to go back to what Hunter was saying earlier about the webinar series, we are going to be starting a webinar series in early June, from 9th of June. We've actually got 3 sessions lined up within June, all very different, all very diverse. You can check them out on the first of all, so it's connected to the program, but you'll see on the program there, you'll see there's a bar that says webinar series. So you'll see 2 of them. We're going to add a 3rd one now. And so essentially it's going to be throughout June, and we'll be running them until around August. So please come back for them. So yes, so we have a 10-minute break, and then we shall pick up at around 3:45. Thanks. And Hunter has shared it in the chat down there. You can take a look at the webinar schedule down there, which will be edited and which will increase now. Thanks, everyone. Hi, Krista.
Hi.
Give me 2 seconds. Hold on. Okay, let's resume now. Just to double check, you can hear me now, right? My sound is good. Hello?
Yeah, Adam,
Yes.
I can hear you.
You can hear me, great, fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going on to our next session. See, Krista's raised her hand. Krista, could you just write in comments as well? Just so I can see your comment is. Okay, so we're going on to our next keynote speaker. I see Mickey isn't actually present here, but we do have her paper. Okay, sorry. Audio is misbehaving again. Okay. Gilbert has also raised his hand. Can you guys just write in the chat just so we can see comments? Okay. So Mickey isn't here, but we do have her paper. And Felix Matunga, who's my fellow postdoc in the African Center for the Study of United States, will read it. So he'll introduce Mickey and read it. Hopefully Mickey will also be able to join us later on. There was a video of her presentation, but we only received it now, so, okay. So Felix, do you want to introduce Mickey and then read the paper?
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thanks again for being part of this conference. So I'll just introduce Mickey and then proceed to read her paper. So the title of our paper is The COVID-19 Encounter and the State of Africa and the African Diaspora, Our Challenges and Opportunities. Mickey Mwanzia Costa is an associate professor of history in Africa and the African diaspora at the University of Texas.
Felix, will you just raise your volume?
Okay. Mickey Mwanzia Costa is an associate professor of history in Africa and the African diaspora at the University of Texas, located in Tyler, Texas in the United States. She has an MA and a PhD in history from Rice University. She teaches a variety of undergraduate and graduate courses specializing in African American and African histories and historiography. She regularly presents her research at conferences nationally and internationally. Additionally, she has published in peer-reviewed journal articles, book chapters, dictionaries, encyclopedias, proceedings, and reviews on Kenya, Africa, and the African diaspora. Our manuscript, The Power of the Oath, The Making of Mau Mau in Kenya, 1952 to 1960, examines nationalism, ethnicity, and gender by exploring radicalized ritual ceremonies used during the Mau Mau War. She's also the co-author of Hip Hop and Social Change in Africa, Ni Wakati. She co-edited the 2-volume book series entitled Kenya at 50, Challenges and Prospects Since Independence. She's currently working on 2 projects examining the politics and culture of environmental change, development, and tradition in rural Kamba communities in Kenya. So, as I said, Mickey's paper is titled The COVID-19 Encounter and the State of Africa and the African Diaspora, Our Challenges and Opportunities. So I'll just read the paper verbatim. Greetings, thank you. I am Mickey Mwanzia Costa from the University of, okay, probably I should just keep this. Okay, she would like to give a special thank you to Wits University in South Africa, all conference organizers, sponsors, colleagues, students, and others that have played a role in making this conference possible. Additionally, she thinks it is wonderful that as conference organizers and sponsors quickly made the decision of pushing forward with this gathering in a way that would allow us to still safely connect and exchange ideas, which she thinks is needed now more than ever, despite the current COVID-19 pandemic situation. So the introduction of our article. I sincerely appreciate the invitation to share my current interpretations on our current situation. Thank you. My address title is The COVID-19 Encounter and the State of Africa and the African Diaspora, Our Challenges and Our Opportunities. This topic is not a complete break from the symposium last May 2019, where Wits University, in partnership with the African Center for the Study of the United States and the African Renaissance and Diaspora Network, discussed the topics of African Year of Refugees, Returnees, and Displaced Persons and Intersections. Today, we will continue this discussion on issues of Africa and the African diaspora in light of our unplanned COVID-19 visitor. Of course, the pandemic presents us with a new twist to last year's discussions. Now, we look to address how a field that was previously defined based on the clamor of movement, migrations, returns, and flows have in just a few months fell silent. The closing of African borders and borders in the African diaspora has forced people to rethink the notions of home, a theme that will invoke even more scholarly debate. This COVID-19 moment has created different African experiences that will definitely serve as areas for future scholarly study. African people in the world are dying from the disease at a much higher rate. But what is the relationship between the deaths and years of segregation, discrimination, outcasting, inequalities, and devaluation for many years in the past? Racist policies in all spheres of life have disadvantaged Africans, making them more vulnerable to diseases and other disasters. And the connection between Africa and diseased continues, as we are seeing in the case of COVID-19. In China, Africans in that diaspora have been labeled as the people spreading the disease. Therefore, they have been discriminated against, evicted from homes and hotels, and even refused service in shops. Others have reported cases where their passports were confiscated, subjected to compulsory COVID-19 testing, and forced into quarantine despite testing negative. They did not know earlier that they would find themselves displaced on the streets in China. In other African diasporas, COVID-19 is also forcing many to confront the realities of their varied and sometimes toxic environments, raising new concerns about racial discriminations in health and economic systems. A study by the UK Office of National Statistics reports that Black people are 4 times more likely to die from coronavirus than their white counterparts. This trend is similar in the US. For example, African Americans in Louisiana account for 33% of the total population, yet Blacks account for 70% of COVID-19 deaths in the state. In the United States, there are close to 100,000 deaths, and approximately 60% of the cases reported by CNN News are Black and brown populations. On the African continent, COVID-19 has many questions. On the African continent, COVID-19 has many questions how to best protect home. As countries like Madagascar offers a vaccination, Africa is also attempting to manage external threats. When the French researchers Camille Loach and Jean-Paul Mira portrayed the public health situation in Africa as an opportunity to conduct BCG trials, they anticipated that the disease would spread like wildfire across the continent and kill people like flies. This, according to them, was an ideal situation for drug testing because of the high level of exposure and huge size of the sample. In short, COVID-19 has created a set of new conversations, issues, and possibilities for us to consider in our treatment of Africa and the African diaspora. This is exactly why this conference gathering is important. There are a lot of questions. What do these COVID-19 virus trends say about Africans and African diaspora? And how are African people, all of her people, positioned and perceived in the world? How do Africans perceive others, especially in light of this situation? For example, will it alter Africa's relationship with China? And what is then our scholarly way forward at this very uncertain moment, a time where economic pressures and drops in student enrollment has contributed to university changes from different modes of instruction, virtual, online, hybrid, or face-to-face, cut programs, cut positions, and university closings. With this, I turn to some of the different challenges and opportunities for scholars studying Africa and the African diaspora. Challenges and opportunities. Challenge number one, how do we deal with the new levels of racism and discrimination that has resurfaced so far with this pandemic? Troubling reports on racial inequality, injustice, discrimination, and death in the African diaspora. As raised, there are new cases reported that continue to show mistreatment, abuse, discrimination, and death based on Black and brown skin color and all connections to Africa. Was this virus designed to decrease the world Black population? Why does the media say or claim it is impacting Blacks more? Was the virus an attempt to decrease the world population with a special invitation for Black and brown people? Where did it originate? What will be the aftermath on Africa and the African diaspora? What is true and what is false? This pandemic moment is making people question and seek historical and political context and background information. There is a surge and a thirst for wanting to know how people are doing in different places, how people are adjusting and living. In the USA, 2019 represented the 400-year mark of slavery in North America. With this change came loud voices of reparations and the need for healing. However, the subsequent years were full of struggles as racial discrimination and violence increased so severely that it created a moment called Black Lives Matter. However, racial violence and abuses has been the long history in America. It has been an untreated sickness that has been left without a cure for centuries. But with Black resistance has come new levels of hate and violence. I think we will look back on with disgust on the outright shootings that have happened in the last few years. We will review this past with our present frames like we do know when we view historical documentaries. This is also a good time to think about how we have analyzed Africa and the African diaspora and our categories for analysis. What has this new COVID-19 moment taught us so far about the unity or disunity between these communities? Will we see a shift from new African diaspora communities, like in China, come home? We have seen this already on small scales, like the return of the Kenyans that were being discriminated against in China. If there is an after the virus, will these groups return back to China? Or will we see the Western world offer incentives for African populations to come from their current homelands to heal and rebuild their societies? Opportunities. Number one, we have an opportunity to address the very visible new racial crimes and discriminatory practices because many were structural and system-related inequalities that have now been revealed worldwide. Number two, we now have an opportunity to provide our own narrative from our own positions. The African voice has an opportunity like no other time to sing. Number three, this time is an opportunity to question authority and controls intellectually and spiritually, moving without boundaries and restrictions. The rules are changing, so this is an opportunity to move one's position. Challenge number two. The COVID-19 has shown the fast pace of information flows through social media and knowledge creation and the importance of time. Where does scholarship fit in this new environment? Historians like myself are often interested in the major breaks, events that create a break from the current direction. We look at the moments of discontinuities as often major historical moments that create a shift from the normal occurrences. COVID-19 is a major break. We will always remember this time because we will witness a major change and shift. There has never been a better time, in my opinion, to study and write on Africa and the African diaspora. It is time. If you reflect for a minute, note that there has been a slow revolution or change manifesting for decades and in the last few years. This is happening worldwide. We know the internet and social media has now allowed us to exchange ideas and information faster than ever before. So fast that we seek applications like WhatsApp, tweaking their functions to prevent the number of forwards of a given message, video, or link. These technological developments have been a force, knowledge and information, whether fake or not, as fake or somebody's truth. The masses are dealing with our debates of what is truth, and we know the struggle with this definition. Nevertheless, information is being passed and people are now creating narratives and conclusions fast. This brings me to our challenge of technology and the dissemination of information. Knowledge is being produced fast and without our rigor and peer review procedures. I know there is a place still for our monographs and books that of course are based on years of research material, but there is also an increased need to work with a new level of flexibility, offer advice and positions, reflections and insight when possible based on our areas of specialization or based on generalizations. So the opportunities. Opportunity number one, we may need to start varying the type of information we produce and how we produce it so that we offer timely insight. The monographs and studies that we normally write are valuable and must continue, but there may be an opportunity to write a different reaction of commentaries or pieces that offer our perspectives to current events. Number two, we have to improve or expand our skills, including our ability to use technology and various forms of media. This also means learning new skills like how to teach different types of classes online and how to even do field work virtually. Number three, we have an opportunity to expand our audience. Perhaps the phase our new students are changing. Who are we writing for now? Who are we educating? Challenge number three, the fear of the unknown. How do we continue our important work, especially field work in Africa or the African diaspora? Can we do scholarship without our universities or funding? With the arrival of COVID-19, we have witnessed struggling and collapsing economies worldwide. For university educators, this includes the restructuring of educational modes, downsizing departments, universities closing, and the like. It is only natural to question, how would I do my work in the absence of my current institution? And for those with positions, there may be questions on how to work with students with social distancing, in which everyone everywhere is assumed to have it and should be avoided. Likewise, we are asking, how do we have our research and programs, especially if based in Africa or different areas in the African diaspora, funded and even attended when borders are closed and very few flights are operational internationally? We have witnessed recently a situation that has shown our worldwide vulnerabilities and our inability to control environments despite all of our science and technology. We have been trained to know through our studies and research. However, our 2020 plans across the world have been put on hold. We do not know and may not for a period of time. However, this time of uncertainty is perfect for reflection and strategic planning. This is a perfect time to think more about how we have seen our work and how we do our work. So, what are the opportunities? Number one, embrace the moment. Take time to re-strategize and reflect. Perhaps this is a time to try something new related to the field of or study, a new area that will complement your existing expertise. Maybe create your own organizations and or collaborate more with different entities to find new paths to create knowledge on Africa and the African diaspora. Get in position and be ready for change. Number two, this unknown moment can be a time to try to also farm up and shape programs, policies, curriculums, and practices. It will be an opening moment where leaders and decision makers are exploring and weighing options to react and respond to the possible changes ahead. They often seek the experience and expertise of scholars to assist with strategies, and approaches. Conclusion. As I conclude, I would like to mention that this moment, although full of uncertainty and change, can also be a time that that we rethink our current situations on the state of Africa and the African diaspora. For all challenges, we can find opportunities. With this, I think that maybe another big change coming as a result. With this, I think there may be another big change coming as a result of our COVID-19 visitor challenge. A shift or perhaps a new coming together of the old and new diaspora returning Black to the African continent. There was evidence already in the case of Ghana. In September 2018, declared 2019 as a year of return to commemorate the 400th anniversary of the arrival of African slaves in America. The year-long initiative was organized by the Ghanaian government with close consultation with the African American Association of Ghana. President Akufo-Addo called on people of African descent to return to their home continent in a major landmark spiritual and birthright journey. The campaign positions Ghana as a key travel destination for African Americans and the African diaspora. The effort was to also economically position Ghana, creating more jobs and investment opportunities for Ghanaians. In response to the president's call, visa applications to enter Ghana went up 900% in 2019. There was a full calendar of social events and festivals, about 200 events in total around the year of return. According to the Washington, D.C.-based Brookings Institution, consumer spending on tourism, hospitality, and leisure in Africa was projected before the virus to hit $262 billion in the next decade, up from $124 billion in 2015. The model presented by Ghana is being used as a foundation for other African American groups living in African countries interested in offering paths far more in the diaspora, for more in the diaspora to return. I am involved in one such initiative in Kenya, working the African American group in Kenya and the Kenyan government. I suspect with the COVID-19 situation and the increasing abuses, neglect, and death of African populations outside of the continent, it is very possible that there will be a new demand and interest of Africans from both diasporas to want to reconsider home. As scholars, there is another opportunity for us to help in the facilitation to open more African countries, working with the African leaders for the return of not just African Americans, but all persons from the old or new diaspora. This means helping policymakers and leaders understand the long history of the various diasporas and the fluid notions of homeland and belonging. This means offering citizenship and a welcomed homecoming. The process like Ghana, these diasporas will now contribute in various ways, economically, educational skills, services, and experiences to the African continent. This is particularly important for the old diaspora communities who should have an opportunity to return to Africa. Finally, take this moment to watch the show safely. We are all following the developments and unfolding of our COVID-19 visitor. We are still waiting for it to share its real purpose of the visit, which may not come out until the very end. However, what is clear from this opening few months is that the virus and related economic fears are uncovering fears, beliefs, prejudices, and hate that were hidden or unspoken about Africa and its diasporas. However, we have also seen cases, unity, love, and survival. And for Africa and the African diaspora moving forward, the current situation offers Africa a moment to reposition itself as African leaders and decision makers revisit the relationship they want with themselves and the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thanks, Felix. Mickey's just actually managed to join us for the Q&A. So if you guys have questions, she is here. So if anyone has questions, Vicky will just unmute you. Okay. Hi, Mickey. Okay. Does anyone have any, how are you doing? No, good, great. Does anyone have any questions from their side? I think some people might have battled to, here we go. Please tell us more about what fluid nature of homeland.
Okay, hi, everyone. Just because I'm here, actually, I've been with you guys all afternoon. I think I was logged in under someone named Gilbert because I just followed the link that was sent. So I'm happy to be here. I feel like you did a great job. All right, so thank you for your comment here. This is a very important one. There's a lot of levels here, but essentially, I think that it means we're looking at communities that can change this notion of home depending on different times or places and circumstances. And what I'm trying to say or show here is that there's a dynamic nature to home. For example, I was just talking last night, matter of fact, to a group, and we were talking about home and how the old diaspora is actually in some ways the new diaspora for those that have, say, relocated to African countries. In the case of some African Americans that have moved to Kenya. So we found that we're in this loop of trying to understand homeland. And I'm using this as an example to show that it can change over time. Thank you for your question.
Here we go. Yeah. Please speak, hold on. Okay, please speak to the differences in experiencing COVID-19 by African Americans and Africans on the continent.
I missed, can you repeat that? And I don't see
Yeah, sure. Okay, I'll repeat it.
Chat.
Please speak to the differences in experiencing COVID-19 by African Americans and Africans on the continent.
Yes, I see. Okay, thank you for that question. That's a really good one, of course. I would say, I mean, of course, I can't give all of the different scenarios, but this is what I can communicate based on what I've seen or know so far. What we're seeing, I think a lot of it has to do with location. So in the case of the US, again, depending on where, if you're in New York or if you're in Texas and different places, what I'm seeing is that in the US, for example, because of the amount of deaths associated with the virus, I believe the numbers are around over 100K right now. And with that, a large proportion, I believe around 60% are African Americans. Well, that is of course gonna put a lot of fear or energy into a lot of people to feel that they wanna stay home and they wanna stay safe and question, you know, is this something that is targeted, or why are we basically, based on our health situation, our economic and healthcare systems, why are we more at risk? And then we can look at it on the continent. From what I've seen is, at least in Kenya, the spread has been managed probably really early on with the wearing of masks and also social distancing. So from that perspective, I see a difference in attitude in terms of the virus, the presence of the virus, and the relationship to African people based on where they are. Thank you.
See if we have more. We have a couple more. I think we have time. So we have plenty of time to make up for your, sorry about that again.
Really good presentation.
So please just, cool. So please discuss more about the Kenya Project initiative and kindly share your contact for possible collaboration, which you can put in the chat.
Oh, okay, great, sure. It just started. We actually had a meeting yesterday with folks from Ghana because, you know, they went through this process and we're trying to learn about the process and how to navigate things. One of the big things that we've noticed so far, at least in Kenya, well, in the case of Ghana, is that they really had support early on from their president. And he created, I guess, an entity within the government in order to address issues of the diaspora, which apparently was really focused on African Americans in the Caribbean Americans or Caribbeans. So I think that that's a positive. In terms of what's going on in Kenya, there's a group of African Americans and Caribbean members, and we've been in touch or talking with the Kenyan government, in particular Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And we're in the early stages of proposing and making, we have a policy document that we're currently working on in order to, basically we're making our case for making Kenya also a homeland for African Americans and Caribbean. So that's one thing, and we definitely want collaboration. I think it's very important. Because again, I suspect that we're going to see more of this. One of the questions I asked last night on our Zoom call with folks in Ghana was, are you getting messages or do you see any type of evidence that more and more African Americans are now looking to relocate back to Ghana, come back home? And they said, yes, they're getting all kinds of emails and notes stating that, what do I need to do? Can I become a citizen right away? Can I purchase land? These kind of things. So again, the energy is there. In terms of Kenya, we'd like to offer an East African solution. That's what we like to say. So that we don't always feel that we have to consider just West Africa or Central Africa for homeland. Thank you. And I'll send my email. I guess I can type it and we can talk more. Thank you for that question.
I think we have time for one more. Okay, so to be forward thinking, what are some ways we can lessen the future negative influences of the impact of COVID on African American communities? For example, housing policies, financial issues, etc.
Thank you for that question. That's a really hard one for me. And I'm going to say, because we're dealing with so many issues in terms of the experiences and how people live. And unfortunately, a lot of it has to do with economics and the contact with health systems and things of that nature that will allow people to stay healthy and just live a healthier lifestyle. So I would say that I think that I think that this is the opportunity that we can perhaps have with this virus. It's basically shed light to a very, very big problem and inequalities in terms of how people are living. So I think that this is going to be an opportunity for more people. And I was saying, even different professors or scholars and so on, to intervene when they can, to work perhaps with governmental officials and so on, to really look at healthcare, to really look at these different systems, to allow people to feel like they can actually deal with issues of, say, blood pressure or diabetes and whatnot. And this means also looking at our food. What are we eating? What are we consuming? What types of food do we have access to? So these are very, very deep, systematic things that I think we need to basically completely pull back and start to look at one by one. Thank you.
Okay, let's take one more, because you've got quite a detailed one here from Martin Russell.
Okay.
He says, you mentioned the importance of belonging. This is regularly undervalued for building a sense of community in pragmatic diaspora engagement. Part of what Ghana achieved last year was through a concept of belonging. Those diaspora tourism programs have precedent. Scotland did one in 2009 and 2014, Ireland in 2013. You mentioned your plans with Kenyan diaspora. Can you share some insights on how to nurture belonging, particularly in digital spaces? Now the travel may be out for a while, out of the question for a while.
Okay, that's great. I don't see the question here, but I'm just going to go based on what I've heard.
Did you get the gist?
I get enough of it, yeah. Sure.
Okay, great.
I think it's a good question. We're actually having the issue with this because, again, a lot of times when we think of belonging and the return for the old diaspora, we think, okay, West Africa is within your scope. And so thank you for this question. And I hope I'm attacking it the way that you're asking. If not, just let me know. But so West Africa, we know based on the history there. In the case of East Africa and Kenya in particular, one of the things we actually tried to deal with this, and we're still dealing with it, this notion of how do we talk about belonging here in this particular place. I think Ghana, for example, has an easier sell, if you want to say, from the standpoint of heritage and ancestry and things like that. And then, so what we are basically saying is that we also see that we look at it from the standpoint of we're all African, if you want to call citizens. We all belong to Africa. So all of Africa is our home, and therefore we belong. So I know it's kind of, it may sound funny, but basically, I think it's important for us to look at it from the standpoint of it's much more open. I think it could be much more open than closed in terms of how we process a homeland and with that belonging. Thank you.
Okay. Let me ask you this one briefly, just because we have,
sure.
2 minutes. Yeah. So one of the institutions to engage on diaspora return is the AU. Have you made any efforts to talk to AU institutions on this issue?
No, we haven't actually. We're still very, very early on in the process. Like I mentioned, we just had a meeting last night with Ghana representatives, and we're just going through a checklist to try to figure out all the different ways that we want to pull this information together. We're working closely through Kenya with this. It's not really ours completely. We're of course an advocate, but they have to also make sure that they have to go through their channels in terms of even and pushing our ideas forward. We're basically trying to make this like it's all of our ideas. It's not just the African American Association or our group, but all of us together trying to push forward. But I think that that's a really good point that we're going to look at. We can look at AU and even other institutions or organizations that may be able to help us make our case and open up Kenya and other places in East Africa for African Americans and Caribbean members. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mickey. Again, apologies about everything, but I mean,
presentation, okay?
Yeah, no, but listen, you have your video of the presentation, which is great. Do you mind if we share it?
Yeah, sure. And also, I had a video of I wanted to play the video today. I don't know if that's possible. I thought it was uplifting. This is such a dark topic that I thought it would help just to see how other people are dealing with this virus and trying to attack it and also share and educate the public. But thank you, Adam.
No problem. You know what we'll do? Should we have time towards the end? Also, I watched the video. It was a very good video. We'll try to play it towards the end. Okay.
I'm trying to embrace technology and it didn't work.
Yeah, this is a problem with technology. This is a real problem with technology. Thanks so much again. Thank you.
Okay.
So what I'll do is I'll add you back to the audience. Okay.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.
We are on to our next session, which I will now moderate. Let me just take Mickey back to the audience there.
I'm trying to go.
Maybe we can bring you out again later.
I can get out.
Okay. Just want to check if we have anything in the chat quickly. Okay, great. So our next session then is titled Diasporas Policy and Knowledge Production. We have two speakers. We have Krista. Krista, you here, hey? I re-added you. Oh, no, I didn't. I thought I did. I thought you were here. Panelist 3. That's odd. And then we have Tapiwa. Okay. Although, hold on. Munyaratsi, how are you doing? Munyaratsi, hi. Krista's here. Hi, Krista.
Hi, I'm sorry.
No, did you disconnect?
I did, but I'm back on.
Okay. Munyaratsi. Munyaratsi? I'm trying to unmute him. Okay. What we're going to do, Krista, is we'll start with you in the meantime, with your session.
Okay.
We're just going to change them around because I see Munyaratsi is here. I'm looking for Tapiwa, who's meant to be. But we'll start with yours. I'm just going to go quickly to your bio so we can give you the background on it. Okay. So, Krista Johnson is an associate professor and director of graduate studies in the Department of African Studies at Howard University. Okay. She is also co-convener at the HU Women and Gender Studies Collective. She received her PhD in political science from Northwestern University and has published on a wide range of topics, including health policy, gender and HIV prevention, and global health governance in Africa. Her current research is on the scholarship of Howard University faculty in the 1950s on race, imperialism, and the international system, and the unique brand of Black cosmopolitanism they represented. She has lived and traveled extensively throughout Southern Africa, completed a Fulbright Fellowship in 2012 at the Center for the Study of HIV and AIDS at the University of Botswana, and has been a visiting scholar at the University of Cape Town and the University of the Western Cape. And her paper is entitled Pioneering the Social Sciences from the Periphery, Howard University, 1930 to 1950. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I have a PowerPoint, so I'm going to try and share that. I wonder. Oh, no.
Just press share screen.
I have like this, okay, I have share content.
Okay,
No?
Let me see if I can. Hunter, can you find it and just share it on your side?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, that'll probably be easier. Hunter's got sent him the PowerPoints as well. So
yes,
we'll try
I sent
from
you the
our side.
PowerPoint. Yes, yeah.
Okay, great. Okay,
I
so
made
I'm
one
gonna share it.
modification, but that's fine. Good, that would be
Okay,
wonderful.
great. Okay, great. All right.
Thank you.
Sure.
Ah, yes, yes. Okay.
Can you see it?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great.
Okay, good. So thank you all very much for joining us, and thanks for inviting me to participate in this this conference. I look forward to presenting this material, which is something that I and other colleagues have been working on for a couple of years now. So the title of my presentation is Pioneering the Social Sciences at the Periphery, Howard University, 1930 to 1950. I subtitled it The Geopolitics of Place and Race. And this is a picture of Dr. Merz Tate, who is one of the scholars that I focus on. And she, this was taken in 1950 when she was on a Fulbright scholarship or fellowship for the year in India, giving a series of lectures on geopolitics, geopolitics broadly, and then this one was on definition and scope. So The paper focuses on Howard University and a distinguished group of scholars who I and others refer to now as the Howard School because of their common engagement in transformative scholarship and intellectual theorizing on race and empire in the United States and around the world. Oh, sorry, Hunter, am I gonna have to tell you to move forward? Yes, okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. So working across various social science departments, their intellectual work broke away from both mainstream American disciplinary approaches of the time and from the institutional limitations of Black universities. As scholar activists and public intellectuals, they shaped public discussion about race at the time, built a vibrant intellectual community, and participated in an animated interwar Black Atlantic world that included figures like Du Bois, George Padmore, C.L.R. James, and others. And in areas like politics, international relations, history, and philosophy, this group of Black scholars at Howard expressed ideas and theories that had in common the foregrounding of the Black experience in the United States and the world more generally. Next slide, please. So next slide, please. Thank you. So who were these distinguished scholars? They include people such as philosopher Elaine Locke, who was the first African-American Rhodes Scholar and leader of the Harlem Renaissance. Sterling Brown was an English professor, author, poet, and critic. Historians Rayford Logan and Charles Wesley. Murs Tate, who I showed before, who was a historian, a diplomatic historian and specialist on disarmament. Charles Thompson was the founder of the Journal of Negro Education. William Leo Hansberry was a pioneer in African history. Economist Abram Harris, sociologist E. Franklin Frazier, Eric Williams, who was a political scientist and the first prime minister of the independent Trinidad and Tobago, and Ralph Bunche, who was a political scientist and Nobel Prize winner. Next slide, please. So elsewhere, I and others have begun to outline the novel theoretical frameworks and methodologies developed by the Howard School. For example, in my recent work, analyzes the scholarship of the Howard School as a model of decoloniality that incorporates the strategies of 1, problematizing hegemonic paradigms, theories, and schools of thought, 2, demythologizing history, and 3, decolonizing knowledge production. In addition, Bob Vitalis's book, White World Order and Black Power Politics, first introduced this, the scholarship of the Howard School to the field of international relations. And his book was published in 2015. So this is kind of recent debates that have emerged in American political science and international relations. And his work reveals a number of conceptual innovations initiated by Howard scholars, notably Ralph Bunche's theorization of hierarchy as the modus operandi in international relations, rejecting dominant approaches that privilege anarchy or power politics as the primary ordering principle in the international system. And then even more recently, Errol Henderson's work on Howard School theorists Du Bois and Alain Locke shows how their theoretical claims center the role of diasporas in world politics, in effect foregrounding a diasporist paradigm of international relations. Benji's presentation very much reminded me of some of the points that Henderson makes. Next slide, please. So instead of emphasizing the intellectual contributions of the Howard scholars, this paper roots this intellectual history in the institutional architecture they forged at Howard at the time. So I argue as part of a larger effort to confront the coloniality of knowledge and forge an academic and activist decolonial agenda, the Howard scholars established institutions and academic spaces of knowledge production that were unique in the American Academy in their organization, mission, vision, and methods of research, and played a vital role in sustaining critiques and alternatives to mainstream thinking on race and imperialism. The Howard scholars sought to establish an African-American counter-public sphere that could shape public opinion within the Black community, but also broader American society. So the institutional scaffolding the Howard scholars erected to push forward their agenda included important initiatives such as the creation of the Journal of Negro Education as a platform to promote not only the scientific study of African-American schooling, but also political, economic, and socio-structural analyses of race and racism globally. The second institutional case discussed in the paper is the annual conferences of the Social Sciences Division. And these conferences sought to institutionalize the role of Howard scholars as public intellectuals engaged in socially relevant social science and intellectual activism, and aimed to build an informed global citizen. Next slide, please. So the capstone of Negro education. So just a bit of a historical background. Obviously, I can't go into all of it. Howard was founded. Oops. Howard was founded in.
Can someone just, can you ever cut the audio and please switch it off?
Are we able to do that for him? Yeah, okay. Okay. So Howard was founded in 1867. And its history, and indeed the history of HBCUs, highlights how the evolution of American universities and American intellectual thought over time has replicated the racial attitudes of the broader society and actively propagated racist views and disciplinary frameworks aimed at supporting the proposition that Blacks are innately inferior. Up to and including the first half of the 20th century, Howard's administration was unwilling and at times hostile towards the institutionalization of a robust program of research and scholarship. Historically, Black colleges and universities situated at the bottom of a racialized hierarchy were for the most part seen as the intellectual periphery. Another factor working against Black scholars was the fact that they lacked funding and often cooperation from benefactors and white scholars at the large universities. When it came to funding on race relations and conditions of Blacks, private foundations tended to favor white researchers who were perceived as being more objective and less biased on the subject. So under the cover of scientific objectivity and neutrality, white gatekeepers steered foundation funding towards themselves and the establishment of research centers at white universities. Next slide, please. So the period of 1926 to the 1950s has been described as the golden age of Black scholarship, particularly at Howard. Under the leadership of the university's first Black president, who was appointed in 1926, this is an portrait of him, Mordecai Wyatt Johnson, Howard successfully positioned itself to become the leading center of Black scholarship in the humanities and social sciences. Howard University in the 1930s fostered a unique Afro-diasporan cosmopolitan environment with deep and rich ties to subaltern activists and nationalists in Africa, the diaspora, and non-European territories, including India and China. Howard scholars had the opportunity to engage with African and Afro-diasporan students and intellectuals. Elaine Locke, for example, would form lifelong friendships with, among others, other subaltern nationalists, Pixley Seme, who was the founder of the African National Congress in South Africa. Similarly, Ralph Bunche's interactions in Britain with Eric Williams, C.L.R. James, George Padmore, Paul and Islanda Robeson were formative in his intellectual development. Next slide, please. Oh, wow, I'm going quickly. How much time do I have left? Okay. So the journal, I'm gonna say a little bit about my two case studies. The Journal of Negro Education. An important catalyst for the convergence of this dissemination, convergence and dissemination of this Black cosmopolitan thinking was the Journal of Negro Education, which was founded by Charles Thompson in 1932. And from the outset, Thompson defined education broadly. In a 1943 editorial, Thompson wrote, "The journal has always," and this is quote, "the journal has always conceived education to be a social process as broad as life itself, and assumes that the definition of our educational problems depends upon an understanding of the social background and setting of those problems." So a key component, in fact, of the journal were these editorials that Thompson wrote for the first several decades of the journal's establishment. And these are editorials in which he sought to cultivate Black cosmopolitan thinking and encouraged Blacks to adopt a global orientation to racial oppression. In 1943, as the United States was being drawn into World War II and Black Americans were wary of supporting the war effort, Thompson wrote in one of his editorials, quote, "One of the major weaknesses of the Negro's effort toward betterment of his status in America has been the fact that he has viewed his special disabilities in too narrow perspective, both temporally and geographically. I am deeply concerned that during these critical times that Negro youth shall view their special disabilities as an integral part of the problem of oppressed peoples throughout the world, and that their attempts at solution be cast in a world frame of reference. For only by establishing freedom for all peoples can we assure it for ourselves," end quote. Another key feature of the journal was the annual yearbook that offered a comprehensive study of a wide range of problems related to people of color. So for the sake of time, I won't pull out examples from the yearbooks, but just in one of my slides, one of my slides, I had given a bit of a list of the titles. That unfortunately is out of not in the PowerPoint that you're seeing, but just perusing a list of the titles of the yearbooks gives you a real sense of the breadth and the depth of the issues that were covered by the journal and by this collection of scholars at this time. So a key feature of these contributions, in particular to the yearbooks, was the epistemic and the methodological commitment to the colonized and subaltern, and the way contributors connected the differential fortunes of the people of the metropole with those at the periphery. So for example, the journal's contributors diverged sharply with the mainstream political thinking and theorizing on fascism at the time by engaging seriously with the racialized politics of fascism and reading anti-fascism as related to anti-colonialism, as related to struggles against racial oppression in the United States. Such relational and dialectical analysis is on full display, for example, in the 1943 yearbook edition of the journal on the American Negro and World War I and World War II. And this included a piece by Professor Murs Tate, which was titled "The War Aims of World War I and World War II and Their Relations to the Darker Peoples of the World." So in that article, she offers a direct and passionate rebuke of her white contemporaries' writing on global peace. Tate argues that the dangers to world peace lie in the European powers perpetuating the, quote, imperialist mentality of master and subject peoples. She remarked, quote, "The way the United States behaves towards its colored citizens and the way Great Britain behaves towards India and Africa represent the criteria by which Anglo-American war aims must be judged," end quote. So also notable in this article is Tate's expansive definition of darker peoples of the world, quote unquote, darker peoples of the world, in which she includes people of African descent in the United States, the Caribbean, Central and South America, as well as people of Africa, India, Burma, Malaysia, the Chinese, and the Japanese, and people of color in the Pacific. So her analysis connects a series of abuses of empire, including land seizures, wage and labor exploitation, anti-democratic and authoritarian political practices, the denial of self-government, exploitative tax systems, and a master-servant economy across these multiple regions of the world. So Tate's work is just one example of the journal's contributors expounding a cosmopolitan view of race and a vision of worldwide progress and peace, of peaceful coexistence that requires intercultural bridge work and forming alliances across differences. Next slide, please. So turning to the conferences of the Division of the Social Sciences, which began in 1935, it's quite clear the Howard scholars viewed the conferences as an extension of the patterns of instruction in the division and placed great emphasis on objectivity, expertness, theoretical grounding, and application to practical issues and problems. Here I'll just mention the first conference, which was titled Problems, Programs, and Philosophies of Minority Groups, held in 1935, which not only set the bar for subsequent conferences, but was intended to be a springboard for institutionalizing a scholarly research program on minority programs and problems, and positioning Howard as the premier academic institution in the study of minorities. The analytical and methodological framework they had in mind for such a research program was decidedly world-oriented and relational. So such a perspective was operationalized in the structure and organization of the conferences. At this first conference, for example, W.E.B. Du Bois's paper on militant tactics as illustrated by Negro experience was read in tandem with Rabbi Weinstein's paper on militant tactics as illustrated by the Jewish experience. Alain Locke's paper on the Negro paradox was read in tandem with Rabbi Eisenstein's paper on the Jewish problem. And Dr. Das's paper on the position of the Oriental in the present day world. Ralph Bunch's paper on the colonial status, mandates, and indirect rule was read in tandem with E. Franklin Frazier's paper on biracialism in the United States, highlighting again the relational and dialectical methodology I referred to. So next slide, I'm going to quickly conclude. I'm not sure if I've run over, I hope I haven't. I don't think I have. So in conclusion, the work of the Howard Scholars reflects many of the contradictory impulses that persist today among leftist scholars, as well as student activists who have taken up the mantle of Black Lives Matter and even Rhodes Must Fall in South Africa. It's what Robin Kelly remarks as the tension between reform and revolution, between desiring to belong and rejecting the university as a cog in the neoliberal order. Of course, in segregated Jim Crow America, the Howard Scholars were Black elites seeking entrance and access to elite white institutions. And in this regard, they operated within a system shaped by Eurocentric rationality, while at the same time calling out the racialized social and epistemological architecture upon which modern universities are built. So it's in this context that the epistemological institution building undertaken by during these decades in Howard's history are noteworthy and instructive. The Journal of Negro Education and the conferences of the Division of the Social Sciences are just two examples of how the Howard Scholars sought to develop institutional models that reflect a different way of knowing and a different way of learning. Theirs is an early example of the repurposing of university spaces and resources to instruct themselves and others using what I'm referring to as this Black cosmopolitan narratives. I will end there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Krista. So you're running slightly over time, but it's not your fault, it's mine.
Adam, I think your audio is in error again.
It is.
There's a challenge with your audio?
I think there's a challenge with my audio. Now?
No, still not good.
No.
Not good. Okay, hold on.
Oh, now it's good.
Now it's good.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know what I did. I didn't even press anything. Maybe it's just our luck, the internet connection. So we are running slightly over time, but we do have, let's take one or two questions because you have one here from Gilbert.
Okay.
The question is, excellent paper on the Howard School. Does the Journal of Negro Education still exist? If not, what are the new vehicles for the articulation of the Howard School? Relatedly, what has been the role of Africans, such as the late Suleiman Niang, in articulation of the Howard School?
Oh, those are excellent questions. The Journal of Negro Education does still exist, and people do obviously still publish in it, including a number of Howard scholars and then other scholars. I mean, without getting into all of the history, of course, I mean, the argument that I'm trying to make is, Howard was on the way to being, it understood itself, or certainly the faculty. I mean, there's the administration, as is oftentimes the case, is kind of slow to come along. But the faculty really understood themselves as a very cosmopolitan community. And in the time period that I'm referring to, Howard probably had one of the most international campuses in the whole of the United States. And that was intentionally curtailed once they recognized this is going to be a problem, of course, if we bring together all these Pan-Africanists from all over the world. But the other thing that was curtailed, of course, or the other thing that was stifled in the process of addressing a number of the civil rights issues, demands, and Black Power demands and whatnot, was the creation of Afro-American studies, right, or Black studies, right? So this was kind of done as, you know, to appease and to address all of the concerns that people of color and people of the African diaspora are not receiving their due attention in the academy. But what, of course, that did in effect as well was kind of silo those disciplines or those scholarly endeavors into their own space and not into, you know, not disseminate that across universities as a whole. So when it comes to then again, people like Professor Nyang, who's from my department and was one of my mentors for the first, 8 years or so that I was there. Even at Howard, we have a Department of African Studies and we have a Department of Afro-American Studies. And in some respects, there's I wouldn't say there's tension there, but you know, we're siloed, right? It's still in certain respects. And so that's, you know, that remains a challenge in terms of how you actually think, you know, across. And that's why I think that their work was really very instructive, because that's exactly what they were trying to do, was think across these disciplinary lines, these cultural lines, etc.
Fantastic. Let's just see, I think we have, oh no, it's Munyaratsi. Okay, Q&A, okay. We might have more questions later on. So what I want to do is let's go to Tapiwa's, and then when we have Tapiwa's questions, we'll see if any more come your way as well. And then we can put them together. Okay.
Thank you.
So Tapiwa, are you with us now? Eh?
Yes, I am. Thank you for having me.
Fantastic. No, thank you for, and apologies for the, as you know, Zoom has got its little malfunctions. So, okay, great.
Okay.
So, fantastic. So, Tapiwa, over to you. So,
thank you
let me just introduce you before I do that. Sorry.
Sure.
Sorry. Okay, let me just go here. Okay, so let me just find this on my system now. Okay, great. So Tapiwa Mucheri is an economist with more than 10 years experience specializing in investment, trade, diaspora migration, marketing and business development fields. He has worked extensively in both the private and public sector. In the public sector, Mucheri has been instrumental in policy design formulation, programs coordination, and promotion of diaspora migration, investment, and trade activities. Furthermore, he has produced several position papers and concept papers that have contributed immensely on policies on economic, diaspora migration, investment, and trade issues in Zimbabwe and the region. He is currently awaiting the publication of his paper on diaspora welfare, which he co-authored with Munyaratsi Zvimbo. Mucheri is a proud holder of the MSc in International Trade Policy and Trade Law obtained from Lunds University, Sweden, in collaboration with Trade Policy Training Center in Africa. He also graduated with a Bachelor of Commerce in Business Management and Economics before attaining a Bachelor of Commerce in Economics from Rhodes University in 2008. And the title of his paper is Diaspora and Global, Regional, National and Local Policies and Strategies. Thank you, Tapiwa.
Thank you very much, Adam. I hope I'll be able to use my PowerPoint. I'm trying to share it. If you
can't share it from your side, I'll ask Hunter to share it from here. So just see if you can share it from your side.
Okay, please, if you can, I would appreciate so that we save on time.
Okay, sure. Hunter, it's the one I emailed to you now.
Yep, I'm on it.
Okay, great, thanks.
All right, let me know when you can see it.
Okay.
Got it. Great.
Great.
Just put on to F5 just to stream it. Okay, yeah, cool.
All right. Thank you very much. Allow me to appreciate the conveners of this conference, as well as to acknowledge my co-presenter and co-author Munyaratsi Zvimbo I really want to appreciate you for the good work you are doing in mentoring me to become one of the professors. I would call myself a professor by association by the mere fact of having been in participating with a number of professors of the program, as I was saying. But let me dovetail straight into the business of the day, where my topic is going to be diaspora, global, regional, and national policies. And if we could go straight into the layout of my presentation, the next slide, sir. Hello, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Hi, sorry, I can hear you. Is this the correct slide? Can you see that?
Yeah, can you move to the next slide, please?
Next slide.
Thank you. Seemingly
Not
for
moving on the slide.
Yeah, nothing moving from this side as well.
Oh, interesting. Hold on, let me just try. Let me try.
Okay.
Just click the enable editing. Maybe click the enable editing, and just.
Let's give it a shot.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm now on the outline. So essentially, I'm going to give a background. Then I go straight into the global diaspora related policies. Then we go to present to you the continental regional policies. Then we'll go into the national and local diaspora policies, then give you an appreciation of what we think the diaspora policies post-COVID would be like, then we conclude. And the next slide, please. Thank you. So, a number of scholars have written on the migration and development nexus with so many writers, among them Sonia Plaza, in the International Handbook on the Economics of Migration, as well as different authors such as Ness 2016 on the diasporic economic trade investment linkages in the Commonwealth. They have written about how development is related to migration, or migration is related to development. And one of the things that I find so interesting, or that I find so concerning, is that most of the writers have written mostly on the developmental aspect of what the diaspora are able to do, but not so much from my reading has been on the rights, interests, and needs of the diaspora as it relates to what they are supposed to get and how they're supposed to be handled. And as such, this is where we came up with this to say there has to be a strike of a balance between policy expectations as well as diaspora expectations. Whereas on one hand, governments are looking at remittances, trade, investment and tourism, philanthropic work and all, but what about those things that are so much at the heart of the diaspora? Among them, as we noted from our consultation with the diaspora, has been issues to do with mutual recognition of qualifications, issues of political will to embrace them, protection of the diaspora vote and dual citizenship, among others, are some of those things that form their rights. If we could move to the next slide. And given that we went through some documentation to appreciate what at the global or international level do we have that gives a framework that guides diaspora and the diaspora warfare. And we noted that you might also be aware that migrants, and of course, diaspora included, represent about 3% of the world population while producing more than about 9% of global GDP. And this, according to IOM and McKinsey and Company in 2018, says that it's about 3 trillion more output than if these diaspora had stayed at home. So meaning to say that they see that there's value in them moving to different places where they migrate to. And we then looked at some frameworks or policy documents at the international fora or at the global fora, and we discovered that there's the Global Compact on Migration and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals, which seeks to address the complex relationship between migration and development and how migrants can shape development outcomes. Next, please. Next. You may also note that this may not be the only instrument. There is also the UN Convention on the Protection of Migrants. It's another instrument that we looked at, but not we did not really deliberate so much on it. But we took a cue from this one where we're saying, what are the migration-related SDGs of the 17 SDGs? What are the migration-related SDGs that we may want to explore? And one of it is SDG number 4B, which talks about student mobility, where we are saying that anyone who enrolls in academics may not really want the hassle of looking for funding and scholarships. So if the aspiration of the SDG, of this SDG particularly, is that if they can be an increase in the number of cross-border scholarship, that would be ideal in enhancing high education opportunities as well as creating opportunities for knowledge and skills transfer, so that we have to some extent solved the needs of student diaspora. Looking at labor migrants or labor or economic diaspora, as we might want to call them, SDG number 8.5, 8.7, and 8.8 talks about decent work, upholding the right of all migrants, as well as strengthening recruitment practices. And this, according to IAM, is the effect of helping to curb human trafficking, reduce debt and bondages. And essentially, we are saying that if this SDG target is achieved, we know that our diaspora will get decent job. They won't be under employed or discriminated in any way. The other target that we looked at was target number 10C, which talks to remittances. And we're looking at the target that seeks to reduce and to cap remittance transaction fees in order to bring transparency and increase competition in the money transfer market. And by so doing, we hope that we'll be able to reduce the burden on the diaspora in terms of how they channel remittances. Hence, they will prefer channeling it through the formal channels. The next slide, please. So what will be of concern to us? Is there anything lacking at a global level with regards to policy pronouncement or that policy document that we spoke to? Of concern to us is that how binding is the nature of such provisions, and how enforceable are they as they relate to our diaspora? Miki spoke well when she was talking about what are the opportunities that are coming in as a result of COVID, and as we'll go through the paper, you will note some of the propositions that we also proffer. But what we're saying is, from just looking at the SDGs, they appear to be addressing some of the concerns of the diaspora, getting scholarships, having decent jobs, your rights being upheld and all. But the question is how enforceable. It can be a policy intent, but how enforceable is it as it is given under the SDG? The second one is to say, do we have a dedicated institutional arrangement that will administer these matters? I will take a comparative analysis when I look at it from a trade perspective. When we say we have the World Trade Organization with arguments that are coming up now, whether multilateralism or we go regionalism or we do bilateral, but I'm saying that sort of an arrangement at one time served a purpose, or it still does serve a purpose. And the question is it not proper that even as we administer diaspora matters, we have an institutional arrangement to which we refer matters, disputes, and all issues? Next slide, please. At the continental level and the regional level, we have policies that have been evolving since 2006. And the first being the Migration Policy Framework for Africa, which also to be complemented by other policies and frameworks, such as the AU Social Policy Framework that seeks to enhance collaboration between social security schemes that ensure benefits for labor circulation. We had the declaration of the Global African Diaspora Summit, which was held in Central and South Africa in 2012, and it came out with resolutions that produced some institutions, which we'll see later in the presentation. We have the AU Youth and Employment Pact of 2013, which sought to develop an AU and the REX related to the AU's labor migration plan, and the AU One for Africa Initiative on Human Trafficking and Smuggling in 2014, as well as the AU Commission strategic plan between 2014 and 2017, which contained a strategy on promoting labor migration, and of course the revised AU migration policy framework for Africa that runs between 2018 to 2030. And the question really is, with all these, do they suffice in bringing out the needs of the diaspora and addressing them, if a question is to be posed? Next slide, please. Yes, and I had to extract the declaration of the African Diaspora Summit and looked at briefly the resolutions and the what was agreed upon. It was to come up with institutions such as the Africa Diaspora Volunteer Corps, as well as the African Diaspora Skills Database, both of which seeks to mobilize diaspora to mitigate against brain drain. There was also talk of coming up with an African Institute for Remittance, and I'm sure those in Nairobi, Kenya know that's where it is housed. And the African Diaspora Investment Fund, which is aimed at providing grant funding to diaspora investors, as well as the development market for African diaspora. These were some among the resolutions that were passed during the summit, and a document or a framework which speaks to these outcomes, as well as the deliberations, seem to speak specifically to the diaspora, not just to the migrants as a whole. And that's why we had to bring it in. And of course, on the left, we're just depicting that the African Union considers the diaspora to be the sixth region of the African Union, of the African continent, and to contribute to the development of the continent as well. Next slide, please. Of course, one of the issues that come to mind is when we look at what has been said like by UNCTAD in 2018. They have indicated that free movement of persons is fundamental to facilitating labor mobility, and it is a fact indeed. And in Africa, we have got REX that have come up with a number of protocols, among them the protocol to do with the free movement of persons, and the recent one, of course, to do with the AU, which dealing with the CFTA provisions as well. There is a provision on the free movement of persons, and to do the tripartite free trade area agreement on the movement of business persons. We have COMESA as another REC, which has a protocol on the free movement of persons. We have SADC, which has a protocol on facilitation of movement of persons, and of course the SADC protocol on employment and labor. And what is concerning is that as has been commented by UNCTAD, many have adopted these protocols. However, there is an uneven and slow progress when it comes to ratifying them, which to me and to us as researchers become of concern, because if we are to say that, like Mdungwe would say in his paper on promoting free movement of persons in Southern Africa in 2015, he says that what is the essence of regional integration if it does not allow for the movement of persons? And concern really comes in that way. If you note as well that in one of the publication, again by UNCTAD in 2018, they say that only 27 countries have signed the protocol on the Abuja Treaty on free movement of persons, compared to 49 signatories of the CFTA. And then that brings concern to say, are we intentional when we sign these documents when it comes to us wanting to promote free movement of persons? And this is a concern and it's a question to policymakers. Next slide, please. And of course, the issue that one would raise at that continental level is when one is faced with the definition as given by the African Union that says that they consider the people of African origin living outside the continent, irrespective of their citizenship and nationality, and who are willing to contribute to the development of the continent. Yes, there are other issues that one can argue around, but of question is to say who are willing to contribute to the development of the continent. So our definition, is it only premised upon one's willingness to contribute to the development? There is concern that comes to say, not so much is said about the needs, the concerns, the rights of African diasporas, but more of it is to pronounce and to amplify the issue of contribution. Is it not equally important that the needs of the diaspora are taken on board? Institutional enforcement issue comes again into play. Yes, we are glad we now have the CIDO, Citizens and Diaspora Organization Department of the African Union, but one question to say, how much power, how much authority does it have to enforce and to ensure that the rights of the diaspora are taken on board? So those are some of the questions. And of course, the delays in ratification of the protocols is of concern to policymakers as well as to all of us in the diaspora and others. Next slide, please. At national level, one would then want to say there are a number of countries that have come up with different diaspora policies and diaspora-related policies. I'll just take an example from Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe in 2016 came up with its diaspora policy, and among the objectives was enhancing diaspora protection to safeguard their rights, as well as providing support in cases of emergence, and developing mechanism for dialogue and cooperation with the diaspora, then mainstreaming the diaspora international development process, as well as providing opportunities for the diaspora participation and contribution. From just a first value, one would see more of a balanced approach where there is mention of the diaspora protection issues, issues of support in times of emergencies, but also there's that inclination towards what can the diaspora do for the country, that is their participation and contribution. Yes, the next slide, please. So the issue now may be Zimbabwe is on a drive to institute or to go on with the decentralization aspirations, and one would then wonder how ready are the provincial and local government levels and authorities to mainstream diaspora issues. As you know that in different countries, including the Philippines, local government or as you want provincial affairs may have a big role to play, because most of the diaspora want to do things at the grassroots level where they came from, and as such the authorities at those levels should be prepared to uptake those and be able to say, what are we going to do when the diaspora show up and come, and what are we going to do to protect them, to preserve them, as well as to get their contribution, not only in terms of contribution in terms of economic development, but also from a dialogue perspective, what can we offer and what are they willing to offer? Some in other jurisdictions have been, like the Ethiopian case, they have been able to offer land to the diaspora to say you can do commercial development in this area. Okay, next slide, please. Of course, turning to the current reality, these have been things that I've been narrating that has been happening, but coming to what we are faced with, and like previous presenters have spoken, we've seen COVID affecting lives, and authorities have started implementing migration management tools to mitigate against COVID, among them travel restrictions, closing borders, as well as instituting issues to do with lockdown measures. And all these have brought mobility challenges. And One thing that one would look at is to say that management of COVID has exposed gaps and issues of diaspora management at all levels, be it at a global up to a local level. And diasporas, the challenge that the diasporas have been facing for us are an opportunity. An opportunity for policy reform in that regard and policy review. And now the question that we have with Mnyaradzi is to say, what will be the new normal after COVID, and what will be the policy agenda with this regard? The next slide, please. So you will note that we are proposing to say that there are a number of policy key issues that we need to consider. Number one, we may wish to consider issues to do with diaspora protection, not just by mentioning it in policies, but coming up to ensure that they are well protected. You will note that with the unemployment that is creeped in, so many have lost their way of sustenance currently and even going forward. And so beyond this, what are we going to do? And because of limited fiscal and financial capacities, you will note that most of the diasporas have suffered because most governments would give priority to their own citizens, and issues such as the vulnerability to hunger, poverty, and debt, and as well as cut off from utilities and services would become a reality to some of our diaspora. And what is our proposition is that we need to ensure that we strategically sign government-to-government labor agreements that deliberately contain clauses that ensure diaspora protection, as well as regional agreements that should be enforceable on aspects of diaspora protection should be very crucial. Secondly, we are looking at issues to do with the diaspora issuance and insurance and assurance policies. And we are saying that you will note that in one of the publications, you will know that Africans and even Zimbabweans in particular have been on the front line in as far as attending to healthcare issues is concerned. And what has been noted is that migrants constitute about 17% of frontline workers in the US, while in Switzerland about 47% of the doctors and 32% of nurses are migrants. That's according to Migration Policy Institute 2020. And also in sectors such as tourism, which have been hard hit, the Africans have been serving in such, and so by losing their jobs, they then lose their ability to pay their insurance and get such services. And we need, as a policy proposition, to emphasize the need to ensure insurance packages that are embedded in contracts prior to employment contracts, as well as we also need to push for an agenda of repatriation of benefits that accrue abroad. Then when it comes to reintegration, we need to push in that direction. As you know, that some would come back, and there is need then to take we need then to come up with a mechanism that help address the emotional, financial, and social needs. And by creating a database of the profiles of the people who are coming back, so that come year after COVID, we are able to offer them and engage them with opportunities. Then we are looking at also having an emergency, diaspora emergency fund, which should help countries and the regions in such unforeseen circumstances. And it is very imperative that learning from experiences of other countries, there can be a collaborative contribution towards that fund from both the diaspora and the governments and the regional bodies, in as far as making sure that there is funding that will help to evacuate our diasporas and afford issues such as accommodation and allowances where need be, so that they don't become vulnerable. Then we also need to do so much in terms of ensuring that there's a recognition of diaspora networks. As you know, that as some were faced with challenges, the immediate people that would consider to talk to and to give solutions were diaspora networks and associations, and there's need for us to take recognition of them and make sure that we support them as policymakers. And of course, say one is bereavement in the diaspora, this would be the first port of call as well. Then remittance issues is surely because of the lockdown, travel restrictions and all, people could not even access money transfer agents and all, and hence the need to come up with innovative ways, embrace technology, but not only that, but also to come up with issues to preserve and come up with institutions that allow for low cost sending of money. And then of course, diaspora during this era, most of them, their primary documents would expire, say their permits would expire. And as a policy proposition going forward, we need to come up with a position where we say, how best can we ensure that in future, if anything happens, we are able to handle it better. Like for example, the World Bank reports that, the World Bank actually yesterday reported that in the United Kingdom, they're automatically extending visas of foreign doctors by 1 year. Can't we have a policy propositions in our global, regional, and national policies and agreements that gives room to such unforeseen circumstances, and what should be done so that people do not continue as illegal diaspora or immigrants in such countries. And of course, yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. We've got like 1 minute to wrap up, because then you've got some very good questions that I really want to get to.
Thank you. And of course, in conclusion, of course, before conclusion, the active role of the embassy has to come into play. And in conclusion, we will know that it's not so easy to strike a balance. Yes, however, there is need to satisfy the needs of our diaspora first. And then by so doing, we can achieve our developmental objective as countries. And if we're to do that, we need to review the diaspora experience that they are going through now and come up with diaspora policies that will preserve the diaspora in future. And of course, regularization of the diaspora network, I spoke to it. And of course, we need to push in the direction of harmonizing standards. And of course, lastly, I have to say that we need to create institutions that are empowered to handle the rights and to enforce the rights and the needs of the diaspora. I thank you.
Thank you, Tapira. Okay, so the first one's coming from Martin Russell, and it says, the AU is currently in the process of developing the African Diaspora Investment Fund, ADIF, you mentioned. Call for proposals for startup phase of the fund is out now. It says if memory serves him well. You bring up an important, so he's got two questions here. Okay. You bring up an important disconnect between diaspora expectations and policy outputs. Do you have any recommendations, ideas on how to, it says how to over this disconnect? I think it means how to address this disconnection, as it will likely undermine impact of policy instruments such as ADIF. And his second question is, do you see a definitional difference between migrants and diaspora? Sadly, migration is a toxic word. So positioning diaspora and migration as interchangeable could do more harm than good for diaspora. Let's start with that one. It's two quite loaded questions, but let's start.
Sure. Thank you so much, Martin. I take note of the questions. Yes, the first one. Yes, the disconnect between diaspora expectations and policy outputs. You will note that if I were to give an example of SADC region, SADC, from a trade perspective, what they had to do was, when they discovered that they wanted to push their agenda with the industrialization, they had to take on board the private sector to sit in with the executives when they're sitting for their summits within SADC. And by so doing, the views, the policy propositions that are coming in are meshed with the output, because the people who are going to do the thing are right there on the ground. So if that is to be considered by the AU, to have the diaspora and diaspora associations representatives sit in together with policymakers when they're coming up with policies that affect the diaspora, then I'm sure we'll be able to address some of the concerns. Then of course, yes, there is a legal difference between migrants and diaspora, but of course, yes, I would admit to say that I used in some instances interchangeably the word migrant for diaspora and diaspora for migrant, but there is a legal difference between the two, as acknowledged, yeah.
Okay, unfortunately, I have to rush. I'm going to look for the questions that get to the key points of what you've looked at. So here's one from Namata. And she says, Tapiwe, I like the point about diaspora participation and contribution and questions about taking into consideration their concerns. Historically, we have looked to what the diaspora can contribute to the continent and less at what Africa can do for them. I've thought about this in these terms of COVID, where African Americans have been disproportionately affected by COVID. How can Africa reach out to them in the midst of their struggling with the virus too?
Thank you very much. Essentially, you said that COVID came and it was something that Africa was, not only Africa, but the world was not prepared for, and is not up to some extent to now, especially Africa. We're still wrestling to see how best can we have our healthcare systems in place. But you will also know that there is need for think tanks and be able to sit down with the diaspora themselves and hear from them the actual concerns, then come up with solutions that match them with them. I think all I'm trying to push is to say, let's have a solution that comes and emanates from them. Let's engage them virtually. Let's hear what the diaspora concerns are. Let's hear what their challenges are. Let's see how best we can do. And issues such as the emergency fund that we're talking about may come into play. And the diaspora themselves, they have solutions, but it's the engagement aspect that is more important if we are to win and be able to match their expectation.
Okay, let's take one more. This is from Alipo. Okay,
all right.
There are so many. I'm going to leave them up for you so that maybe you can
That's
answer them, type in the answers, because they're very important ones and I would like you to actually. So this one is from Alipo. So hi, thank you so much for Mr. Munyarati. As an organization, we are, for Mr. Mu. Okay. As an organization, we are facing big challenges on supporting our fellow African diaspora, among them refugees, asylum seekers, and migrants, documents or non-documentations due to COVID-19 pandemic. As we can see, all the leaders and country preparedness does not consider supporting our fellow migrants and refugees. Why should our leaders, they don't consider support? Why don't our leaders consider supporting migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers? And why is the AU not interning on issues on COVID-19 relief?
Thank you very much. I may not be able to authoritatively speak on behalf of the authorities, countries, and governments, as well as my own, because even as I'm presenting from my own perspective. And as I have put a disclaimer on my presentation that my views, together with Munyaradzi, did not represent those of our institutions that we come from. But I would say that I may not be able to speak authoritatively for them, with regards to why they are not prepared to support all those, but just suffice to say that you will note that among other things, the developmental standpoint from which some countries will be may be of concern to say if they cannot provide for their own, how would they be able to provide for those that are asylum seekers as well as those who are facing challenges?
Okay, thank you so much, Tapiwa.
Sure.
As I said, I'm going to leave those questions there for you. What we'll just do now, we are running slightly over time. We're just going to take a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll be back at 20 to 6.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both to you and to Krista.
Thank you.
Wonderful presentation. Thank you both.
Thank you.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to send you guys back into the audience, and then you can also address the questions while there. Okay, great. Hopefully you'll be able to see them.
Thank you.
Because I really would like you to. Okay, you're under Munyaradzi. Okay. Okay. And then we have Krista. Bye. Okay, great. And we are going to pause recording. Okay, we're at 5:40 and we're back. Okay, thank you everyone for sticking around and joining us still. We are on to our third session, session 3, our final kind of session before our last keynote. The title is Literary and Performative Representations of Diaspora. And the person who will be moderating it is the person whose voice you've heard throughout the day in many ways is Hunter Graff, who's our communications intern from George Washington University. And Hunter, the floor is yours.
Sure, thanks, Adam. So I am about to introduce Tracy L. Walters. So Tracy is an associate professor of literature in the Department of Africana Studies at Stony Brook University, where she also holds an affiliate appointment with the Department of English and Women's and Gender Studies. Dr. Walters has published numerous articles on Black women's literature and 3 books: African American Woman and the Classicist Tradition, subtitled Black Women Writers from Wheatley to Morrison, published in 2007, an edited collection titled Zadie Smith Critical Essays, published in 2008, and an ebook also titled Zadie Smith, published in 2012. Forthcoming are publications Not Your Mother's Mammy, The Representation of the Domestic and Transatlantic Media from Rutgers Press, and Zadie Smith Decoded. Walters is also a co-host of the podcast, Black Girls with Accents. All right, Dr. Walters, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you to Adam again. Thank you for the invitation. When I started writing this paper, it did start off quite literary, and then in the interest of time and cutting down, I lost quite a bit of that. I hope you'll bear with me. At some point, I will turn this into a longer piece, and it will certainly be much more grounded in the literary text. So this is it's a work in progress. And what I'm going to read for you today in a traditional, just kind of reading the paper, really focuses more on the political side of things in the UK. And then at some other date, I'll tie it back into the literary representations of what's happening politically with the grassroots organization. So just bear with me. Thank you. Okay. The Brexit debacle and efforts to repatriate the Windrush generation has reignited public discourse around immigration, nationalism, and citizenship. Once again, young Black Britons are questioning their belonging in British society, and to reference the title of Paul Gilroy's seminal text, feeling like there ain't no Black in the Union Jack. Belonging is not simply about claiming national or cultural identity. It's also about recognition of the problems facing Black youth in the era of neoliberalism, the decades of structural inequality, accounting for high rates of unemployment, substandard education, increasing rates of incarceration, and excessive police misconduct that has, in some cases, left Black and brown men and women dying in police custody. In response to their polite grassroots movements, mostly led by disaffected high school and college students, are fighting back against these long-standing problems with other social issues, such as environmental racism, climate change, and homophobia. In addition, their activism is interlinked to the global oppression of the Black community in the US and elsewhere across the African diaspora. In Britain, media reports of police brutality against Black civilians is portrayed as an American problem, while police misconduct and the lack of accountability for crimes against Black citizens and other ethnic minorities is not on the same scale. From the standpoint of the men and women impacted by such treatment, the abuses they experience are just as egregious. For the past 40 years, Black Brits have fought against oppression and campaigned for racial equality with acts of civil disobedience, sometimes to great effect. As we discussed today, over the years, their tactics to fight injustice have evolved. Dr. King said, "Riots are the language of the unheard," a statement couldn't be more appropriate to describe the frustration of many in the Black British community during the 1980s. The 1980s was an intense decade for British society. Under Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher's leadership, the nation was facing economic decline, combating miners' strikes, the IRA, high rates of unemployment, and a war with Argentina. In the midst of these crises, Black people were hit the hardest, not only grappling with joblessness and housing insecurity, but experiencing violent domestic terrorist threats from the National Front organization, who verbally and physically assaulted Black Brits and South Asians, and bombed their residences. And Bernadine Evaristo gets into this in her memoir, Lara, which I can't get into too much today, but it's, and also Andrea Levy in Fruit of the Lemon. 1981 was an especially troubling year. Many of the youth were tired of the long history of abuse. They remembered the bombings of their parents' and grandparents' homes in the late 1950s, and they were carrying the pain of the January 1981 New Cross house fire, which killed 13 teens and young adults in New Cross, South London, in an act of arson suspected to have been the work of white supremacists. And while the New Cross Massacre Committee organized 20,000 protesters in one of the largest rallies, this was not enough to quell the seething anger of community members who believed the police were negligent in their duty to bring the perpetrators to justice. As a result of the SUS laws, stop and search practices, the relationship between the Black community and the police was deteriorating. Benjamin Zephaniah, of course, has written about this in his poetry. The spring of April 1981 was an especially intense period between police and the community. And for several months, the Special Task Force Operation Swamp occupied Brixton, a large Caribbean neighborhood located in the London borough of Lambeth. And during the course of 6 days, Metro Police stopped and searched over 1,000 people, putting the community on edge. On April 10th, news of an alleged incident of police brutality, and on April 11th, an arrest of a Black citizen precipitated a standoff with police, culminating in one of the nation's worst riots. And in the course of 3 days, rioters attacked the police, burned cars, and destroyed property. When it was over, 279 police officers and 45 civilians were injured. 82 people were arrested. There was millions of pounds of property damage. Brixton was the epicenter of this disruption. It was the catalyst for riots in Toxteth, Birmingham, Luton, Leeds, and Northampton, other major cities with large Black ethnic populations. Alex Wheatle wrote about this in his novel, Brixton Rock. The mainstream media and politicians either pathologized and criminalized rioters or made the effort to understand underlying factors which instigated the violent demonstrations. While Margaret Thatcher found the actions of the rioters deplorable, declaring nothing justifies what happened, other government officials saw beyond the misplaced rage. In the aftermath of the riots, a report by Lord Leslie Scarman attributed the rioting to unemployment and racial disadvantage, which he said was a fact of British life. Despite this admission, Scarman stopped short of acknowledging the police culpability in inciting the unrest and insisted the police force itself was not racist. Those who continued to be victims of the SUS laws thought otherwise and unsurprisingly continued to riot in response to excessive policing. And in 1985, once again, Brixton erupted in a massive riot, this time in response to the death of Cherry Gross, who was killed when police raided Gross's home in search of her son, who was suspected of criminal activity. None of the police officers on the scene were charged in her death. And again in 2011, from August 6th to 9th, in the biggest riot since '81, protesters set England ablaze in Liverpool, Manchester, Birmingham, and Bristol over the death of 29-year-old Mark Duggan, an unarmed Black man who was shot and killed while being apprehended by the police. Authorities determined no wrongdoing and ruled the incident a lawful killing. And there have been many, many, many poets who have written about these, all three riots that I just glossed over. Again, I'll get back to that in another, as this paper expands. Over the years, the riots have put Britain on notice and enabled aggrieved citizens to express their rage, but they didn't necessarily result in new laws to create institutional shifts to address aggressive policing and other root causes for the rebellions. Recognizing the need for an alternative strategy of resistance, a new generation inspired by the efforts of John LaRose and Darcus Howe, stalwarts of the movement and literary contributors to The Race Today, which was a literary intellectual journal. These youths have preferred nonviolent civil disobedience in ways that are just as bold and disruptive as the rioters. Some would say conditions for Blacks in Britain are far from what they were in the 1970s. Black Britons have made great strides in politics and culture, law and medicine, and entertainment. Despite these gains, statistics show a different story. And according to studies, Black people in Britain had the highest employment rates across all ethnic groups. 47% of Black children live in poverty. Black workers with degrees were on average earning 23.1% less than their white counterparts. They were more than twice as likely to be murdered as white Britons and more likely to be stopped and searched and a third who die in police custody are Black or other ethnic minorities. And you can look to the work of Sadie Smith, NW, for example, for more on this. For some, the picture is bleak. Youth find themselves fighting for the same reasons as youth in the 1970s, as written about by Diran Adebayo in novels such as Some Kind of Black. Today's activists are armed with technological resources, which makes the job of organizing much easier. With access to social media, their activism plays out in a plethora of ways. Viral activism allows some to use social media to push their agendas to an international audience, to organize mass demonstrations beyond borders, and to maintain control of their narratives. They can also engage in coalition building, broadcast in real time the activities of the movement, and with a click of a finger, raise donations from anywhere in the world. Another distinguishing feature of new grassroots movements is the inclusion of advocacy against sexism, LGBTQ plus rights, which have often taken a back seat in Black civil rights movements focused primarily on race and have a known history of sexism and homophobia among the ranks. The leadership models have also been reconfigured. Natalie Jeffers, co-founder of BLM UK, explains, this group has no hierarchy, instead building itself around a horizontal leadership model where everyone is encouraged to take on different roles. BLM UK also places queer Black feminist principles at the front of leadership. Adam, how am I doing for time? BLM UK and its offshoots and organizations like the London Black Revolutionaries have been two of the most impactful grassroots groups, and through their actions, they have caught media attention and made their concerns known beyond the UK. The London Black Revolutionaries, a socialist organization of Black and Asians founded in 2013, described themselves as a self-determined working class urban revolutionary organization. Our principles and offenses range from anti-racist, anti-sexist, anti-homophobic, and anti-fascist campaigns and operations. We are a democratic militant organization that encourages self-leadership, but strictly adheres to fighting oppression and exploitation in non-abstract forms. In addition to speaking out against excessive policing in Black and minority neighborhoods, they've also advocated for the homeless and immigrant workers. BLM UK, established in 2016, is an offshoot of the American group established 3 years prior in response to the 2013 murder of Trayvon Martin, killed by auxiliary policeman George Zimmerman. The deaths of other Black Americans killed by police. And they organize around the same core issues as the London Black Revolutionaries. Both groups engage in direct action, disruptive behaviors in public spaces that are intended to bring awareness to what they perceive as human rights violations against marginalized groups. LBR came to media attention after destroying hostile architecture designed to prevent like birds from soiling buildings, but also used to regulate public spaces. Hostile architecture used to dissuade loitering, especially from the homeless, who often sleep on benches and in doorways. Sorry, I lost my place. In protest of what they see as discriminatory anti-homeless practices, and to bring awareness to the larger issue of lack of affordable housing and housing schemes for displaced persons. LBG poured concrete over the spikes of Tesco's windowsills, thereby undermining efforts to make these spaces unappealing to the homeless. This effort was followed by the 2015 Reclaim Brixton Mark to protest gentrification in urban neighborhoods. In coalition with other groups, they confronted estate agents and the local council for failing to protect longstanding residents from losing homes to eviction or inflated rent. They also created a democracy wall where people could provide suggestions for the estate agents, such as imposing rent caps for landlords, building more homes for working people, and ending evictions. LBR looks for creative ways to enlighten the public about their political causes and target entities involved in exploitation and oppression. One of their more provocative stunts was to turn attention to migrant workers and deportation. And in July 2016, along with the Malcolm X movement, they called out Byron Burgers, for working in tandem with immigration officials to arrest and detain 35 migrant workers who were in a coordinated effort with Homeland Security, duped into appearing for work for training, only to learn they were embroiled in a sting to detain undocumented workers. The raid resulted in the deportation of several restaurant employees. LBR and other groups demanded an apology from Byron's CEO, but the CEO defended their actions and denied wrongdoing. In retaliation, LBR released live cockroaches and grasshoppers at 2 of the burger chain's locations, disrupting dining and subsequently forcing restaurants to close. All right, I think I have like 5 minutes and I have to skip down. In contrast to LBR, BLM UK has taken a more traditional approach in their direct action tactics. In 2016, the group made headlines when they obstructed the tarmac at London Heathrow Airport for several hours, creating major delays. The rally was twofold. First, to draw attention to the police brutality. They held the protest at Heathrow to acknowledge the death of Jimmy Mubenga, who died from suffocation while in police custody on a deportation flight en route to Angola. The march was also for climate change. In the group's Instagram page, they explained that climate crisis is a racist crisis. 7 out of 10 of the countries most affected by climate change are in sub-Saharan Africa. The focus on global struggles for Africans is a key feature for BLM and the LBR movement, and it's why both groups have stood in solidarity for police brutality in the US. Moreover, there's an emotional connection and a shared understanding of what Blacks and other minorities are facing. And so in a unified front, both organizations have rallied in protest of the shooting of Mike Brown and the acquittal of the police officer in that case, and also the murder of Eric Gardner. For those who question why these organizations align themselves with African-American causes, they explain in the US, there's Eric Gardner, Michael Brown, Tamir Rice, and the list is endless. But here in the UK, we have Mark Duggan, Sean Rigg, Christopher Alder, and many more, and Stephen Lawrence, of course. And more than 1,500 people have died in the UK during or after police contact. Since 1990, 147 of them have been Black. They're also protesting over the hundreds of Black people killed all over the world by police officers who kill with impunity. My last statement, because I know I'm running out of time. In America, groups like BLM have been able to sustain media coverage, and they have strong investment from members of the public and support from prominent politicians. While they haven't seen any real justice, they have been able to enact real change, such as requiring police officers to wear body cams to resolve complaints against police officers. It remains to be seen if LBR or BLM UK can be as impactful. In an article, last statement, reflecting on youth movements, the Arab Spring and BLM, Alcinda Hawana writes, young people have been at the forefront of political change. However, they have not yet been able to effect systemic change. While profound social transformation takes time, this generation is still wrestling with how to move beyond street protest and have a lasting impact on politics and governance. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Walters. We have a question here right away. Krista is asking, she says, thanks for your presentation, Tracy. Can you please speak to the contradictory impulses emanating around Brexit, whereby some African immigrants supported Brexit, believing it would strengthen the Commonwealth and shift Britain's attention towards Africa? Again, speaking to people's perception of belonging and community. What are the generational and ideological differences you discern?
Well, this is just my opinion. My opinion is that some generationally, those who were under the Commonwealth, right? So those who, the baby boomer generation, many of the so this is the Windrush generation who, as we've seen, unfortunately was subject to the repatriation. But that baby boomer generation are quite loyal to Crown and Country and kind of bought into the rhetoric about the foreigners taking our jobs. And so those foreigners weren't necessarily of African descent, right? that these foreigners had different ancestries. So they were very much kind of caught up into the kind of nationalist ideology about us and them, right? The xenophobia, not acknowledging or kind of this willful ignorance of their own history and what their own people had endured. There's also a class dimension to this, that I'm not going to get into, but there's also a class dimension to it as well. And so that accounts from an older generation standpoint for their support of Brexit. A younger generation is much more attuned, and they're not necessarily only accepting the BBC broadcast, right? That they are seeking their news from other sources and are much more aware of how the state is manipulative and isn't necessarily acting on behalf of, the general public. And so a younger generation was less apt to buy into the Brexit fervor.
Thank you. I have another, it's sort of a question, somewhat a comment. I'll try to turn it into a question, I believe from the chat, from Philip F. Young. He asked, the parallels to African American struggles, especially as they apply to police brutality, are certainly not coincidental. Perhaps an important means to strengthening African and African diasporic relations would be to underscore the similarities in struggles and human rights violations across borders. With that in mind, could you comment a little bit on the different transnational cooperation between diasporic communities, perhaps in Britain and elsewhere?
Yeah, I think for a long time, the understanding or the belief is that everything happens in America and other people are just sitting back passively sitting back doing nothing and waiting for America to act and to model their activism on America. And that obviously is not true. But I will say organizations like BLM allow for a more global and interactive way of approaching these human rights issues, to speak more broadly and to think more globally, not just about what's happening in your own backyard, but to be cognizant of what is happening in other places. And part of the issue comes down to media, because the narrative in the US around policing and police brutality is what sells newspapers. There's a lot of focus on that here. But Black people here may not be as tapped into what's happening in other parts of the world in comparison to Black people in other parts of the world, knowing full well what's happening into America. And so again, an organization like BLM has made a concerted effort to organize across borders, if you will. Those efforts aren't necessarily covered in the media. And the same thing in the UK. Khadija Cisse, for example, had an initiative a couple of years ago to think about what was happening in Brazil and another case and in other places in terms of policing. They just don't get the international traction. So the efforts are happening at a very kind of low level, grassroots level, and need to be, the spotlight needs to be obviously on what's happening across diaspora. But there's hope for that, right? And with social media and with access to media, that can happen.
All right, wonderful. We have a question from Melanie Kent. She says, thank you so much for this presentation. Have you seen divisions in old and new diasporas in Britain in terms of engagement with BLM?
Yes. I couldn't include everything here because of time, and I did a poll. I asked, friends and my own family, and just kind of blindly asked people about their impressions of BLM. And many people don't, and I tried to get to this in the paper, many people, sadly, don't see the point because there's I don't know if it's just a fatigue or they know in the UK, you don't have the same kind of force of mobilization. And obviously with BLM in the US, there are, even though it's a grassroots organization, politicians and other groups have a vested interest in helping to propagate the message. In the UK, you don't have that same kind of support or traction. And so there are a large swath of people who could care less about the efforts of BLM UK. And that is generational, and that's class again. There hasn't been any real pushback, but unless the general public sees BLM UK make any inroads as it pertains to legislation, they won't be taken as seriously as BLM in the USA. But the work that they're doing is important because it does keep a spotlight on the injustices that are happening. And again, as I said in the beginning of the paper, there's this general attitude that, oh, the issues with policing are American issues. We don't have those kinds of issues. And America, and even the UK, Canada, they've done a great job in their PR, right, as these polite societies with this effective law enforcement. But in actuality, they've got this dark secret there in the background. And so the work of these organizations is necessary so that we can keep, the public can keep abreast of what's happening, even if it's not on the same level.
All right, we have about 4 minutes left. I'll try to squeeze in a few more questions if I can. Let's see. Malipo says, hi Tracy, thank you for your presentation. The police brutalities against African migrants and refugees in USA, South Africa, Australia, and the rest of the world, as we saw in the city of Cape Town, the death of African Americans in the USA, and the death of a big number of our fellow brothers and sisters who are dying in the Mediterranean Sea trying to cross going to Europe. They ask, what is your insight? I assume on these events being interconnected on a global level. And then if I can just add on to that, similarly, somebody asked, what is your insight on on a global movement against hostile architecture and art and movements you cite and others like Rhoda's Musfal and gated and hyper-secularized communities?
To the first point, I think it goes back to what I said. And obviously, social media is not the, it can't be the savior, right? But social media can go a long way into allowing groups to kind of document what's happening, right, in a centralized location. They can, I think again, it goes back to media. And the great thing was with these, with newer, younger grassroots activists who know how to use technology, they are in a position to ensure that we are aware of what's happening and not allow mainstream media to kind of co-opt the narrative. That they're in a position to, they should be doing the work of actively kind of coupling what's happening in one place with another. Few people outside of the UK would know who Mike Duggan is, right? That name doesn't mean anything to them, but the whole world knows who Trayvon Martin is. A few people know what's happening in South Africa. And it's not just, I mean, I'm thinking also, think about the human rights abuses against the LGBTQI community in South Africa. The sexual violations, right? The curative rapes that are happening. We are our brother's keeper. And so we have to do more to recognize our shared struggles of oppression. And I do think it's happening, but it's just really it's happening slowly, not as quickly as maybe we would like, but it is happening, and it's generational. A younger generation understands the interconnectivity of our shared oppression beyond borders. They understand that, but it's just slow. It's just slow to roll out. In regards to the hostile architecture, this is kind of new for me. So I obviously here in the US, there was been a lot of discussion about the removal of monuments. Monuments, whether it's dishonoring the Native American community, obviously slavery in the US. The roads situation, I think that there was some synergy there and a recognition of because of the removal of monuments, but again, not enough to seep into the consciousness of African Americans outside of scholars to see the ties that bind in the same way that they did with apartheid and Jim Crow. So again, it's just more about education and efforts to kind of bridge and work in tandem as oppressed people.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Walters. That was a fascinating presentation and some great insights in the questions, and I'm sure our audience has a lot more. I know our audience has more, so hopefully they can get in touch with you to answer some of those questions. I think that Adam might move you to an attendant so you can speak within the chat if you want to interact with those individuals. But our next individual we have on our schedule, just trying to stay on track, is Paul Schauert. Paul, can you hear us?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay. So Paul Schauert is currently an assistant professor at Michigan State University in the Center of Integrative Studies in Arts and Humanities. He holds a PhD in folklore and ethnomusicology with a minor in African studies from Indiana University. He is primarily interested in the intersections of music, dance, nationalism, politics, and self-fashioning in Africa and its diaspora. Dr. Schauert examines these issues in his book, Staging Ghana, Artistry and Nationalism in State Dance Ensembles, published in 2015 by Indiana University Press. This work explores the ways in which members of Ghana's national dance troupes manage their dual positions as state employees and private citizens, harnessing available resources to turn the rhetoric and institutions of nationalism to their advantage as they seek self-improvement. Dr. Schauert has also published numerous scholarly articles and reviews while remaining an active musician and composer. He has taught classes on African and African diasporic music and culture, world music, popular music, and global jazz, as well as folklore, fairy tales, immigration narratives, and global cities. His current research focuses on the artistic collaborations between African immigrants and African Americans in Detroit as they co-produce diasporic stage performances that filter imaginings of Africa through the lens of Black politics. So your presentation, Paul's presentation, is titled Staging Afrotopias, Performative Collaborations Between Old and New African Diasporans in Detroit. So Paul, you have the floor for 20 minutes before we will open up for a 10-minute question period.
Great, thank you so much, Hunter, and thanks everyone for who worked on convening this conference for today. I'm going to try to share my screen and share my PowerPoint presentation with you all.
And if it doesn't work, I can do that for you as well. Oh, I see something.
Let's see. Trying to get it to, there we go. Can you all see, yeah, the PowerPoint? Okay, we'll go with that. Harlem, 1929. Assata Diaspora arrives in America from Sierra Leone. After growing up in an elite family in West Africa and attempting to make a career as an opera singer in Europe, Diaspora made a lasting impact with his African theater troupe based in New York City. His company was comprised of West African immigrants, including those from the Hausa, Kru, Igbo, Yoruba, Kalaba, and Bini ethnic groups. Their performances marked the first significant stagings of Africa by new African immigrants in America, setting a powerful precedent and opening up possibilities for subsequent similar endeavors. For instance, noted choreographers Pearl Primus and Catherine Dunham both danced in Diaspora's ensemble. Many African-American, and Afro-Caribbean drummers also performed with Diaspora, most significantly Nigerian Babatunde Alatunji, who went on to catapult African drumming into the American mainstream during the 1950s and 60s, particularly with his well-known recording, Drums of Passion. Acting as an ambassador for African music and culture, Olatunji was the first African performer widely accessible to African Americans, particularly through his Center for African Culture established in Harlem in 1967. If Olatunji is credited with introducing the notion that African music could be a concert art, the Guinean-born Laji Kamara solidified and expanded it, creating a djembe boom that still reverberates to this day. After several tours with the renowned Ballet Afrikaans, Kamra settled in New York City in 1960 and began teaching djembe traditions, which quickly overshadows Diasporas and Olatunji's work, shifting the focus from Anglophone to Francophone drumming and dance in America. Reinforcing this emphasis on Francophone repertoire, Senegalese drummer Mor Thiam immigrated to the US in the late 1960s after meeting Catherine Dunham in Dakar in 1966. Perhaps best known for his later work with Afropop superstars Youssou N'Dour, Salif Keita, and Baba Maal, Thiam's success in America encouraged two other Senegalese drummers to relocate to the US in the 1970s. This is Katam Sissoko and Ibrahima Kamara. Although lesser known, these two men will become important in our story later. In all, Dafora Olatunji, Laji Kamra, Mor Thiam, and other members of the so-called New African Diaspora interacted extensively with African Americans or the Old African Diaspora. Notable among the artists are Melvin Deal, Robert Crowder, and Arthur Hall, but arguably the most influential African American drummer of this generation was James Hawthorne, Chief Bey. Born in South Carolina, he grew up in Harlem, initially learning drumming from Dafora's student, Esme Andrews, and later working with Olatunji in the 1950s, performing along with two other African-American drummers on Drums of Passion. He also worked with Catherine Dunham and Pearl Primus, both studying with Laji Kamra and performing with Guy Warren from Ghana. He taught countless African-American drummers, including most notably Alukweshe Wells and Suli Greg Wilson. As African-American drummer Osube Craig remarked, most African-American drummers were taught by Chief Bey himself or can trace their drum teacher's genealogy back to him. As such, Chief Bey was a vital link between generations of new and old diasporic African musicians in America. Further exploring iterations between old and new African diasporans, this paper focuses on the Detroit-based Ngomaza Amin-Ra New African Dance Theater, its repertoire, and its founder, Kamal Amin-Ra, to illustrate the development of diasporic consciousness, including the ways in which African-American performers engaged with a network of new African immigrants to co-create a revolutionary transitional space, which I call Africa with a K, in which to forge meaningful iterations and understandings of self, place, politics, and history through cultural hybridity. Overall, I show that Africa, with a K, is a liminal, aspirational, and subjunctive performative space that offers artistic freedom for musicians and dancers to explore the ideal, the way things might have been, or the way things could be. In other words, Africa, with a K, is a kind of utopia, or rather Afrotopia, a Pan-African performative and speculative place which reinterprets the past and imagines an African conscious future. Harlem, 1950. Richard Arliss Martin, later known as Kamal Amin-Ra, is born into the heart of the new African diaspora in America. However, he did not directly encounter the aforementioned lineage until much later in his life. Kamal descends from a family of musicians and activists. His maternal grandmother, Beatrice J. Robinson from Brooklyn, was a classically trained pianist, vocalist, and dancer who was one of the first Black graduates of Juilliard and danced with Catherine Dunham. His mother, Ann Robinson Martin, was a cellist and bassist who attended the Boston Conservatory of Music, where she met Kamal's father, James Alfred Martin, a jazz musician and composer. In the early 1950s, James Martin gave up his musical career, however, when he joined the Nation of Islam's security force known as the Fruit of Islam. Kamal only learned about his father's activism in his late teens, but noted that this revelation had a profound impact on his subsequent life and work. During Kamal's later childhood, interests in drumming as well as African music and culture were sparked as he was surrounded by both new and old diasporans in New York. He recalled a neighborhood full of music and food made by Haitians, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, and the like, as well as vivid memories of drum parades of Harlem's Yoruba temple. He studied piano with his grandmother, and he was active in the school music program through his high school on percussion. As did many African Americans in the 1960s, he started to rediscover Africa, particularly noting the influence of the well-known book, The Negro and the Making of America. But as he told me, the thing that really got me into African music was when I saw the video of the National Ballet from Guinea playing at the United Nations in 1966. However, at the time, Kamal's primary musical endeavor was as the lead singer of an R&B band, cover band in Atlantic City. In terms of ideological grounding, Kamal explained, there are all these little incidences and stories of racial injustice that I lived or were told to me throughout my life and throughout my youth. Like one of my uncles was a freedom writer. They all formed my political mindset. After completing high school, Kamal attended Quincy College in Illinois. There, he read everything from Garvey, Malcolm X, and Elijah Muhammad to Ralph Ellison, James Baldwin, and Richard Wright. Around this time, Kamal was also introduced to the ideologies of the Republic of New Africa, the RNA, along with the Black Panther Party. Later, when he returned to Atlantic City in 1971, he began to work with the Panthers as a community organizer, particularly involved in the free breakfast program. In 1973, at the request of a fellow Panther and friend, Kamal relocated to Detroit. After eventually finding a job at the local public television station, he started to jam with local musicians, eventually meeting Sundiata Keita, a kindred soul in drumming and political activism. Kamal was invited to perform with Sundiata's group, United Spirit, a Detroit-based African theater company that performed rumbas, sambas, and plays dramatizing African-American experiences. Kamal and Sundiata bonded over their mutual passions for African music and culture, as well as political activism. They traveled extensively together and lived together for years. In 1977, they took a trip to see the Chicago-based Muntu Dance Theater perform. As Kamal recalls, when they came out with those djembes and stilt walker, that was it. My life changed from that day on. Through Muntu, Kamal and Sundiata met Moshe Molan, Baba Atiba, and other members of this ensemble who were also part of a secret society known as the Sun Drummer. According to Khalil El-Zabar, a former chairman of the group, Sun Drummer was founded on the south side of Chicago in 1968 by a student of Chief Bay's, Harold Atukwe Murray. It was, as El-Zabar recalls, one of the first organizations of African-American musicians committed to the study and performance of traditional African music and philosophy. It helped develop Afrocentric consciousness. Kamal and Sundiata over the next year, 77 to 78, became initiated into this group. Spurred by his experience with the Sun Drummer, in 1977, Kamal established his own ensemble in Detroit, which eventually became known as the Ngomaza Amun-Ra New African Dance Theater. This group initially consisted of roughly 10 Detroit area African-American drummers and dancers. It was both an outgrowth of the United Spirit group and an amalgamation of the members' political, social, and spiritual philosophies. The name itself is indicative of a transnational, diasporic, Pan-African consciousness merged with revolutionary Black politics. For example, Amun-Ra is the name of a god in ancient Kemet or Egyptian. Using Kemet connected this group to other Black political activists and Afrocentrists who often glorified ancient Egypt in their expressions of African diasporic identity. Later, Kamal adopted the Swahili phrase Ngoma-za, meaning the drums of or the music and dance of. The New African portion of the ensemble's name was inspired by Kamal's and other members' alignment with the ideology of the Republic of New Africa, RNA, a political activist group who agitated for a sovereign Black territory within America's South. When asked about this portion of the ensemble's name, Kamal explained, "We were coming out of the whole consciousness, the African liberation concept, self-identity, trying to find out who we were, celebrating ourselves as Africans. And we are new Africans. We don't have African names. We don't speak African languages. We are a result of slavery because we were lost. But then we rediscovered all these things. It was like we were being reborn. It was a type of renewal," end quote. Similarly, as co-artistic director Shashu Amun-Ra added, New African was a way of identifying ourselves more with the African continent, but we were still Americans. The K spoke to a new rebirthing, a new level of consciousness, end quote. As Kamal acknowledged, the Republic of New Africa never happened, of course, but that's okay. It was more of a psychological place for us to be, as a way to heal our mind, to get rid of some of the wrong ways of thinking that African Americans might have by living in this country. Although the RNA never achieved its ultimate goal of acquiring a physical territory within the US, its ideologies were transformed into a psychological place made manifest through the performances of Ngoma-za. Through this process, he continued, we are trying to build a new nation within ourselves. We are not just doing this as a show. This is something that we are doing to reclaim our lost identity and culture, end quote. In all, the ensemble's name reflected a revolutionary diasporic Pan-Africanism, combining terminology from North and East Africa, as well as references to Black political activism. After founding the ensemble, Kamal, Sundiata, and other members of this group continued to work with Sun Drummer in Chicago while studying directly with new and old diasporic Africans, including Morcham, Chief Bey, Babatunde Alatunji, and Laji Kamra, as well as Ibrahim Kamara and Katab Siseko, both of whom stayed with Kamal for several months in the late 1970s and early 80s, helping Ngoma Za build its repertoire and sensibilities. As Kamal remarked, Siseko and Ibrahima solidified some of the things we were doing. Before then, we were just rebels, just doing drumming and making up stories. But these guys came and showed us some of the real traditions from their villages, end quote. These new African diasporic drummers, in other words, lent to the perceived authenticity of Ngoma Za's ensemble. Together, artists in the troupe from both sides of the Atlantic contributed to the creation of Africa with a K on stage through a diverse, eclectic, hybridized, and transnational repertoire. As is customary in many parts of Africa, at the start of each Ngoma Za performance, there is the ritual pouring of libation, accompanied by the singing and reciting of praises to the ancestors. At many of their performances, the ensemble begins with an Ifa song in Yoruba for Ogun, which Kamal noted he learned from Baba Atiba in the Sun Drummer. While pouring libations, Kamal or Sundiata would often recite praises announcing in Swahili, Sifa Yoto Zende, all praises to, followed by the name of an ancestor or respected elder in the Black community, ranging from Malcolm X to Steve Biko, and then closing each phrase with Nsa, which is tree or akan for drink, or Ashe, Yoruba for life or spiritual force. This blend of East and West African traditions and languages with African American and African ancestral names set the tone for a new African performance that is both diasporic and diachronic in nature. A core part of many African American dance ensembles to this day is funga. It is one of the first African music dances that Kamal learned, and it remains a cornerstone of Ngoma Za's contemporary repertoire. Funga's history and development allude to the connection and tension between new and old African diasporans. Although there is some debate, funga is largely understood to be a Liberian Vai welcome dance, first performed in America by Assata Dafora in the 1930s. It then became adapted and popularized by Pearl Primus and later by Olatunji and his ensemble, each making their own controversial alterations to it. Subsequently, African-American drummer La Roque Bay added a now widely used lyric, Funga Alafia Ashe Ashe, and set this merger of Yoruba and Vai languages to the melody of an old African-American slave song, Little Liza Jane. In the 1990s, funga was further changed and simplified for school children as it became a staple in the American multicultural movement in primary education. In sum, funga is a product of the African diasporic imagination, a co-creation of both new and old African diasporans, fostering diasporic consciousness as its performance helped to construct a transnational African with a K space. Like many African-American drumming and dance ensembles, Ngoma Za also includes several pieces directly drawn from the repertoire of Les Bals Africains, or LBA. Its master drummer, Laji Kamra, was primarily responsible for disseminating this repertoire in New York City in the 1960s, which later became altered and infused with new meanings. For instance, with the popular Guinean piece Dundumba, Kamal noted that he first learned it from the Sun Drummer, who learned it from Chief Bey, who learned it from Laji Kamra. Ngoma Za later added a Wolof song learned from Morcham, some variations from Sissoko and Ibrahima, and choreography which featured African martial arts from several regions of the continent. Similarly, Ngoma Za augmented several other dances featured in the LBA repertoire in the 1960s, for instance, adding gospel and hymnal singing to the all-female puberty rites dance Manjani, and augmenting the Lamba dance with which is from Guinea as well, with a Zimbabwean Imbira. Ngoma also created and adapted theatrical works that did not explicitly reference the names of African dances, considered by its members to be the troupe's signature choreography. Market dance, aka Obulo, is a Black Atlantic cultural hybrid. While the core of its music is drawn from a Congolese rhythm called bouché, adapted from Muntu in the 1970s, it also includes Cuban wawanko, Brazilian samba, a Malian log drum called ikonkong, dunduns, and a Senegalese Wolof song learned from Sissoko. The dance has been refined and expanded over the years with the help of Karen Prahl, an African-American dance professor at Wayne State University, and Jean-Claude Bisa-Samba, a member of the New African Diaspora from Congo, who performed in its national dance company and toured extensively in Europe before settling in Ann Arbor, Michigan in the late 1970s. In all, as Kamal noted, because it has all these elements from Africa, the United States, and the Caribbean, I feel that market dance really represents me and Africans in America, end quote. This choreography also prompted Kamal to reflect on cultural hybridity, authenticity, ownership, and artistic license, stating that we African Americans or Africans in America are really the only people that have the right to mix African cultural traditions like this. Because of our mixture of blood from the different tribes, people were married in this country who might not have ever met if they were in Africa. So all of Africa is in our DNA. I've got Senegalese, Ghanaian, Congolese in me. It's all mixed up because we African Americans don't really know exactly where we come from, and we don't know who jumped the broom with who. We feel free to mix the different cultures together, end quote. In other words, an absence of a definitive genealogical link or links to a single African ethnic group created an expanded sense of authority for Kamal, lending to the ease with which he adopted and adapted cultural practices and symbols from many parts of the continent. In sum, market dance's Pan-African musical soundscape, along with choreographic depictions of a busy cosmopolitan marketplace, express the multiple streams of cultural histories from both new and old African diasporas that have converged to create the work itself and diasporic consciousness more broadly. In total, various members of Ngoma estimate that the group has about 30 to 40 pieces in its repertoire, most from the Mande complex, but a fair amount from Nigeria, Ghana, Congo, and other African regions, as well as the diaspora. Ngoma's repertoire also consists of pieces derived from multiple disparate African and diasporic traditions, creatively combined into singular artistic works. Examples include Zulu, drum talk, and shikare. Occasionally, Ngoma also performs reggae songs, such as Burning Spear's Slavery Days, and spirituals such as Oh Freedom, using only African percussion and voice. This inclusion reflects Kamal's deep passion for reggae and its congruencies with his overall political project. As he told me, to this day, with my reggae band or with Amin Ra, I use these groups to promote the ideas of the RNA, Black Panthers, and the whole Black revolutionary spirit, end quote. Since its founding, Ngoma has performed in a wide variety of contexts, which reflect its political agenda. These include African-centered public schools, Kwanzaa celebrations, Marcus Garvey commemorations, Black Panther events, African Liberation Day celebrations, and so forth. Ngoma has also continued its association with the RNA, performing most recently at a 2015 Detroit-based commemoration for Chokwe Lumumba, a seminal figure in this organization. So in conclusion, reflecting a wide-ranging Pan-African hybrid of music and dance through the prism of Black revolutionary politics, Ngoma performances create a singular universalizing place from which new forms of consciousness and possibilities of being emerge. Although referencing the motherland, this place remains distinctly diasporic while being redressive, aspirational, and subjunctive. It is utopian, or rather Afrotopian, imagining a realm where all, quote unquote, the nations of Africa and its diaspora dance together in unified harmony as broken histories of migration, loss, oppression, and triumph are bridged through performance. Such stagings in Detroit perpetuate the revolutionary work of the RNA, the Panthers, and other activists, serving local communities by creating a new African consciousness, which in turn encourages social change. As Kamal noted, If we as African Americans know where we are and where we came from, we can better move forward in a positive and productive way, end quote. Co-created by direct and indirect interactions between new and old African diasporans, Ngomaza's renderings of Africa with a K in Detroit are both products of and generative forces for a politically charged Black Atlantic diasporic consciousness. Deeply dwelling in this performative domain encourages participants to reimagine and transform senses of home, place, self, and ontology. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Paul. We have a few questions from the audience. We're slightly short on time, so we'll try to get them in quickly, but they're good ones. So our first question from Philip F. Young says, "Hi, Paul Showard. Thank you for your insightful presentation. What are your thoughts on an African, with a K, identity, considering that the continent is made up of numerous ethnic and racial groups, as well as cultures, lifestyles, and belief systems, many of which have minimal similarities? I asked based upon the prevalent and even stereotypical reference of the continent as if it is a homogeneous city."
Right. Thanks so much for that question. So I would just, I guess, build on what I was saying, maybe clarifying a bit that Africa with a K is a particularly diasporic construction, I think. And it's a particularly political one as well. So the K, spelling Africa with a K, I think, as far as I understand, it really comes out of Garveyism and to some degree Pan-Africanism, but really I think it has its roots in Garveyism, right, in the diaspora, and is particularly, that K really symbolizes a political intent, which then gets grafted onto civil rights and the Black Power movement and so forth, and the RNA, you know, and the Panthers and all of this. And so what I'm really talking about with Africa with a K is a diasporic imagining of the continent, right? Diasporic imagining of Africa. So yeah, is it essentialist? Yes. I mean, does it oftentimes mask the differences and distinctions that actually exist in Africa? Absolutely. You know, absolutely it does that in this kind of generalizing, unifying way. So yeah, I mean, and I would say too, I would add to that, the folks that I've talked to, Kamal and his members, they're aware of this. I mean, they're not oblivious to the differences that exist in Africa, right, across the continent, but it's still a very powerful image and narrative that they're trying to construct and for themselves, right, in understanding their own identities. They're still constructing this somewhat essentialist notion of the continent, which is very political, but they also recognize the differences as well. Yeah, I don't know if that, hopefully that helps.
Thank you, Paul. So one more question from Namada. She asked, "Paul, how are DNA tests complicating the notion expressed by Kamal regarding African Americans being able to claim all of Africa? This was true through the centuries, but increasingly we see African Americans claiming specific countries on the continent."
Yeah, this comes up a lot recently, and this did come up in my interviews with folks, with Kamal and others that I interviewed from the group. A lot of them have taken DNA tests, but a lot of them, you know, also are of an age, you know, in their 70s now, where, you know, constructing these identities long before DNA testing was, you know, was a thing. And Kamal, you know, I remember him telling me he did go through this DNA testing, and for him, it just could have reaffirmed a lot of his assumptions, and knowledge that he had from his family. He knew that he was a product, you know, obviously of the slave trade, but also he knew he was a product of interracial relationships in the US. He knew that he had some Scottish and Irish ancestry. He already knew, you know, he suspected that he had West African roots as well, which was confirmed by the DNA testing. You know, so, and I guess in one sense it could limit and could say, well, you know, your ancestry is really only West Africa. So therefore, you know, you can only use West African traditions, and you shouldn't use South African Southern African or East African traditions or Egyptian traditions, you know. I mean, it hasn't affected him in that way. I mean, you know, I think there's still a lot of ambiguity and uncertainty even with DNA tests. I think, you know, people, you know, take them with a grain of salt, I think. So I think it confirms some things for folks, and then it also, you know, it still leaves a lot of questions unanswered. So I guess the ambiguity kind of still allows enough flexibility for Kamal and others to kind of explore their sort of imagination still of what it means to be Pan-African. And they're just generally promoting this Pan-African idea, whether they personally, you know, you know, believe that they genetically have all of these markers. They're just promoting, you know, they see it as a good thing to promote this kind of Pan-Africanism.
All right, thank you so much, Paul, for that detailed answer. The original asker of that first question said that your answer did indeed help, so looks like you did a great job. Up next, we have our closing remarks. Thank you so much for everybody that's been with us, but I believe Adam has something to say before we move on to that.
No, what I want to just do is I just want to first of all, thank you, Paul, and thank you, Tracy. Both fantastic papers, and I think work quite well with one another. I'm going to bring out now Bob Wakesa, who's our ACSUS, he's our Research and Partnership Coordinator. And Bob is going to introduce our last keynote speaker, and I think you have someone else to introduce, Bob.
Thank you. I think we wait to see Paul up.
Paul is up. Paul is up. I think I've put him up.
All right.
I put someone up. I put a Paul up.
I think this is Paul Schwartz.
No, I'm sure Paul's a letter up. Let me just see. Oh, yeah, here he is. Promote to panelist. There we go. He's promoted to panelist. Just let's see if he's there.
Yes, Paul is here.
There we go.
And I think we'll therefore, first of all, thanks colleagues for staying the course. For the past couple of hours, we are now moving or notching towards the end of the day of the conference, and with this final keynote address that's coming up, and we couldn't be luckier to have an outstanding scholar of African diaspora studies. In fact, he needs not much of an introduction, but I'll proceed and introduce him anyway, so that we can confirm that indeed we are lucky to have him, because Paul Tiambe Zeleza has been at a dozen universities in 6 countries on 3 continents and the Caribbean region. He held distinguished academic and senior administrative positions in Canada, the United States for 25 years before taking up the position of Vice Chancellor and Professor of Humanities and Social Sciences at the United States International University Africa in Nairobi in January 2016. In the early 2000s, he worked as a consultant for the Ford and MacArthur Foundations on the initiatives to revitalize higher education in Africa. His research project on the African academic diaspora conducted for the Carnegie Corporation of New York in the period 2011 to 2012 led to the establishment of the Carnegie African Diaspora Fellowship Program in 2013 that has to date sponsored nearly 400 African-born academics in the United States and Canada to work with dozens of universities in 6 African countries. He was the president of the eminent U.S. African Studies Association between 20 between 2008 and 2009. He has published more than 300 journal articles, book chapters, reviews, short stories, and online essays, and authored or edited 27 books, several of which have won international awards. He has presented nearly 250 keynote addresses, papers, and public lectures at leading universities and international conferences in 32 countries, and served on the editorial boards of more than 24 journals and book series. He currently serves as editor-in-chief of the Oxford Bibliographies Online in African Studies. He has received numerous international awards from major universities, among them the Amistad Award for contributions to Africana Studies and Excellence in Scholarship, Distinguished Africana Award for Scholarly Excellence, Distinguished Academic and Leadership Award, Distinguished Africanist Award, Distinguished African Academic Excellence Award, and the Thabo Mbeki Award for Leadership. In July 2013, he was recognized in the New York Times as one of the 43 great immigrants in the United States. In May 2015, he was awarded a honorary Doctor of Laws honoris causa at Dalhousie University, which I believe is his alma mater, for outstanding personal achievement. He currently serves on the administrative board of the International Association of Universities, the advisory board of the Alliance for African Partnership, which is a partner in this conference, as well as chair of the advisory council of the Carnegie African Diaspora Fellowship Program. He's also the chair of the board of trustees of the Kenya Education Network and is a member of the University of Ghana Council. So let's welcome Professor Paul Seleza to make his keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Truly a pleasure for me to participate in this important conference. These days, of course, we have all gone online, and it is wonderful to be able to meet some colleagues from the US and South Africa and other places virtually. The title of my presentation is Africa and the Diaspora, Recreating Engagements in the Era of COVID-19. COVID-19, as we all know, has disrupted every facet of human life at all levels. Global and transnational engagements, including diaspora linkages with their homelands, are of course no exception. This is the subject of the presentation. What is the impact of COVID-19 on relations between Africa and its diasporas? As the pandemic is still unfolding, its trajectory for Africa and the diaspora remains uncertain. However, it is possible to offer provisional projections that are as much analytical as they are prescriptive. I begin by offering brief reflections on the impact of COVID-19 on both Africa and the diaspora. Then I'll share my conceptualization of the diaspora and then talk about how the diaspora can work with Africa when it comes to higher education and knowledge production more generally. So first of all, COVID-19 and the Pan-African world. There is an apparent contradiction in media reports about the spread and impact of the coronavirus pandemic on Africa and the diaspora. On the one hand, much fewer cases of COVID-19 have been reported in Africa than originally anticipated and in comparison to other world regions. This has led to dangerous delusions about the purported immunities of African genetics, youthful populations, or warm weather. Some claim African governments and societies were better prepared because of their experience dealing with other deadly disease epidemics, from malaria to tuberculosis, HIV/AIDS to Ebola. Others have attributed it to limited international travel in many of Africa's underdeveloped economies. The fact of the matter is that the numbers are relatively low because little testing has been done in most African countries. It is not accidental that the highest numbers of people infected by the coronavirus are in Africa's most developed economies, in South Africa and Northern Africa, where more testing is being done. The World Health Organization is not so sanguine about Africa's prospects. In a recent report, the WHO Regional Office for Africa warns, and I quote, 83,000 to 190,000 people in Africa could die of COVID-19, and 29 million to 44 million could get infected in the first year of the pandemic if containment measures fail, end of quote. The rates of transmission and morbidity from COVID-19 among African diaspora populations in some countries underscore the hazardous inanity of genetic arguments. According to The Guardian, in the United Kingdom, I quote, Black people are more than 4 times more likely to die from COVID-19 than white people, according to stark official figures exposing a dramatic divergence in the impact of the coronavirus pandemic in England and Wales. It discovered that after taking into account age, measures of self-reported health and disability, and other social demographic characteristics, Black people were still almost twice as likely as white people to die of COVID-19 related death. The discrepancies reflected the fact that Black and minority ethnic groups in the UK suffered from racial discrimination and racial inequalities in housing and overcrowding, and higher rates of unemployment and child poverty than the white population. They were also disproportionately represented in public-facing service occupations, such as transport, as bus, coach, and taxi driving, and healthcare provision in hospitals and homes for the elderly. In the words of The Guardian, quote, these groups are more likely to work in frontline roles in the NHS in England. Nearly 21% of staff are from ethnic minorities, compared with about 14% of the population of England and Wales. Similarly, in the United States, the African American community contracted and died from COVID-19 at higher rates than the white community. The grim statistics ricocheted in the American media. The New York Times lamented in a long story headlined, "A Terrible Price, the Deadly Racial Disparities of COVID-19 in America." It stated, I quote, "The coronavirus pandemic has stripped bare the racial divide in the health of our nation. A complex and long-standing constellation of factors explains these higher death rates," end of quote. Another poignant story in the Washington Post by an African-American physician put the crisis of the coronavirus pandemic for Black communities graphically. I quote, "As America fights its war against the novel coronavirus, there is a separate battle being fought by African Americans. This battle finds them outmatched, under-resourced, under-supported, and under-tasted. It is a fight none would call fair. The coronavirus has further exposed the reality of racial health disparities in the United States. Many factors have fueled the racial disparities in COVID-19 outcomes: lower access to health care and higher rates of asthma, diabetes, and heart disease. There are social, economic, and political reasons for these lopsided outcomes," end of quote. Moreover, like the Black population in the United Kingdom, the author observes, "To this long list of traditional social determinants affecting my community, I'd like to add one more with a 400-year context. The African American essential worker designation. In the medical world, as elsewhere, these workers often go unnoticed and too often unnamed. They are the hospital cleaning personnel, the delivery, food service, and warehouse workers, and municipal employees who truly are on the front line. They stand between us and pure social chaos. These workers are Black or brown, low wage, and with limited formal education. They come in contact with the coronavirus in its most pernicious forms, on cardboard, stainless steel, on clothing, and in the air," end of quote. In Brazil, which has the world's largest African diaspora population, and where the coronavirus pandemic has spread like wildfire, the Afro-Brazilian population is paying the highest price. At the time of writing, Brazil has the 3rd highest count of confirmed cases after the United States and Russia. Britain has the fourth. It is instructive to note the four countries are led by reactionary populist zealots whose deranged isolationist pursuit of national greatness has entailed coronavirus denialism that has recklessly sacrificed their populations to needless infections and deaths. The uneven impact of the coronavirus pandemic on African diaspora population in the UK, US, Brazil, and elsewhere, spawned by the persistent histories of racial discrimination, inequality, and marginalization, has a direct impact on Africa. Some African families have lost relatives to the pandemic in Britain and the United States. Many more have lost access to remittances. According to a story in The Economist of April 18, 2020, quote, remittances are falling sharply across Africa. At one payments company, transfers from Britain to East Africa may have fallen by 80%. Another has seen flows from Italy to Africa drop by 90%. The effects are painful, end of quote. The second part I would like briefly is to talk about how we map or think about African diaspora engagements. The relationship between Africa and its diasporas, of course, goes beyond remittances, from the new diaspora to their countries of origin. I will address the question of diaspora engagements and contributions shortly. For now, let me point out that it is critical to appreciate the capaciousness, complexities, and challenges, as well as the diversities, dynamics, and demands of the Africa diaspora relationship. As I noted in a recent paper, my work on the diaspora focuses on four main issues. First, the need to interrogate and transcend definitions of Africa based on the exclusionary identities of race, geography, representation, and history. To define the African diaspora, one needs to explore the debates of what constitutes Africa. Pan-African thought gives us competing taxonomies, including the transatlantic, sub-Saharan, continental, pan-Arab, and global definitions of Africa. In my work, I use the Africa of the African Union, from Algeria to Zimbabwe, Cape to Cairo. Therefore, African diasporas include all those who hail from anywhere on this continent, whether centuries ago or more recently. Second is the question of the spatial dimensions of the African diaspora. In my research and publications, I distinguish between three geographical streams of African diasporas: Trans-Indian Ocean, Trans-Mediterranean, and Transatlantic. Each of these diaspora formations have their own complex intra-regional historical geographies, political economies, social, cultural dynamics, and imaginations and engagements with Africa. In the 21st century, new diaspora geographies are emerging, propelled by novel information and communication technologies and transformations in global flows of capital, commodities, and cultures, as well as ideas, images, and institutions, and of course, values, visions, and viruses, most recently and tragically, the coronavirus. Third, there is the issue of the temporal dimensions of African diasporas. There have, of course, been numerous dispersals from Africa, going back to the great exodus that began about 100,000 years ago from the continent to other continents. Clearly, the term has to be more bounded than that for it to have historical meaning. A conference convened by the African Union in 2004 in Trinidad, in which I participated, sought to establish such historical boundaries. After 4 days of intense discussion and debate, we arrived at a deceptively simple definition. Quote, we recommend the definition of African diaspora refer to the geographic dispersal of peoples whose ancestors within historical memory originally came from Africa, but who are currently domiciled or claim residence or citizenship outside the continent of Africa. This definition recognizes both dispersal and subsequent reconstitution of African diaspora identities in new locations on as equally important elements, end of quote. Based on this definition, the history of Afro-Asian and Afro-European diasporas antedate those of the Afro-American diasporas that go back only the last 500 years. While diasporas are constituted out of dispersal, the processes of diaspora formation are fraught. Some dispersals do not necessarily turn into diasporas. and diasporas can be formed long after the original dispersals. In other words, diaspora formation is a historically contingent, complex, contradictory, and changing process. It entails the development of diaspora consciousness. The older the diaspora community, the more tenuous their memories of dispersal and less thick their engagements with their homelands. Fourth, the dynamics of diaspora engagement with their communities, countries, or regions of origin are equally varied and complex. They are multi-layered and overlapping flows of linkages for diasporas. In my work, I focus on 6 particular critical flows: demographic, cultural, economic, political, ideological, and what I call iconographic. Needless to say, mapping these flows into the geographical and historical dimensions of the African diasporas around the world is an exceedingly challenging task that I'm still grappling with in my work on the global African diaspora. Thus, diaspora engagements with their homelands are often complex, contradictory, and always changing, so that it is hard to make generalizations about the behavior and activities of any particular diaspora. One reason for this is the fact that diaspora communities, like all communities, are highly differentiated according to the social inscriptions of gender, class, ethnicity, religion, and ideology. Also, the activities of diasporas are affected by the nature of the society they live in. Time, of course, does not allow me to elaborate on the various demographic, political, economic, social, cultural, and artistic dimensions of the linkages between Africa and its historic and new diasporas. Suffice it to say, the demographic connections comprise the complex mobilities of people from the continent to the diaspora and vice versa, as well as intra-diaspora mobilities. The political engagements encompass intersections of various Pan-Africanisms and territorial nationalisms and social movements during different moments, both historical and contemporary. The economic contributions include flows of remittances, investment, philanthropy, and human capital. The range and repertoire of social, cultural, and artistic linkages is understandably broad, embracing the displays and dispensations of various social and cultural capitals, as well as the productions and performances of imagined African affinities and identities. The impact of diaspora contributions is neither uniformly positive nor negative, but often variable depending on the specific context. There are structural, institutional, and attitudinal challenges. Diaspora attitudes and attitudes towards them in the homeland often reinforce and reproduce existing domestic and transnational class, gender, national, ethnic, religious inscriptions, stratifications, resentments, and divisions. In short, building Africa diaspora solidarities is exceedingly complicated and demanding work that cannot be wielded by the flowery Afrocentric rhetoric and idealism. Part of this has to do with the shifting constructions of modern nations, the different waves of migration, and subsequent formations of diasporas. Consequently, relations between the various diaspora groups with each other and with Africa are also complex and contradictory. They are characterized by what I call the 5 A's: antagonism, ambivalence, acceptance, adaptation, and assimilation, often simultaneously. In the final part, I'd like to talk about academic diaspora engagements during and after COVID-19. Scholar activists and academic institutions in Africa and the diaspora have always been central to the construction of Pan-Africanism as a project for the epistemic and existential liberation and empowerment of African-descended peoples from imperial, colonial, and racialized oppression, exploitation, and marginalization since the emergence of the modern world system with its unyielding and unforgiving hierarchies and inequities half a millennium ago. Again, time does not allow me to unpack the long archive of Pan-African thought and institutional struggles for decolonizing the knowledges about, on, and for Africa and African peoples, societies, cultures, economies, polities, and ecologies. Suffice it to say, the circulation of intellectual capital between Africa and the diaspora has a long history. In recent decades, it has intensified facilitated by demands and destabilizations of globalization, including the emergence of digital diasporization, the intricate compressions and renegotiations of space, time, and identity, facilitated by continuous advancements in communication technologies. The coronavirus pandemic is accelerating the digitalization of economic and social life. Following the closure of educational institutions in many countries around the world as part of mitigation measures to control the spread of the coronavirus pandemic, many universities pivoted to emergency distance learning using online platforms. As was evident in other sectors, the pandemic revealed disparities. First, COVID-19 has exposed widespread differences and disparities among higher education institutions. 6 stand out. First, we have seen glaring inequalities in national, institutional, and social capacities to manage the crisis. Second, the pandemic has revealed challenges with reference to electronic infrastructures in terms of differences in institutional capabilities to transition to online modes of teaching and learning, as well as access by faculty and students to the appropriate devices and the internet, and levels of preparedness for faculty and students to use online platforms and resources. Third, the financial implications of COVID-19 are quite gruesome, as many national economies go into deep and prolonged recession, which will impact the capacities of governments to support universities and families to pay for tuition. All 5 major sources of university finances will come under stress: government subventions, tuition fees, institutional income generation activities, donations, and loans. These developments will affect the financial stability and sustainability of universities in many countries. Fourth, the COVID-19 crisis has revealed deficiencies in universities' infrastructural delivery capabilities in terms of lack of adequate institutional capacity for many universities to offer instruction remotely using online platforms. There's also been widespread distrust and discomfort among academics for online teaching and learning compared to face-to-face modes, and pervasive concerns among students, parents, and employers about the quality of online instruction. Fifth, COVID-19 has affected the internationalization of higher education. International student flows have come to a standstill, and timing of recovery is uncertain. This has had devastating financial impact on institutions with large numbers of international students. The pandemic raises questions about existing patterns of inter-institutional collaborations from the organization of faculty exchanges to academic conferences to research collaborations. Finally, the COVID-19 crisis has also raised questions about the research role of universities. This includes the relative capacities of rich and poor universities in rich and poor countries to contribute significantly to international biomedical research to find preventive and curative treatments, and on the social, economic, political, cultural, spatial, and demographic patterns of transmission and impact of the pandemic in their respective communities, countries, and regions. Moreover, there are questions about the ability of universities to provide research-based and data-driven advice to governments, the private sector, and civil society for effective policy interventions during and after the crisis. The challenges for higher education engendered by the COVID-19 pandemic also offer opportunities to rethink the models of higher education instructional delivery, research production and dissemination, and public service and engagement, and innovation and entrepreneurship, as well as financing, institution organization and operations. As higher education institutions seek ways of addressing the challenges noted above, they may create new opportunities for themselves. Again, time does not allow me to elaborate. Allow me to point out that these issues are being discussed in the 6-part series hosted by the Alliance for African Partnership that I've been moderating. And of course, as was said at the beginning, the Alliance for African Partnership is co-sponsoring this forum. part of the strategy to strengthen the capacity of African universities to manage the crisis and prepare themselves for the post-COVID-19 future is to develop strategic partnerships. First, it entails intra-institutional partnerships encompassing interdisciplinary and interprofessional collaborations within the universities themselves. Second, inter-institutional partnerships for African universities at national, regional, and global levels. Third, partnerships between universities and other sectors and actors, including governments, the private sector, civil society organizations, international and intergovernmental agencies, philanthropic organizations, and of course, the diaspora. But for these partnerships to be productive and transformative, they need to be restructured. There are three forms of partnership. First, paternalistic partnerships that tend to be exploitative and disempowering, which has characterized much of Africa's partnerships, whether for governments or universities with the outside world. Second, principled partnerships based on solidarity and respecting and enhancing the mutuality of interests. Third, what I call pragmatic partnerships that tend to be situational, utilitarian, and project-based. Clearly, we should use the COVID-19 crisis to develop new platforms and modalities for rigorous and transformative teaching and learning in African universities, as well as more equitable models and practices of international study, research, and interinstitutional partnerships. We must encourage international exchange programs such as Fulbright, the Carnegie African Diaspora Program, and the Consortium of African Diaspora Scholars Programs to prioritize digital collaborations and digital skills development in African higher education institutions. I happen to be involved with the Carnegie Program and the Consortium, as you heard at the beginning. The former, that is the Carnegie Program, was established in 2013 out of a research project I conducted in 2011 and 12 on engagements between African-born academics in Canada and the United States. To date, we have sponsored nearly 450 scholars to work with colleagues at universities in 6 countries: Ghana, Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and South Africa, in the areas of curriculum co-development, collaborative research, and graduate student mentoring and advising. The consortium was established, and that is the Consortium for African Diaspora Scholars Programs, was established as a legally registered entity in Nairobi and New York City in late 2019. Through the consortium, we seek to implement one of the resolutions of the first African Higher Education Summit held in Dakar in March 2015, in which the issue was, how can the African educational sector, especially higher education, contribute to the realization of Agenda 2063. The consortium seeks to scale up the Carnegie Program by including all African countries from Algeria to Zimbabwe, include both the historic and new diasporas, and incorporate other institutions beyond universities, including the private sector and NGOs. We also seek to prioritize the building of digital connections comprising online teaching and learning, research collaborations, and other forms of scholarly communication, including conferences such as the one we are doing now. I urge all of us committed to progressive Pan-African solidarity, the transformation and empowerment of our peoples across Africa and the diaspora, and the promotion of a more equitable world order and globalization to turn the harrowing crisis of COVID-19 into a historic opportunity. Above all, our nations, societies, social movements, and institutions must continually strive to enhance the resilience of our people. We survived the Atlantic slave trade and slavery, colonialism, and neo-colonial dictatorships. We overcame these historic and humanistic assaults through protracted struggles. We will survive and overcome COVID-19. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul, for the very vibrant presentation. I think it has met our expectations. I'm certain many of our participants will agree. Without further ado, I would like to, go into the question and answer session. I know there will be a number of questions coming up. The very first one is from Phil, and I will just try and summarize it because it's a bit lengthy. And it is that the healthcare disparities that you mentioned are informative and well documented. I suppose these are the healthcare disparities between the various races. And so Phil says, since it is not likely that prejudiced government policies are likely to change significantly, to what extent should Africans and members of the diaspora rely on internal resources like faith-based groups and other philanthropic groups or businesses and the ability of celebrities to influence self-help projects? I think probably you can respond to that as we wait for a couple of other questions.
Yeah, thank you. I think that's a very good question. In fact, what the question suggests is an answer within the question, namely that some of these governments, including African governments, cannot be relied upon to provide the kind of support to deal with the coronavirus pandemic, particularly for the poorer communities of our societies, people in informal settlements, people in the rural hinterlands, poor people in general, and so on and so forth. And in what you are seeing actually across Africa is various social groups, social movements, NGOs and others at a local level, at a community level, trying to organize themselves to provide support, to provide assistance, to provide help to people in their communities, but also organizing to demand support from their governments and to demand support from business, particularly when it comes to issues of employment. The trade unions and the labor movements are trying to make sure that the costs of this crisis are not simply borne or passed on to the poor people. So there is a lot of organizing taking place. And that is, in fact, what has always been the case when African populations have been faced with crisis. And it's because of some of those pressures that they are able to put, they are able to force some of these governments to do what might be necessary in order to deal with the crisis. So yes, self-organization, organizing, in communities, working with various sectors and groups in the economy, in the political space, is part and parcel of that struggle for dealing with this crisis. Governments do not always necessarily do the right thing unless they're forced to.
Okay, so the other issue that you seem to have touched on and raised, which is perhaps something that you can respond to, you can flesh out perhaps, is the talk of the pandemic raising the possibilities of new ways of looking at African diaspora studies and indeed African studies generally. And which then suggests that theoretical and methodological approaches that are essentially maybe from the global south or African specific. Theory, we used to talk of theory from Africa. Does this pandemic, for example, help us to move towards the consideration of Afrocentricity, of African agency, and so forth? What will be your response in terms of just the knowledge generation, the epistemologies, and so forth?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. There are a number of ways of trying to address that question. First of all, just to point out that a lot of our universities and academic communities are doing heroic work on the pandemic specifically, as well as, of course, its impact both short-term and long-term. And the AAP series, the Alliance for African Partnership series, we have done 2 so far, and we have 4 more to go. And there are other, similar exercises going on. What they show you, when you listen to them, when you listen to African universities, African academics, you realize a lot of research work is being done. And there is a lot of commitment to finding solutions for Africa. And you begin to realize that the old notion that solutions are, that people in Africa are sitting down and waiting for solutions to come from thinkers and researchers in the global north, that is simply not true. And the more you engage colleagues on the continent, you realize there's a lot of work that is being done. In other words, the pandemic is, in a very interesting way, just like in other sectors, is making people become, including academics, realize that we have to solve these problems ourselves. We have to think about these problems. We have to do research about these problems in the way in which not only the biomedical aspects, as I said, but also the socioeconomic impact, the patterns of spread. These have to do with our residential patterns, has to do with the ways in which our societies and communities are organized. And that research is absolutely imperative, not only as part of the global repertoire of research, but also to inform meaningful and transformative interventions by our own government, our own private sector, our own community organizations, and so on. So I think what it is leading to, as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Botswana put it in our first forum, is a greater recognition and a greater confidence in terms of self-reliance, in terms of producing knowledges that are relevant in dealing with this crisis. At the same time, it is also leading to, of course, the utilization of all these digital technologies. And all of us, essentially, whether you invest in the global north or invest in Nairobi, including mine, all of us pivoted to these platforms for the first time as total institutions. So we are all learning at the same time. So again, it leads to a situation whereby you no longer can, sort of depend on quote unquote, picking examples as 10 key projects of development from elsewhere. And that means that the opportunities for producing relevant knowledges, the opportunities for much more empowered partnerships with not only the global north in general and other regions of the global south, but also with the diaspora is much greater, is going to be much greater after this crisis than it was before.
Okay, sorry, you have a couple of other questions. And I think there are 3 or 4. Let's just run. The first one is very pragmatic. Malipo would like to know, where can our fellow African diaspora who are looking for support, more especially on education, as you mentioned, get bursaries and funding? That's the question.
Yeah, that's a very good question. And the simple answer is that is very difficult. Right now, all our investors, our students in our universities, because of the crisis and their parents and their relatives losing jobs and all that, the issue of trying to get support for these students is one that is on the mind of every vice chancellor, every administrator in every African university. And what we're trying to do, of course, is to try to work with philanthropic organizations, international organizations, intergovernmental organizations to craft support systems that can help us. And of course, that also includes thinking about ways in which we can engage the diaspora. And I would suggest that as we work together, on the continent and in the diaspora, is for us to find ways in which we can mobilize resources from potential donors and others who support higher education, and particularly people who support the diaspora agenda, for us to be able to pull those resources to enable greater flows of our people in the diaspora. Frankly, I believe that education is one of those things that is absolutely critical in pushing the agenda of the diaspora, of Pan-Africanism and so on. And in order to do that, we have to make sure that our young people are able to flow around the diaspora world, learning in Kenya, learning in Britain, learning in the United States, and so on and so forth. Of course, that is now difficult in terms of physical, but we have new opportunities to do that virtually.
Okay, so I think we have a couple of other questions, but we'll limit it to 2 because of, in the interest of time. And so I'll read out Dr. Shem Ochuodo's question, and I'm sure Dr. Shemo Chwothe is the chairman of Kenya Diaspora Alliance, and he asks, how should we reconcile the AU definition of diaspora as those living outside Africa against the definition of member states that includes continental diasporas?
Well, it reminds me of the definition provided by the late Ari Mazrui, one of our great intellectuals. He had 5 definitions of Pan-Africanism. One was the transatlantic Pan-Africanism, the relationship between Africa and its peoples across the Atlantic. The other one being, sort of the Black Atlantic version. That was my addition. Paul Gilroy's work, in which the unity is really among the diaspora populations on the side of the Atlantic. Africa becomes this very silent, historic presence, which is really not as important in the formation of diaspora identities and diaspora engagements and so on. The third being, of course, this sub-Saharan diaspora identity. In fact, we still talk about sub-Saharan Africa in some of these scholarly and popular discourses, which is, of course, very Eurocentric. Africa is Africa, it's from Cairo to Cape Town. So personally, I never use those terms in my own writing. And then fourth, being continental Pan-Africanism, which, of course, saw fruition through the formation of the Organization of African Unity in 1963, later on, of course, substituted by the AU. And then he talked about, the Pan-Arabism. Pan-Arabism being a form of Pan-Africanism in the sense that the majority of the world's Arabs are actually in Africa, in Northern Africa. And NASA, of course, saw Egypt as the confluence of Pan-Arab, Pan-Islamic, and Pan-African identities. And the final one is global Pan-Africanism. So there are different ways of conceptualizing Pan-Africanism, which also means there are different ways of conceptualizing diasporas and diaspora engagements. In my own work, I of course make a distinction between, there are also intra-African diasporas. If you're from Malawi, you live in Kenya, you are part of the Malawian diaspora in Kenya. But there are also extra-continental diasporas. And those, as I said in my presentation, I divide them into 3. Your Indian Ocean diasporas, the Afro-Asia, the Mediterranean Sea diasporas, trans-Mediterranean, Afro-Europe, and then, of course, also part of that is transatlantic, and then the transatlantic Afro-America. And even these diasporas are very complicated. Afro-Brazilian identity formations and histories and all that is not the same as African-American histories. There are some commonalities, of course, but there are also some differences, depending on the political economy, the sociology of the country, and all that kind of stuff. So I think the point is that all of us have to be very generous in our understanding of the diaspora and not force the diaspora into one box. And usually when you force it into one box, you're privileging a particular diaspora discourse, a particular diaspora history.
Okay, sure. So we had one more question from Mickey, but I think it's partly answered in your response to Dr. Chwothe. And thereafter, we'll move to the last question, which is from Martin Russell. And I will try to go to just the second bit of that, of your comment stroke question, in which you pose the question, do you have, to Prof, do you have any ideas from your experience or plans on how to build the culture of diaspora philanthropy for African diaspora? Because this is a potential key for future academia and support systems and so forth. I think that's the question, and this is the final question.
Thank you very much. That's again a very, very great question. There is a lot of diaspora philanthropy that is already taking place. And of course, it takes place in multiple ways. One is you find that in the diaspora, people have been forming all sorts of organizations, ethnic associations, professional associations, national associations, religious associations, development associations that have been involved in providing support to their countries of origin or to causes and issues that matter to them. in Britain, in the US, in Canada, the countries that I'm most familiar with, all these groups and associations that are providing and raising resources for various causes and countries on the continent is growing. On a more theoretical angle, you find that diaspora philanthropy tends to be very pronounced for the second generation of the children of the migrants, and of course very pronounced among the historic diaspora. And the reason is very simple. I'll give you the example of my daughter. If there is a crisis in my country of, her father's country of origin, Malawi, for me, I will send money directly to my relatives because I know them. I grew up with them. She doesn't have the same levels of connection in terms of intimate connections, and therefore her generation is going to gravitate to philanthropy. Putting money into various philanthropic associations, groups, and so on and so forth to support whatever issue it is. So what you find is that the new diaspora, we tend to help directly in terms of remittances. And then, of course, also we're beginning to form philanthropic organizations or a philanthropic conduit of sending support to whatever cause matters to us. But the historic diaspora has been involved in philanthropy for a very, very long time. And they've done that, because obviously they value the well-being, the welfare of the continent, partly because, of course, the image of the continent matters in terms of the way in which they themselves are perceived in the diaspora. So philanthropy has some connections with, remittances, but it's a very specific area, and it has generational as well as, dynamics that reflect whether it's the new diaspora or the subsequent generations of diaspora, and compared to the historic diaspora as well.
Thank you very much, Professor Paul Seleza Thiambe, for the great presentation. I think we have now come to the end of our virtual conference. I wanted to just thank everybody. I wonder if Adam has anything to say as of now first.
My side, I just want to thank everyone for coming. I also want to thank my team, Felix, once more, Susie there, and Bob as well. All come together and make this work. So thank you so much.
The audio has a problem.
Sorry?
An audio problem.
There's an audio problem on my side.
Yeah. Try again.
No.
Still not.
Hold on. No.
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 No. Okay, so I think. Okay.
Wait.
Oh, no, still not. So I think, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, we are very glad that you could make time and stay all the way to this point in time. We want to thank most sincerely all the speakers for the very well researched, well presented, deep presentations. We want to thank all the keynote speakers, and I think we should start, in fact, by thanking our main keynote speaker, Professor Thiambe Seleza, who has really run us through the entire diaspora, field in just a couple of minutes, and brought us to this point. We want to thank our partner organizations all the way from Michigan State University and its centers, to the African Renaissance and Diaspora Network, to the Kenya Diaspora Association, and African Center for Migration Studies at Wits University. We want to indicate that this is a continuation. On the June 11th, we shall have the first webinar, and thereafter we'll have webinars moving on. Professor Zeleza has introduced some interesting areas of collaboration which we are going to follow up, particularly in terms of collaboration at in terms of university collaborations. And we are going to avail all the papers that were presented, the PowerPoint presentations and so forth. To the speakers, I want to encourage you to submit your paper presentations as think pieces of about 1,500 words, which will be then produced by mid-June in an edited volume in the form of long commentaries or extended abstracts. And I am editing that issue. So you're welcome to present that. I think without further ado, unless Adam has something pretty urgent, we'll want to bring it to a close and let us keep engaged via email, via our blog, via our website, via other social media networks. And thank you very much. As promised, we'll share all the recordings and so forth and so on. Thank you very much, and have a good evening or midday and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.